Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear that all morning. Welcome, ladies and gents, to the third day of the third test between New Zealand and England at no longer Emerald Headingley, now Clean Slate Headingley. I am Jacob Jaffa. I will be your host along with the inimitable Bear this morning, and I am joined by Cricket Bat Cat. Hello, Cat.
Hey there, hi there, Jake.
And our Englishman abroad, Ian Forth.
Well, yes, Englishwoman and Englishman abroad. Well, I suppose, yes, Australian woman in her den, and English man only sort of a few miles down the road from Cat. Hello.
Yeah, this is Broadcast Central in Australia, this tiny little patch of Melbourne.
I'm sure it is. Well, you join us with the test evenly and interestingly poised. If you don't know what happened yesterday, what the hell were you doing? Unless you were in Australia and you were asleep, in which case, fair enough. However, England, after getting New Zealand out for 329, then had a classic-style collapse, with the top 5 all departing for single-figure scores, and then Johnny Bairstow went on one, didn't he? He's smashed 130. Jamie Overton, on debut, is on 89 not out, and England are 264. For 6, with only 65 runs behind New Zealand. How do we see it this morning?
How amazing is Bairstow? Like a runner ball 130. I mean, hopefully he goes on and gets 200 and Overton gets a century. That would be incredible because England have only batted for 49 overs. So this is like a one-day innings. They've scored 264. It's so much faster than New Zealand. And you feel like they're almost bullying New Zealand, right, by just coming in and going so fast.
Absolutely. I mean, it took New Zealand 117 overs to score their 320 odd runs. England have got 264 in 49.
Remarkable. I was trying to think what it reminded me of. You know, you'll probably know, might be familiar to you, Kat. When you've got young children and then parents come in and look after them for a week, and you go absolutely crazy. You go to Glastonbury. You every night you're on the town. This Test series feels like you're off the leash for a week. Then we'll go back to normal Test cricket again, and we'll go home to the children, and everything will return to normal.
Yeah, that's a very good metaphor there. Yeah, that's what it feels like. And Bairstow is the one out on the town the hardest, right?
My God, he is. Yeah. Interesting, a little stat I came across. Bairstow, Colin Cowdrey, Len Hutton all got one thing in common. All three of them have shared in biggest ever stands for a wicket now on 2 stands. So first wicket, second wicket, third wicket, etc. Bairstow's got 2, Colin Cowdrey's got 2, and Len Hutton's got 2. So he's in very good company, Johnny Bairstow.
He is, and he's in some thin air as well, because he is the only man in Test cricket history to have hit back-to-back Test hundreds at faster than a runner ball. He is enjoying himself.
And I think I'm right in saying, I stand to be corrected, this is certainly the last session last night was the fastest run rate of any session recorded in Test match history for England. I think it was over 6.
It was 6.4 something, I think.
Wow.
It was completely ridiculous. We now see the what can only be described as the well-lubricated Western Terrace. I think that's the Western Terrace.
Already, probably.
Yeah, well, they were certainly on it yesterday. There was even a slightly less good incident where some cardboard beer holders were thrown onto the pitch and it delayed play for a minute or so, and not great for Headingley when they need everyone to be on best behaviour after certain club-related controversies, which neither I nor Craig Overton will get into. As we see.
Yeah, but to be honest, a little bit of exuberance. If it's a few whatever it was, cardboard beer mats or something.
It's not the worst.
I think we can live with that.
I think so. The umpires are making their way out onto the field. There's a small row of children to greet them with
it's lovely.
English flags and some other kind of flag, I think, of the flag of whatever programme they're participating in. Murray Erasmus and Richard Kettleborough sharing a handshake before walking out onto the field of play, and they will shortly be followed by England's batsmen and the New Zealand cricket team.
Saw Murray Erasmus give the children a little clap back. I think he'd be rather a scary figure for a small child, Murray Erasmus. It must rather loom over you.
As the Black Caps make their way from the away dressing room, and they will be led out onto the field, not by their skipper Kane Williamson, he's somewhere near the back. I think it was Neil Wagner in the front, but I have no doubt they'll have the customary huddle before the boundary and then have a nice jog out, take up their fielding positions and await England's batsmen, as we see some divine representatives in the crowd. It's fancy dress day, and while we have our very own bishop, Tony, there was a bishop in the crowd there as well.
So we have the New Zealand fielders wearing black armbands. We're not sure who that's for. We'll find out. And beautiful pullovers with the gorgeous double black stripe and the black fern on the chest. So they look very smart indeed in their jumpers.
Would we say the Black Caps are some of the most chic cricketers?
Yep, they'd have to be some of the best dressed for sure.
Then again, I don't know how they dress in their spare time. They could be horrendous. I have an inkling that fashion in New Zealand is maybe not quite to the level of, say, Milan.
Yes, no, not quite European levels, but let's assume they wear their whites when they're off duty and in bed.
I think they do, as we see the England. I'm sure Kane Williamson particularly has a pair of has only pairs of black cat budgie smugglers. As Jamie Overton and Johnny Bairstow make their way out through the tunnel of small children. Johnny Bairstow must also be quite an intimidating figure for a small child. He
doesn't want to sort of
man.
Boris Johnson style barrel into one and knock into the ground. That would be most unfortunate. Those were particularly small children. They were tiny.
Looked like he could.
Yeah, you don't have very good peripheral vision when you got your helmet on, so you got to be pretty careful. You might barrel into anyone.
He could take a few heads off while doing his shoulder warm-ups.
Yeah.
Look like Conan the Barbarian just scything through. Anyway, while we move away from the mass murder of small children by Johnny Bairstow, we will instead return to some of the cricket, and I'll jingle up the batsman.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation big shot.
That is Johnny Bairstow, who will be facing strike, the first ball of the day, we believe from Trent Boult, whose jingle I will play for you now.
How does he speak?
And then I will stop playing you that jingle because it's in fact Michael Bracewell. So here he is.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just one of 5.
So, we'll just smooth over that brief mistake. And opening up with spin, the Kiwis. Interesting strategy. 49 overs old the ball. What do we think, guys?
It's wrong. It's totally wrong. They should be opening with Trent Boult, who is unbelievable, actually, this series. Isn't he great? He is. He was definitely the pick of the bowlers yesterday. And they should be opening with him. So, jolly good, says Johnny Bairstow. He's happy. He's rapt.
What he's not happy about is there's a whole load of corporate types who've just decided to emerge from the bar behind Johnny's arm, driving into despair.
As in comes Bracewell, and it's defended by Bairstow. We actually started late this morning. We're 1 minute past 11. The Dicky Bird clock had passed the hour mark. Also, someone on YouTube has said Jacob, aka Bruno Fernandes, and Jacob Fan Club. As Bairstow clips that into the leg side for no run. I'd be very flattered, except I have no idea who Bruno Fernandes is. Can anyone help?
I can't help.
Are they referring to the Manchester United number 10, the Portuguese footballer?
In which case, I have no idea how I'm liking. Bairstow gets that one away into the leg side, out to the two deep sweepers, and he will get one for that. And Jamie Overton, after frustration last night, will finally get a bit of the strike. Messi Jez
That's good. And of course, Boult couldn't bowl his first over because he did bowl last night. Presumably, he bowled the last over last night. But anyway,
but Tim
Bracewell's doing okay.
Tim Sadley could have opened. They've got two deep men on the leg side, a short leg, the wicket keeper, obviously. And then a short mid-wicket, I think. And then I haven't seen the offside field, but it's kind of an interesting field to open the day with, a deep field, worried about the power hitting, it seems, as that's defended by Overton. If Luke Hallahan on YouTube could explain to me on YouTube who the hell Bruno Fernandes is, I will then accept your compliment. But thank you for being a member of my unofficial fan club. Who knows? Who knows? As Bracewell is in, and that's a bit shorter and turned off the legs by Overton. He'll get a quick single, and they were quite quick, in fact. There's a misfield by Bracewell at the non-striker's end, but they won't get any overthrows as it's tidied up. Oh, there's a whole row of Cardinals as well as a Bishop in the crowd. Cool, we have... it's a blessed test, this. And Johnny Bairstow hitting 100 of divine proportions, and he's now on strike to the spinner Michael Bracewell, and that's just defended for the final ball of the over. End of the first over of the day, and the 50th over of England's first innings. 266 for 6. I'm sure that's some kind of Nelson. Fourthy, you have our socials, I believe.
Yes, people are quite quick off the mark this morning. Warren, morning all. He's first out of the tracks. Mog. So I guess folks will soon be fucked off from the team, and Big Hit and Butler will be reinstalled. Also, hello. Hello, Mog. Roger Mully. Hello, good evening, and bollocks. Thank you, Roger. Wouldn't be the same without you. What's the next record for these two? Well, sky's the limit, I would have thought. Probably biggest ever 7th wicket stand in Test history. I'm not sure what it is. We can look it up.
A triple century partnership, presumably.
God, wouldn't that be amazing?
No,
Leah, hello everyone. There's a bit of a respite here. Maybe I can sneak in an over or two.
We have a change of bowling as this man comes into the attack.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to light. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey.
As Southey beats the outside edge of Jamie Overton, whose jingle you can hear here. When it works. There we go.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-ton, less racist than his mother's other son. Is Jamie Overton.
As Southey in and Overton defends, he certainly can score a quick half-ton, and he may, on debut, score a ton. He's in the 90s, 90 off 110 deliveries, Bairstow 131 off 30. And we at last have an answer. John Edney has chimed in on YouTube saying that Bruno Fernandes is a penalty genius for Manchester United, and apparently I look like a British version of him. That's very kind of both John and Luke Hallahan. Thank you very much.
Overton looks like he's from another species. He's so much more massive than everybody around him.
As in comes Southey, Overton defends. There was quite an interesting visual, the kind of small, medium and large, as Overton, Johnny Bairstow and Neil Wagner are all kind of in shot in the picture. And, Wagner is not a small man by any chance, but Bairstow's a couple of inches taller than him, and Overton's a fair few inches taller than Bairstow.
I mean, presumably they don't have to wash and wear their whites for more than a couple of tests, but he does look like, this is my debut test, look how white my whites are. As Southey bowls to Overton. Oh, that's off his pad, I think. I don't know if he got back to that. We'll see Maria Rasmussen's signal. They'll get a single. No, it's off the bat. It's come maybe off the inside edge onto thigh pad and gone out into the leg side for a single. Overton to 91 and Bairstow takes the strike.
We wondered, Kat, during the first test whether there was a slight lavender tinge to the English strip. I don't know whether you'd agree, as a mother who might have accidentally on some occasion put in the cricket whites with a red sock. We wondered if that might have happened.
Yeah, someone's put them through. It does have a bit of a lavender tinge. That means it's really there's this sort of blue-white colour that you sometimes get. It does look.
I think
I wonder if
the dye,
you think it's come off the cinch.
Advertising, yeah.
I think it's come off the cinch. I think, which is purple.
Southey continues his over to Bairstow. Tight to the stumps, and Bairstow again gets a straighter one inside edge onto sort of thigh pad, and they're going to come back for a quick two, bit tight. Dave Overton gets out the big dive, goes down in instalments, but he was safe. The throw was nowhere near, and now Overton is saying, signalling to the dressing room, I think saying, "Oh no, my whites have got dirty," but also possibly saying I think we're going to see for the second time he's broken his pad. It's Ollie Pope in the last test was the first time I ever saw someone change their pad mid-innings, and I think Jamie Overton's saying the same thing as he gets out the big dive, and he's broken the strap on his pad.
He certainly has. I think we need to know the sponsor's name for those pads, and no one needs to go buy them. That's a problem there.
Also, his trousers, as you would say in England, rather ignominiously rode down towards his knees as he dived in, which is always unfortunate.
Oh, that's a tight lead from Johnny Bairstow. As you hear, Kat gets the slightly delayed feed. Good Lord, that was tight. He left it. It was on a sort of 6th or 7th stump line, and it's a wobble seam delivery. It seamed back in and missed the top of off stump by about 3 inches. Oh, that's tight from Johnny B. Good Lord. playing a dangerous game there. That brings the over to an end. England are 269 for 640.
Yeah, well, as we all know, there's only 2 types of leave, and that was a good leave. Andy Durant replying to Dr. Dan Diaper. Love it, Dr. Dan. You can always see Dr. Dan's work pop up on our Twitter feed. Mog, there really needs to be a website that tells you who is wearing a black armband in honour of whom. That would be an absolute money spinner if someone could come up with that. And Mayank, morning all. Yesterday, I was deflated after the news in America, understandably. Today, I'm like a pop bloom after the shooting in my hometown of Oslo, Norway, understandably. Hoping a cracking day of Test cricket will lift my spirits. Come on, Kiwis. Well, there's always bad news in the world, and the last 24 hours have been probably worse than normal, but Test cricket is here to lift everyone's spirits.
And to that end, we have a bowling change. Michael Bracewell was just a change of ends, and this man, with his rather small mouth, will take over the bowling.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout, how does he call? Trent Boult's mouth is really small.
I love that jingle. There are so many good ones. Jack Leach's is very smooth. I like the "It's a 6, it's beautiful and it's mine," but that Trent Boult's mouth is really small is up there.
Overton is looking like he needs a belt with his pants. He's wearing them very, very low on his hips, isn't he?
I suppose
that would be great, wouldn't it? A 19th century belt.
I suppose effectively any trouser sits low on a man the size of Jamie Overton. As in comes Boult, left arm. Oh, it's an edge! And I don't know if that's fallen short or if it's been dropped. I think it's just dropped short.
It's shelled it, I think. I think it was a chance.
78 miles an hour. Kane Williamson looks aggrieved. Let's have a look at this replay. It's a wobble scene. A bit of a cutter, actually. And I think he's dropped it. We didn't see. The camera was focused on second slip and not third. But I think that's a drop. As in comes Boult, and again beats the edge of Jamie Overton. Oh, he's you're right, Kat. He's good. He's immediately on the money. Edge first ball, beating the outside edge. Second ball. I wonder if we'll get to see another replay of that, because I think that was a drop. It certainly looked like it.
Yeah. I think it was, but I didn't get to see Overton score all the rest of his runs. But are we sure that the wrong twin hasn't come out to play? Because he doesn't look quite as good as the 91 would suggest.
Just needs the time to get in, as that's on Jamie Overton's legs, and he gets that into the leg side. But there is a short mid wicket who will tidy up. I'm just now, unfortunately, having to use BBC's feed to see if they've determined that was a drop. But we'll certainly see. I'll keep you updated as we have a look at Boult ripping through England's top order again, bowling all 3 of the top 3 with a beauty to Alex Lees, a really good ball to Ollie Pope, and a bad shot from Zach Crawley.
Yeah, incredible. He's really reminiscent of Mitchell Stark at his best as well.
As he's into Overton, who defends. Yeah, I mean, that might even be bit harsh on Trent Boult, because I think Bolt's been kind of doing his good thing, being excellent for as long, if not longer, than Stark.
Yeah,
and hasn't fallen away.
Stark or Mitchell Johnson before him. Technical question, Jacob. Can you guys turn on the auto sync on Hot Mic? I knew it used to work at some point from Matthew Cullen. Not sure if that's within your
That's very much within the Bears' purview. I can turn things on and turn them off, but if anything goes wrong, it's not me who fixes it. It's going to be fun tomorrow. It's just me and Hendo in the studio. The Bear will be offering remote and deeply hungover support. But,
Lord be.
But it's just me and Hendo trying to work out the computers. Me on my 3rd day and Hendo presumably on his 3rd scotch.
Like a couple of boomers.
As again, it's beaten Overton's outside edge. God, Trent Boult's bowling well. He's sliding them across Jamie Overton and then just waiting to bring that one seaming back in. Might it be this one on the final ball of the over with Overton on 9?
I hope not. I really want Overton to get a century. There's nothing better. Century on debut. Fantastic.
want Overton to get a century so we can say Overton, Overton.
Yes. Everyone's got those tweets ready to go.
That was made yesterday. As in comes Boult, and that's defended by Overton, no run. Al has made a very good point on the chat about Johnny Bairstow's tight leave. If you're on 133 in the form he's in, that misses. If you're Zach Crawley, if you're in bad form, that's off stump out the ground right there.
Very true. I'm way behind on tweets. I better catch up. GC Radio Naked. Morning, Roomy, to me. Morning to you. Dave Wood, I think the Bishops and Cardinals are just the Ollie Pope Supporters Association. I'm here all week. Hombre Nuevo. Morning, GC World. No matter how good Johnny B plays the day before, as far as I can remember, he never does well the next morning. I'm very much hoping my memory is wrong with this suggestion and that he continues to smash it around the ground. Yes, it is always difficult to start again. Most big innings the night before don't carry on, but some do. Mog. I assume the correct term for all these religious figures in the crowd is Nicaea of dressed up twats.
As Southey is in, Bairstow defends. Quick single, will get it quite easily. Yeah, the Council of Nicaea has arrived in clean slate Headingley. I still find that hilarious, by the way. They've got a sponsor called Clean Slate. That's just brilliant marketing.
That's great, isn't it? Yeah. I was thinking you were going to tell us that you found the Council of Nicaea in 343 AD. Hilarious! You're going to treat us to a historical.
I mean, their decisions were equally ecumenically hilarious. But
yes.
As Jamie Overton gets the one that seams back in from Southey and steps away and defends, no run. I did study them at A level, but I can't really remember what they said. I remember it being something slightly useless.
I think they established when Christmas and Easter was, some of the transubstantiation of Christ, but I can't remember all the other details. There's probably quite a lot to get through on their agenda.
Yeah, I mean, the Catholic Church had a lot on in 343 AD.
Yes.
Not as much as they had on in 1 AD, as... Oh, that's left alone after a little fiddle from Overton. He thought about having a go at that one and then decided to leave it through to Blundell.
Not too much bounce on that one as well. So he's just flirting with that one. It wasn't a miss. It wasn't dangerous. So I think he's got his confidence now that he's, missed 17 out of the first 18 balls he's faced this morning.
That's a great way to play yourself in. It's how I do it in every club game, except the 18th ball I usually miss onto off stump. As Overton just paused there, I think someone might have got up behind the bowler's arm, and in comes Southey. Oh, it's a bit wide, it's a bit short. Overton tries to have a big cut and completely misses it. Big swing, no ding, no run.
He's also squinting really hard at the bowler. I feel like he needs a pair of sunglasses on. Like, it must be quite glary out there. I know Blundell had some sunglasses on a little bit earlier. It feels like one of those bright days where the clouds are really white.
I can't remember if it's Craig or Jamie, but I think at least one of them wears glasses.
Well, that explains it then.
So he may just be blind.
No wonder he's missing so many.
He's not missed that, and if he had, it would have been stone dead.
Yes.
On off stump, but he's turned it into the leg side for no run. Trailing by only 59 now, England, after just 52.5 overs. That's a big deficit they've made up in a pretty short time. No naked aggression yet from them this morning, just nerdling it around. I think trying to get Overton maybe over a ton, and then we'll see what happens, play themselves in.
Yeah. Let's hope we can get two twins into the next match. Whatever that may be. I don't know what the next match is.
As it's India, as that's defended by Overton, out to mid-on, end of the over, 270 for 6. Yeah, India starting on the 1st, I think.
John Alford, good morning from Madrid. Looking forward to today's play in what has been a fascinating series. Good morning to you, John. Good to have you on board. The light roller joining you again today. More irreverence and some irrelevance, please. We will not be held back from either of those. Don't worry about a thing. Messy Jez, Matt, we have had a problem with syncing hot mix sometime. I'm afraid you should be able to do it manually though, so there we are. I'm not sure whether I'd be up to that task, I must admit. Hang on 1 second. Peter Lloyd, as of writing, 17th highest 7th wicket, but record is 347, which is endorsed by Messi Jez, so quite a long way to go
in
there.
1855.
It can't be 1855. There weren't any test matches then. I think
Must have
that's
been
a typo
1955.
1955. The light roller, twats will suffice in answer to something or other, and I'll break off.
Well, Trent Boult has also broken off his run-up. I'm liking Al on YouTube saying, let's hope that flag waving from those children doesn't descend into mindless violence.
I like it.
I think someone stood up behind the bowler's arm.
This Headingley crowd, sort yourselves out, guys.
Yeah,
They're
terrible. Aren't they? In they come, short ball, and Bairstow ducks under it. Yeah, the Bear yesterday admitted that one test where he went to a test match with the mate, and they, in the middle of an over, walked right in front of the sight screen and provoked some ire. Messi Jez has corrected himself. It's 1955.
Imagine the resources which go into staffing these things. Just put a freaking extra steward on. Come on.
Yeah. They've always got one steward at every single aisle anyway. What are they doing?
In comes
Crazy.
Boult. Bairstow, now the aggression comes. It's a wristy drive, and it's firmly struck, and it will go away for the first one of these of the day.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Very nice shot there from Johnny Bairstow. Whipped from Trent Boult. It was on the up, and it's an ODI kind of drive, but it's a half cut, half drive, middled the pants off it, and it's beaten the diving fielder and gone away for 4.
I'd say the Western
Just
Terrace
some
are
spectacular timing. Oh yeah, you think they're already
the
drinking?
Western Terrace are half cut, wouldn't you?
Yep.
As
Talking about half cut.
that one's straighter off the hip by Bairstow. I think that's got some bat on it. Yeah, but Wagner, he's misfielded it. He'll get 2 because of that. He rolled, picked it up, went to throw it, and almost threw it back over the boundary. But then managed
That
to
would have been good
recover.
fun.
Bairstow manages to 140. Yeah, Bairstow's timing is almost as good as our timing is not, because we all end up talking over each other as soon as we're talking about it. Sorry, listeners.
So Bairstow, those last two shots were just absolutely masterful. The first one, just really perfect timing. He didn't put any effort into that shot whatsoever. It was just absolutely middle and perfect timing. And this next one saw where the ball was going and nicely clipped down to fine leg. So really good.
In comes Boult as in he goes to Bairstow, and that's a straight drive and no run. Mid-off is there. We also have a Nelson partnership, 222 runs, the partnership of 250 deliveries. So as we say, still quite a way before they hit the 347 set in 1955 by Atkinson and I have no idea how to pronounce that name, De Piazza for the West Indies against Australia in 1955. As in comes Boult, straight, blocked, no run.
How good does the pitch look today? It is absolutely sparkling. It's like it's been sort of raked into perfect little furrows. I don't know last time I saw a pitch looking so perfect.
I know, it looks excellent, doesn't it? But it has taken some turn. We saw a puff of dust from, I think it was Jack Leach the other day. And yeah, it's an interesting surface because it seems like, as we've seen all through this series, as in comes Boult, and Bairstow plays that out into the offside and will get a single. Yeah, as we've seen all through this series, it's a sort of pitch where it can be really, really difficult to bat on to start with. But if you get in, you can start really hammering the bowlers, and it goes from a very bowling-friendly pitch to a very batting-friendly one over the course of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
As the final ball of the over this will be. Jamie Overton on strike, still on 91. God, how must he feel? As in comes Boult. Oh, he launches a cut at that. He's not edged it. Blundell's dropped it anyway, and there'll be no run. That's the end of the over, 278 for 6. But yeah, Overton on debut, nearing a ton. No sign of nerves yet, but 4
Yes, Mayank. Since the Overtons are twins, how do we know if one isn't secretly filling in for the other whenever England need the other's expertise? Yes, well, of course, that's always a possibility. The first identical twins to play for England, but not, of course, the first twins. The beds are twins, and There were identical twins, I think, once played for New Zealand, the Marshall brothers. And they really were identical, far more identical than the Overtons. Although, there's not degrees of identicality. Anyway, Warren, a really white day at Headingley? He says. Yes, I know. Be very careful at the moment with everything that's going on with Yorkshire Cricket Club.
But it is. Just look at the sky. It couldn't be more white, actually. The sky is unbelievably bright.
In comes Southey. That's struck nicely by Bairstow, but a bit outside edgy. And another attempt at a wristy drive. It's gone down to short third man for no run. Only 79 miles an hour, that delivery from Southey. Sort of caught the outside edge, but didn't quite get the thinner edge that was needed.
He may have played a bit ahead of that, actually. So good pace variation there from Southey. And good field placement too. Is that Latham down there at short third? Like that's a good spot for him to be.
Yeah, just in case that top edge comes as well, as that's a little shorter and Bairstow defends it off the back foot. But short third man can't stop them getting a single from that tap and run. Bairstow moves to 142 and Overton takes the strike.
I've just come back from a basketball match where I'm the coach of my son playing, and there's identical twins in the side, and I feel like we don't take enough advantage. Like one of them got fouled off today. We probably could have done something quite sneaky with that, but we didn't. So, oh well.
I am the father of twins myself, but not identical ones, fraternal ones.
Yeah.
As Overton faces up to Tim Southey and strikes that very nicely. There's a mid-off in. Oh, it's a quick single. Overton has to get the big dive out again. It was a bit tight. Kane Williamson running around from mid-off. I think Overton was saved by the fact, as we see a bit of his underpants, saved by the fact that Williamson, right armour, obviously had to run round the ball to pick it up and throw it. If that had hit, Overton was still in and the throw was quite wide, but he did have to dive for it. Good single in the end.
I don't want to see any more of Overton's underpants, thank you very much. Can we stop him? Anyway, I found out who the armband's for. Dan's found it. New Zealand are wearing the black armbands for the journalist, cricketer and historian Don Neely.
As that's straight and driven by Bairstow, but mid-on will collect and no run. Oh, well, that is very sad to hear of his passing. I can't say I'd read any of his cricket journalism, but still, nevertheless, sad for the game to lose someone as apparently heavily involved with it as he was.
Yes.
Yes.
As Southey turns at the top of his mark into Bairstow, and that's straight and played nicely into the leg side. Oh, it's running away, it's gathering pace off the outfield, and it's beautifully timed for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Very nice shot there from Bairstow.
Oh, wasn't that a beautiful bit of timing?
Yeah,
But the outfield's so incredibly fast, right? It just, as you said, it seemed to pick up pace on the way through.
Yeah, it wasn't an aggressive shot. He just worked it with the wrists out the middle and timed it to all hell. And he's now played into the offside. There is a deep sweeper out there, so he won't get to 150 from it. I think he'll just get one. No, they've got through for two. And so Overton takes back the strike. Bairstow 148, Overton on 92. 55 overs done, 286 for 640.
Warren, black armbands and lots of small children. The demise of Roe versus Wade. Well, yes, indeed. A grim day, I think most of us can agree. Barry Goodman, ability-wise, I think Craig filling in for Jamie Overton would be like Albie Morkel trying to fill in for Mornie Morkel. He certainly had a good day, there's no doubt about that. Roger Milley, my son once went to school with a pair of twins so identical that the only way their own mother could tell them apart was that one had more freckles than the other. That's pretty identical. Dave Wood, my money was the black armbands were reflecting on the anniversary of Farrah Fawcett's passing. You live and learn. You do indeed. And there's a little bit of activity over on YouTube. Pokemon Finger and Convid are discussing Jamie's underpants, and Craig Overton. If you'd like to join in that conversation, please head over for YouTube.
Well, in comes Boult to Jamie Overton, who defends. saw a very sweet picture of a blonde little girl with ribbons in her hair, sort of multicoloured ribbons, with binoculars, watching the cricket from a high balcony and then pointing to her mother at something, going, look, there's cricket. It was very sweet, and and it's always, I always find it particularly gratifying to see young female fans of the game who are attending Test match cricket. That's always good to see. It's women's cricket is excellent in this country and needs to carry on growing. As Overton clips into the leg side, no run to short mid wicket, and seeing these fans is helpful.
Did you used to attend as a youngster, Kat?
Yeah, I think I probably attended my first match when I was about 10, I think. I used to go with my uncles and brothers and dad and so on. But yeah, I probably was the only girl, come to think of it. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
not that long ago, come on.
A pretty good gender balance in the crowds these days, though, especially in England, as Overton pulls out because, again, the crowd are being useless and they're standing up. Sit down, damn it. Oh, they're standing up right behind the bowler's arm. Overton apologising to Trent Boult for having to pull out in the midst of his run-up. Just prepping himself, getting settled again, taking guard.
If he goes out now, he can blame the crowd.
He can indeed. Boult figures of 3 for 81 from 18.2 overs, pick of the New Zealand bowlers over the last couple of days. And he is now running in towards Jamie Overton, who's facing up, squinting heavily, as Kat has mentioned. It's beaten the outside edge, a pretty loose drive. And again, the outside edge of Jamie Overton is beaten by Trent Boult, but not taken by Trent Boult. The ball thudding into the gloves of Tom Blundell. We are due a change at the end of this over, so Cricket Bat Cat will be sliding into the ball-by-ball seat. The Bear will be taking over, summarising in the studio, and Messi Jez will join us for the first time today in a very welcome addition, I'm sure, to the commentary team to do your socials.
I absolutely want Overton to get a pair of sunglasses. Blundell's got the glasses on again. It must be terrible out there.
He goes for a big pull shot of the ball that was low and going across him, and he's missed it completely, and again no run as Blundell gathers behind the stumps. It was a pretty agricultural kind of swipe, that ball angled across, and he's just gone for a huge pull shot. Surprised he hasn't taken his back out there.
That was a shocking shot. That was playing right across the line. It was just terrible.
He wants that ton.
Yes, shot of a number 11 rather than number 8 there.
2 balls remaining of this little stint.
I don't know, Forthy. I guess it really was the shot of a number 8, if we're being fair. I guess.
Maybe so, yeah.
Although I can't see Pat Cummins doing that.
In comes Boult, that's driven firmly but well stopped by the diving man at short cover. That was off to the boundary if he'd missed it, and a good diving stop on that firm strike by Jamie Overton.
That was a number 8 shot. Quickly mogged my favourite tweet so far today. I went to school with a pair of twins, and the only way to tell them apart was that one was a boy and one was a girl.
That'll do it.
Very good. So, final ball of my little stint. I'll be back after lunch as in comes Boult, driven by Overton. That's beaten the fielder, and a nice way for me to end my little stint, because it's one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
We welcome Messi Jez. We say goodbye to Forthy, and the Bear should be in here in a second. I'll hand over to him when he comes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jake, for that little session, and thank you to Forthy as well. And welcome to Messi Jez. Hi there.
Hello. I'm waiting for you to introduce your special guest, Kat.
Yeah, the special guest has just wandered off for the minute, but I will introduce another puppy at some point. She was on my knee before, so she's well and truly asleep. It's late in Australia.
It's late. It's not here. Morning, Kat. Morning,
Hey,
Mrs.
hello, Bear.
Bear, you're surrounded by houses. How does that feel?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'll survive. Is Jamie going to get his ton? I hope so.
I hope so. God.
I don't know that Baz gave him the pickle juice this morning. He hasn't been up to yesterday's performance.
I think they're trying to get themselves in. I think it's. I mean, the bowlers are fresh, aren't they? After having a night's rest, getting good rub down and all that.
A few ice baths.
Exactly.
Presumably Wagner slept in the ice bath, I'd say.
Yeah, and they've got to get themselves back in. The batsman. Well, you have changing bowling, and it is going to be.
That's Neil Wagner. He's my boss. And when he takes 5 wickets in an over, it was moida.
It's Bairstow on strike to the jingled up Wagner, and he's on the drive. He's driving gloriously out through the covers, but there is a fielder out in the deep, and they've run through for 2. Bairstow's got his 150 with that 2, and that is a glorious, more than a runnable 150. Congratulations to Johnny.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Yesterday when we were 55 for 6, I said, being the optimist, I said, after this ball.
Wagner's bowling again to Johnny. He's clipping this beautifully off his pads back on a square. They get a single, and I was really impressed there. You said you shall not shift me.
Yeah.
That's actually referring to Ben Stokes, who just clapping quietly, sitting on his bum, didn't know standing up from the England camp there for the 150.
I said optimistically at 55 for 6. I said, listen, look, Jamie Overton's got a first-class ton. If him and Bairstow get a ton, we'll be within touching distance. Not thinking at all it would happen.
Broken clock, Bear. You got to be right.
Well, exactly.
So the left armer Wagner bowls wide outside off stump. It would have been called a wide, except Overton's managed to get some bat on it for the first time today. Comes off the toe of the bat and goes out into the covers, taking him to 97 as he runs through for a single.
Wow. And this is, amazing that we're in trail by 35 runs, and we've still got, 24, 3 overs and a bit to go till the new ball. Plenty of mayhem to be had in
really
that.
spank it.
Yeah.
Apparently, only once has a player debuted for England and got a ton and a wicket in the same test.
Oh, wow, yes.
Another beautiful
W.G.
risky
Grace.
drive from Bairstow to this next delivery sends it out into the offside for another single, taking him to 152. And the score is 295 for 6, creeping in on the 300 England.
Good stuff. Should say that the GPL's open. And what is it today? It's £150 is the starting pot.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Wagner also looks good, and he's bowling over the wicket to Overton. It's down leg side, and Overton doesn't manage to get any bat on it, and that was there for the taking. He could have had 4 for his century, but he decides not to.
Yeah, well, he tried. We've had no entries so far, but that's cool. It closed at lunchtime. You've got an hour and 25 minutes to enter, roughly.
I feel like while Bairstow's in, it's going to be really hard to pick the score, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he goes out. Anyway, Overton's facing up. He's on 97. This is a straight delivery from Wagner. It would have taken out his middle stump, but it's defended, and the slips applaud. No run.
Well, very similar to the last test. Oh, go for it, Messi.
End of the over.
Well, I was just going to say we were way out on the GPL for the last couple of days. Mayank says, only in England does the crowd sit behind the bowler's arm. Just get rid of those seats and cover it up during the test. Actually, that's not true. It certainly happens in Australia, and I've seen it happen in India too, for a the naked fun porn buck says, sexy giant gives come hither look to smallmouth Kiwi, click here, and bear in Antipodean menage a trois, click here. Oh God.
That's the worst tweet of the day. But I feel like at Headingley, some of these grounds, there's not many seats. You can't actually put swathes of fabric over the seats like they do at the MCG when they've got like a spare 50,000 seats to play with. You've got to use all your seats. People need to get into these grounds, and so I guess that's why. Yeah.
I don't know what the capacity is at Headingley, but it could only be 20,000 if that. I thought most cricket grounds, aren't massive here.
Yeah, it's probably sold out. I think there was some.
I don't think it is sold out. Yeah, the tickets are only £40, which is really good.
Yeah, right.
18,350. There you go.
How much?
Yeah,
18,350.
That's the capacity, yeah. So that's not huge, is it?
Yeah.
No.
So they could lose 350. Anyway, we've got a slip and a gully in place for Bairstow, and Bairstow's pushing the ball to just forward a point, to cover point, and running through for a single, putting Overton back on the strike. Boult is bowling. His figure's 3 for 86.
And it has to be said, these days batsmen are really fucking pernickety about what's behind the bowler's arm. I mean, they've got a massive sight screen at one end there. There isn't anybody sitting directly behind the arm. It's just the ones out, you know. Do they really... I mean, I play in parks with no sight screens. What are these fucking pros like? You know what I mean? It's just rubbish.
Yeah. So Overton is facing up, and this one is again beating him through to the keeper. Some glorious bowling from Trent Boult. I'm surprised Overton can even see that far. He doesn't seem to be able to see the bowler's arm and the ball, let alone seeing people wandering around out in the outer.
Well, you might see him get going. He's played some beautiful drives yesterday, Kat. I mean, proper raised front elbow, unlike the rest of the team.
Until I see him do it today, I refuse to believe that he did it. Maybe it was his twin.
No, he's better than his twin, I have to say. you say...
He looks fantastic. I mean, 97 from 135. He's no slouch. And he's now facing up, and this ball is driven to first slip. Boult has got his man on 97. Oh my goodness, poor old Jamie Overton.
That is a shame, but it's still 97 very valuable runs for England.
Yeah.
That's tragic.
Maybe he'll be remembered, like, you know, Ashton Agar's probably remembered more for his 98 than he would have been if he'd made 100. So, you know.
He's getting a standing ovation from everyone. I want to know if Ben Stokes... No, Ben Stokes is still on his ass. Come on, Ben. Everyone in the ground is off, up on their feet, giving him a standing ovation. Bloody England on the balcony. Even the wags are clapping. What? England sitting on their ass.
Stokes looks more like John Lennon today than he did yesterday. He swept his hair back. He's got his little red sort of round sunglasses on.
It's still a stretch.
Actually, Joe Root did stand up.
The shape of his face is quite slim these days as well.
I know why he didn't stand up. He's probably wearing those green boxer shorts and no pants, like he sometimes does.
Yeah, might be.
Well, I'm glad he didn't stand up then.
Sitting there in his cacks.
Yeah.
Oh, Mog is so cruel. He says, ha ha ha, Overton's disappointment fuels me.
Oh, Mog. Johnny B ran up to him and congratulated him anyway. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, don't worry, mate, you got 97 and pulled us back into the game. And, you know, take it out on the batsmen when they come back out.
Yeah.
Cornbot says, the day has only just started, Kat. Give me time.
Yeah. Okay. So there could be worse tweets to come from the porn bot. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be. Well, such as this one. Spank it until the new ball appears. Click here. Oh God. Oh well.
Anyway, how good is Trent? How good is Trent Boult? Let's celebrate Trent Boult for a minute. He is playing the series of his life. He's incredible.
He is extraordinary. Now, who's come out? Oh, they sent out Brody to give it some long handle. Should give him a jingle. We'll give him a Wagner one.
That can only go well.
Two slips in a gully, mid-on. Trent Boult comes into Stuart Broad, who's just pushing the ball to short cover. And I think England is still trailing by 33. I don't think they're going to make it. What do you reckon, Bear?
Well, I was just about to point out this is kind of very similar to the last test. We had about 4 wickets left, and when one of the batsmen who'd scored loads of runs, I think it was Ollie Pope or Root, got himself out, and then we quickly lost the last. And we were only 30 behind, and we quickly lost the wickets like that, and ended up 10 behind or something. It could be similar.
I mean, I would love Broad to get more runs, and this one he's missing it. Goes down leg through to Blundell, the keeper. No run.
I mean, it's only a couple of slides off the outside half of the bat for Broad down at third man, and a couple more forwards for Bairstow, and you're in the realms of virtually 10, aren't you? I mean, I think they've done enough that if it did end up here, they're still massively in the game, aren't they? We're only in the morning of day 3. There's 3 days left, and it'll be a 1 innings game, you know. much like the last
We
one.
could have a really high second innings total from both sides at this rate. As Boult comes in, left arm over, full and straight through the Stuart Broad's bat, I think, to the keeper. No run.
So, Ombre Nuevo is actually starting a Broad bingo. He's saying top edge to slip on a reverse sweep for 19. So get your entries in, folks. See how you go.
Oh, no.
Have you got predictions?
Yeah, Bold for 7 by a Yorker from Trent Boult.
Yeah,
that's very specific.
I think my money's on Bold by Trent Boult, but I think he's going to sort of kiss the top of off stump, and I think he's going for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 actually. So, yeah.
Well,
how's he going out then? What do you reckon, Messi?
I think he'd be Bold too. I think he'd be going for a massive hit and just get bowled.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave Wood says somewhere Alex Tudor is smiling ruefully. Alex Tudor, of course, whose top score was 99 not out.
Yes.
And Peter Lloyd points out that's the 9th highest ever 7-wicket partnership.
So we have Wagner bowling to Bairstow, who just is in such glorious form. He sent this all the way out to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He is on sparkling form, isn't he? Considering we were all saying after the first test, drop him, bringing Harry Brooks. Even after the first innings of the last test, we were like, drop him, bringing Harry Brooks. If he hadn't performed in that second innings last test, we were all hoping that Harry Brooks would be in for this test 2 innings later, and you can't drop him.
So many of his runs are just gloriously through the offside and so beautifully wristy. He's absolutely wonderful. And this next one, no exception, and he's just pushing the ball out to deep point, and they're getting a single, an ambled single there, and Wagner, his figures are 2 for 63. He's got a couple of wickets, but he's in his 11th over. He hasn't bowled the lion's share of the bowling so far.
Well, you kind of think with Broad, if he's going to play like this in his Test career, he's going to have runs where he doesn't get any runs. But when he gets in a vein form like this, he's going to. And the other thing is that if he gets to 20 batting like this, there's a good chance he'll go on and get a big score.
Yeah. Anyway, that's brought up England's 300. I forgot to mention there, 301 for 7. We're in the 59th over. So this next one's down, leg side from Wagner. Broad takes a half-hearted swipe at it, but a rolling dive from the keeper and another dot.
It's hard to believe that Wagner started after 2 overs at 2 for 1, and should have had. They didn't review on Overton when he was on 7 or something, or it might have been 1 or none. And Wagner said it was going down leg side off his own bowling, and it was going on to hit the leg stump.
Well, this one was going on to hit middle stump, and Broad defends it down to mid-on and no run.
If Broady gets in, he can give it some long handle. Quick 30 from Broad. That's if he's not. If that's if he's not bowled for under whatever it was. I said 6, 7, didn't I? From a Trent Boult.
That's right. I don't think we heard from Messi how he thought the bowling. He was going to be bowled for 2, going for a big swing, right?
Yeah. And you said 1 going for a big swing. So we've all got the. I
said that he's going to be bowled for 1, but just kissing the top of off stump.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh, that was almost the one that Bear predicted, the full ball, but Broad has dug it out and defended it. This is a good contest between Wagner and Broad, and 1 ball to come in the over.
Interesting, we've all gone for Bold though, isn't it?
I'm just going to look him up and see what his
In
latest
fact, they offer you that as a method of dismissal. I might have to do that with Broady.
I think we've all gone bowled by Trent Boult, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have.
Well, no, I think there's a reasonable chance of being bowled by Wagner.
That's true.
So Broad, the left-hander, is facing Wagner, the left-hander, and he takes a late swing at this, way too late, and it's already through to the keeper, I think, before he finished his follow-through. Missed it completely in the end of the over. So the score, 301 for 7. Over to you, Messi.
Mog says Broad's going to make 15 not out. Warren says, has Broad become the talisman? Bairstow become the talisman of the Stokey McCullum era. And Ombre Nuevo says, I can never claim to be the starter of Broady Bingo. I believe it was created about the same time as Is Stuart Broad batting came into existence.
Well, let's see. Dismissal method for the next batsman is I want 6-way one. So Boult is 4-1. I'm gonna go for Boult.
That's good odds. You should put a bet on there.
Yeah, I know.
I'll go through his last few dismissals. He was caught, bowled, caught, bowled, LBW, bowled, caught, bowled, not out. Sorry, caught, bowled. Yeah, bowled is the
thing. They always offer you about 4-1 on Boult and LBW. There was a time I kept going for. I used to hedge when Stuart Broad came out. I put a fiver on Boult and a fiver on LBW because you can basically get 2-1, and almost always won.
You'd almost always get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Boult has come in, but he hasn't bowled anyone, and they've walked through for a single, putting Broad back on strike, which is what we like to see when we're gambling away about his method of dismissal. Let's have as much of Broad on strike as possible.
Yep. I like to win money more than Broad's wicket. Well.
And he's taking a wild swing at this, but he hasn't missed it at all. And this is going all the way out to the deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
Whoa, that puts us out.
1, 2,
I'm still in.
3, 4.
I won yesterday.
He smashed us out of the park, Messi. We cannot win this.
Yeah.
I won yesterday on Crawley. I went for 9. He'd be out for 9, and he was out for how many? 7 or something, or 4.
Yeah, you went under.
4, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, something.
Broad's only made double figures once in his last dozen or so innings, and that was in the Sydney Test.
Yeah. He looks pretty pleased with himself after that shot, although I think he had his eyes shut. Anyway, he's facing up again to Trent Boult. My feed is slightly behind the rest of the studio, but he's having another wild... Gets the toe of the bat. It's almost gone for 6. And it's actually gone 1 or 2 bounces over the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I decided to do exactly what I said. Give it some long handle. We're all out. I went under 7.
We're all out.
You went for 1. You went for 2.
Well,
such pessimists.
Mog and Renuevo are still in it.
Yeah, so there's some people on Twitter who are still in. Let's hope. Look, Broad could go for 50 now. You never know. It's 2 4s, and he's looking pretty confident. So he's going to have a wild swing at this next one, I think. But no, he's agricultural on the next one. He sent it sailing into the air, and this time it's gone for 6.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
So with such
what did he have for breakfast? I want to know, Bear. What did Broad have?
I don't know. He's always capable of this kind of thing.
I mean, it's definitely a cereal, a kind of breakfast cereal with lots of milk with too much sugar. We want you to tweet us. What do you think Broad had for breakfast?
Obviously, Weetabix, isn't it?
Weet-Bix starter, yeah, maybe.
That's what they always.
Maybe it was.
That's what they sell you. If you eat Weetabix, you can do extraordinary.
Pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
Can you give Al a spanner, please, Bear?
Al?
He wants to be a moderator on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, these people, they actually want spanners now, huh? Oh, yeah, the naked spawn box there. Al who? Al Hotch.
Al Hotch.
You have to, I can't see a comment by Al Hotch. You have to make it.
Yeah, just
oh, yes, it is.
In the middle of the pawn bot.
So this is Stuart Broad absolutely carting Trent Boult. He's going to ruin his figures. His figures are 4 for 101. Broad has brought up a century for Trent Boult, and instead of spreading the field, I think Trent Boult's bringing the fielders in. Anyway, Boult is bowling, and he's over the wicket, bowling short to Stuart Broad, who closes his eyes, steps away, and misses it by about a foot.
Yeah, I think it was a slower ball as well, wasn't it? It just dragged the pace back.
Oh dear, I like that. That's my sort of shot.
Al has joined the Spanner Men.
They've been doing a good job.
They have been doing a great job.
The pawn bot on YouTube really well.
So it's a battle between the Spanners and the pawn bot basically on YouTube at times.
One ball to come. There's a pep talk going on here. Williamson and Boult. Sorry, and Stuart Broad is waiting. He's on 14 from 11. Bairstow 159 from 150. It's very much like a one-day match here at this point. That's gone 10 overs over.
Yep.
England are 316 for 7, and Boult coming in last ball of the over. It's a full toss in line with the bails, and Broad gets it away. He sent it for a single to keep the strike at the end of the over, 3:17 for 7, trailing by 12. Over to you, Missy.
Mog says, I may never have made any runs if I didn't bat with my eyes shut. He's obviously betting on a declaration because he had Broad for 15 not out, which is what he's on now. Dave Wood says, Broad strikes me as a smashed avocado type. Warren says Broad is on fire. And Pornbot says Bear goes under, click here. KM says Broad has leftover birthday cake and cigarettes for breakfast. He should also have the same at tea.
I think he's had at least one coffee. Like someone has given him an extra strong double
espresso.
Yeah. Yep.
Now Ravi
Mind you, he hasn't had to do very much running.
I've given him a spanner. The spanner men are increasing. The army size is getting bigger.
Yeah. The risk is, having the double espresso just before you go out, he's going to have a toilet break at some point.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Got to be careful. Anyway, he's on strike. He's going to be facing up to Wagner, and he likes throwing the bat at Wagner so far today, and he throws the bat at this next one, and it's gone straight, one bounce over the boundary at long off, and that's another 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're loving it on the balcony.
Broad is trying to get Ben Stokes out of his seat. He's going, look, if I can get a 20 ball 50 here, maybe Stokes will stand up
and show the crowd his green cax.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh.
This is a great innings from Stuart Broad, and this next one is a 4. It's almost a beamer, and Broad decides he's going to sort of edge it down to third man, and he's asking the umpire, what the fuck, why was that not called a no ball?
Because you're tall. Other than that. On a short man, it probably would have been. He's got long legs.
I think it was above waist height. I think the square leg umpire was dozing.
Wow.
No, he's getting his own bat for Broad throwing the ball into the pitch yesterday in a fit of pique.
It's close. It's close. What do you reckon? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Wagner's back in again, and he's bowling short again. He's been told to bowl short, but Broad knows what to do with that. He's on the pull, and he's pulled it for 6.
Oh, this is nuts.
That is nuts.
I think Bairstow and Broad have a bet between the two of them. What do you reckon?
Who's going to get the quickest 50 in Test match history?
Wouldn't it be great if Broad did?
I think it's...
What is it?
I don't know. It's probably about 18 or 19 balls, I thought.
I should look it up.
And he's faced 15, so I don't think he's going to be able to get it.
Lots of cherries on Broad's bats now as you're facing up, and this is almost a Yorker. It's going down leg, though. It hits Broad on the toe and dribbles to the keeper, Blundell. No real danger of playing that on. I guess it could have gone in the wrong direction, but Broad has a charmed life at the minute, 25 off 16.
Jacob, if you're listening next door, would it be possible you open that fridge door and bring one of those punk IPAs as it's about to cross the yard arm? And hell, this is my 4th down a trot in here, and I might as well start early.
Misbah Hack is the fastest 50, 21 balls against Australia and Abu Dhabi in 2014.
I watched that and I commentated on it, so there you go.
Yes.
Slower ball into... Oh, no, it's not me. Sorry, Cat.
No, yeah, so this next one is short again, and Broad pulling almost misses that because he played ahead of that slower ball, and though he has managed to get a single, which finally Bairstow's back on strike.
Well, everyone's got smiles.
And New Zealand are enjoying this, I think.
Well, they must think what the hell's hit them. I mean, they've come on. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. They've come on strong in all games, and somehow England. And this is very un-England-like. I mean, if you've been watching England like us for the last 2 years, you expect us to collapse every time, and somehow we managed to put ourselves out of fire every time.
Anyway, it's Bairstow on strike. He's on 159. He just does a delicate little push out to point. They jog through for a single. Bairstow wants Broad back on strike as well. However, that's the end of the over, so Bairstow's keeping the strike, 329 for 7.
Hornbot said, did Broad have a vasectomy for breakfast? And Mog says, stop devaluing the spanner by just handing them out to whoever asks.
Well, if I know who you are and you're a regular contributor, yes. As I said to you yesterday, that's how I watched the Somerset game, one Somerset game, and that's kind of how they do it. If they have regular listeners who they trust, they give them a spanner, and it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. To wit to woo says, greetings from Pal. Being an economic refugee and with all this talk of Patreon contributions, have you considered a special South African rate at 20 rands to the pound? We need all the help I can get. Loving the banter and especially the porn bot. Well, we don't want to send you break to it to woo. Only send us what you could afford, please.
Bairstow's on strike. He's pulling this next ball from outside off stump, and it goes out to cow corner, I think, for a single. That puts Broad back on strike, which is glorious. And the lead, I think they've just equalled New Zealand's score. Oh, they won ahead. They lead by 1 now, 3:30 for 7.
That's incredible. From 55 to 6. For 55 for 6 to 330 for 7 is quite extraordinary.
Yeah. Really amazing. Broad's on 26. He's faced 17 balls. A lot of them were from Trent Boult, and he's hit... Was it only 2 6s or 3 now? I can't keep track.
I think it's only 1 6, but a lot of 4s.
Yeah. So Boult is coming in with his 26th over.
2 6s, yeah.
2 6s to Broad so far. Plenty of 4s as he's playing this one on the up and missing complete. Well, not missing completely. It wasn't a bad choice of shot, but through to the keeper.
He missed it completely.
It wasn't a bad choice of shot. He just didn't make contact.
No.
Yeah, got a bit big on him.
Oh, dear.
So at the moment we just have one slip in the gully. We have a deep mid-on, deep mid-off, and a short cover to Broad, who's just taking a step back. His footwork's all over the place, taking a wild swing at this next one, and again missing it by a considerable margin. You'd almost call that a leave, wouldn't you, Bear, when you're missing by that much?
Yeah, it's just a thrash, isn't it? But it's not going to get him bowled, you see. That's the annoying bit about this, Cat.
Yeah.
If it's short, going over the stumps, we're not getting the death rattle. We need the full...
I think you're right. I think a Yorker is required now from Trent Boult to Stuart Broad. He'll step back and
try and heave
and
it.
have a wild swing.
Ooh.
As this next one is a Yorker, and this is beautifully struck by Stuart Broad. He can't penetrate the field. It just goes to mid-on, but good choice of bowling again from Trent Boult.
And Trent would have come out of the IPL going, yeah, well, at least I don't have to face people trying to just slap me out the ground with decent balls. It's not been the case.
No, he wouldn't have been expecting this from Broad, who's sent him for more boundaries than anyone else, I think, in this match so far. Anyway, Boult is coming in and bowling again to Stuart Broad. Again, it was a fuller length delivery, and Broad drives this down to mid-off. They get a single. The score 3:31 for 7.
And we're off at the end of this over.
Yeah, we're due a change. It'll be me taking over. Al is going to join us for the weekend, first time. And 40 is going to be on too. I'll be looking forward to what they have to think.
We've had 62 almost. We're almost in the 63rd over. So still a long way to go before we get, or before New Zealand get a new ball.
Yeah, and we've been going on at over 5 and over.
Yeah, yeah.
GPL's going to be a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got 4 entries though, so it's up to 150.
How long before the entries close?
It's closed at lunchtime.
This next ball is full, and Bairstow sees it coming a mile away and just pushes the ball into the covers quite effortlessly, but no run. And that is drinks, or the end of the over, and we're due a change, so I will say farewell and over to the next crew.
Farewell, Cat.
Farewell, Cat. Half an hour.
And hello to Al, and hello to 40.
Hello.
Hello. What are your thoughts on this glorious morning? Or, well, evening where you are, 40.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm quite happy with the state of Test cricket right now. This is a superb riposte to people who continually say it's like the death of the novel. People keep announcing it, and then people continually find new ways of creating new novels. And this is just superb entertainment, more entertaining in many ways than one day or T20 cricket, because it means more.
I think there's something about New Zealand that brings the best out of England and vice versa. But styles make fights. Well, these two just seem to produce great cricket, irrespective of the format, time after time after time. It's great.
Well, yeah, I think A, they're quite evenly matched. B, they play in similar conditions at either ends of the world, don't they? So similar. Maybe the pitches aren't the same, but the climates are the same. So, and the other team that we're quite close to and always seem to have competitive cricket with is South Africa, and they're next up this summer. Which,
should be fun.
Should be fun, indeed.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like the siblings who get on quite well with each other. It's not like the arch rival siblings, England and Australia, who you don't want to be looking after those two on a holiday camp because they're just always
they're fighting.
bickering and fighting and everything. But England and New Zealand, England and South Africa even, great contests.
Well, yeah, great. South Africans definitely. There's a little bit more needle, I think, between England and South Africa than there is New Zealand. They're quite a feisty lot, the Saffers.
They are, yeah.
Unfortunately, they usually beat us on our home turf, and we usually beat them on the. Yeah, so that might not be a great summer in the end. But if we carry on playing like this, it'll be fun.
We'll have a gay old time.
We will indeed.
Someone on Crick Info has pointed out Dravid, Ponting, Fleming, Greenwich, Jamie Overton, 5 great batsmen who made 90s on their debut.
That was unfortunate. He never really got going this morning.
If you're his brother, you got to be a little bit worried, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would be. I mean,
there's that we've got the 1 Overton per team rule for England for all future matches.
Well, I mean, we've had enough of a look at fucking Craig. He's not far enough with a ball, and he's not done anything like this, has he? So he's never set the world on fire. He had a feisty 40 or 50, didn't he? In when he first came into the side, I think.
It's true that sometimes you get this odd phenomenon where an all-rounder who's really a bowling all-rounder gets a big score early on, but they don't really kick on. I'm thinking of Alex Tudor, who got 98.
I'm thinking about Stuart Broad.
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
I'm
Stuart
Broad did do all right until he got sconned, didn't he? By what's his name, Baron Aaron, and then that all changed.
Although that said, he then went into his shell and completely lost his mojo for 3 or 4 years after that.
Yeah,
but I
did.
think since then, as it were, like Broad 3.0 has begun to find his mojo once more.
Yeah. Well, I think he's decided latterly that he has an eye and he can hit a ball, so he doesn't construct innings so much as try and do what he's doing today. Really,
I think he's reached the stage of his career where he just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he thinks fuck.
That's also true.
I think that's very true.
Sometimes his bat is all edge. Sometimes there's a vast gaping yawning chasm in the middle of his bat, and on a day like today it's all middle.
Be interesting if we have this approach against India, what they'll make of it. I suppose Rohit won't mind because he'll probably try the same. Some of the others will too.
Virendra Sehwag played like that his entire career, really.
True.
Yep.
Well, Saudi is going to continue after the drinks break. He's gone for 1 for 90 off 20, and he's coming around the wicket to Broad and beats him on the outside edge, squares him up completely, and it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
I've got to say that the 3 wickets, the preparation of the wickets in this series so far have proved to be masterstrokes.
Yeah.
They're just enough for both sides, just enough for bats and just enough for bowlers.
And I suppose, in English conditions, if it's not overcast, the ball doesn't tend to swing loads. And we've had reasonably sunny days for most of these tests where not a lot's happened. Oh, Broad comes down the track at Saudi, bangs it in a little bit shorter, squares Broad up again. I thought he got an edge, but clearly he missed it because no one appealed.
So it's been pretty good carry in all of the 3 tests, and that's kind of what you're looking for. There was an Ashes test at home a few years ago. I can't remember exactly which series.
Melbourne.
Oh no, the one at home in England, and they were just flat to negate, the Aussie attacks. It made for a pretty dull series, which actually England won.
That's driven out by Broad around the wicket again from Saudi. Misses it once more, goes through to the keeper. Well, I think the worst wicket of all of them, wasn't it, was Lord's.
Yeah, I think it's true.
It was a real sluggish track with nothing in it.
You play there too often anyway.
Yeah, and the outfield was slow. I mean, it's noticeable that the outfield at Trent Bridge was like really quick, and this is really quick as well. You beat the infield, you get full toll for your shot, which wasn't always the case. Inside out drive by Broad, not great timing, gets it up to mid-off, they'll scoot through for a single. Bairstow hasn't had much of a strike recently, has he?
That's true. Man on 161.
Yeah.
I think Broad's got a better strike rate at the moment, 28 off 25.
Yeah, totally. Just. It's amazing that Bairstow 161 off 153 deliveries. He's still going. That's just over a run a ball in a test match. It's mad.
Phenomenal as well. And everyone was saying. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, I guarantee that because India's the next test, someone's going to turn around and go, but he doesn't play against the turning ball. Yeah.
He's in the form of his life right now.
Well, in the form of a couple of lifetimes, but yeah. Well, he just doesn't play. He doesn't play against Ashwin well, so we'll drop him.
Ooh, fished at by Bairstow on 161 and beats the outside edge. Most productive over New Zealand have had for a while. This Bairstow goes for a little run in a circle.
Things change on a dime, though. Even in Test match cricket, didn't they? Everyone was calling for his head at the end of the first Test. I think he got 2 single-figure scores.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that earlier, up until when he got a single-figure score in the bloody first innings of the last Test.
Innings of the second Test.
We were all going, well, if he doesn't score in the second innings, maybe you should bring Harry Brook in, and then he goes,
yeah,
does what he did, and scored a ton here, pulled us out of fire, and he's now stick on, isn't he? You can't get rid of him. As he clips that one sweetly, but can't beat mid-wicket on the leg side. End of the over to socials.
My ag last night, as I said, at 61 overs, England would make 329. That was when England were at 25-ish overs. I was right in the money. GC Radio Naked Funbot wants a spanner as well, but we don't know who you are. Hombre Nuevo, GC Naked Fun Pornbot wants a spanner. They had lots of tight knots, apparently, there for the Pornbot. Hombre Nuevo, stat anomaly, does Bairstow being the only person to get back-to-back hundreds faster than a runner ball now get nullified, as he has now got over 150, in the same way that 50s get nullified in the stats if a player gets a ton. I'll leave that one for better minds than I.
No, because they don't. No.
I think it's just 100 pluses.
Yeah.
Warren, this is the new Test cricket, the new Test match cricket format. T20th to the 100. Only a matter of time till KP franchises it. And we've got time for one more, I think. Mog, Tim Southey started off with a batting bang 2.
He did.
That's very true. Yeah.
He hits a lot of sixes too.
He did. But it's a bit like one of those championship teams who come up to the Premiership and they have about 10 games at the start of the season when no one can work out what the hell this new strategy is, and they win like 7 out of 10 games. And then they just hold on to avoid relegation by the end of the season, where everybody works them out.
Exactly. Got to get a good start, because otherwise you're fucked.
That's right.
Well, we have a change of bowling. I'm not sure this is that wise. That's padded first ball by him, and there's an appeal by the new bowler, who is this man.
Race Bristol.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Even if my club race well sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Michael Bracewell. Padded first ball by Broad. There was an appeal down a track. Oh, edged, I think. Past Blundell and just to the right of the slip as well, who I think got a fingertip to it. However, in the form of his life, it goes to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got nowhere near the pitch of that ball. Did Broad. He was so far from it, he just jabbed his bat out and got a thin edge, enough to take it past the keeper.
That's the only thing that's beat Mitchell and the keeper all series.
That one, however, he has swept and swept hard. There is a deep backward square out though. It'll just be a single. So
there's quite a lot of turn on that ball.
Yeah,
everyone.
Well, it's quite a dry pitch, I think.
It is. Yes, you're right.
It's only the beginning of day 3. We've still got half the Test match to go. So
you'd have to say it's probably better news for England than New Zealand because they've got the better spinner.
Yeah, got first fifer by an English bowler in a first innings in England since about 1950 something. I was reading in the paper this morning.
That's correct. Since Jim Laker.
It's quite mad, isn't it? I don't think that'll shut Gary up, but it's quieted him down a little bit. He was ungracious in the fact that he said 3 of them were slugs.
Oh, for God's sake!
I know. And one was a
jumping catfish.
and one was a lucky ricochet off a bat at the bowler's end.
Oh,
this is true.
Oh yeah, because there's pictures in scorebooks.
Exactly.
God, when he dies, he went like God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Down the track though. Oh, nearly caught bowled. But it hit it really hard, did Johnny B. Came down the track, smashed it back at Bracewell, who got his hands up, but it came back really quickly. It burst through them and down towards long off. He'll get himself a single.
How much of a chance do you classify that as?
Well, it's a reasonable chance. I mean, it's a good height to catch. It's just coming really quick.
That's what I mean.
Probably the best chance is to knock it.
One of the best catches that I ever had as a bowler. That one is defended on the onside and there's no run. That I still remember to this day. Was trials for the first 11 at school when I was in the 5th form. So and the first 11 was generally 6th form, but I had a trial, and they were all taking a piss at me because I was a 5th former. And this guy belted me back down the ground. It must have been about a foot across above the ground. I just kind of dived to my left, and it one of those ones that stuck one-handed.
Okay.
And then he works that leg side out to deep square leg, just broad, and he'll get himself a single. I always remember that. They either stick or they don't. They get.
Did you get in the team?
Yeah.
I did, I played, next 2 years I was in the first level.
Let me see, Roger Melling, you left Ponting out of that list of players who got 90s on debut. In Ponting's case, it was 96, and he was dismissed by an LBW so dodgy it would have been easily overturned had DRS existed at the time.
Well, I meant to include him. If I didn't, I apologise. He was on my list to include.
And also GC Naked Fun Pornbot, 40s homers in England. Forget that request for a spare room in Melbourne. Rangers looking forward to South Africa beating England 3-0 and the press excoriating McCullum for the totally reckless England approach to batting.
Well, exactly. I imagine at a certain time yesterday they were writing that up as that's driven square by Broad, but 2 point and there's no run. And 2 hours later, they had to completely change it.
They got to write about something, haven't they? I mean, it's a very thankless task, and I'm sure they're all writing about the limitations of Bazaball.
Yeah, to a degree. Everyone's kind of giving it grace at the moment because they keep winning. But I'm sure the first time it fails, and it will fail sometime.
It will, of course it will fail, absolutely
as well.
Everything fails at some point.
Exactly. But I mean, when this goes wrong, it's going to go wrong spectacularly. Much like ODI, much like our ODI side. Well, Broad slaps Southey over the top of cover and out to the cover boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, And
England just not backing off. He's 38 off 32, and they're just, when they get the chance, they're swinging a bat, and it's coming off at the moment.
Samuel Beckett once said, "Ever failed? No matter. Try again. Fail better."
Yeah.
That's the plan.
It'll be fun seeing this against the Aussies next summer as well. That's down leg side, and I think there was a bit of bat on that. No, there wasn't, but there was certainly a bit of pad, and it went down to a very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And England now lead, can you believe it, by 18 runs in just 64.3 overs. They are 347 for 7. It's insane.
That's insane. We've got a little niche stat here. Men's test batters to make consecutive test tons with a strike rate of over 100. Shade Afridi, Brendan McCullum, Johnny Bairstow.
Well, there you go. In good company. Tried to work it in the leg side and there's no run. Under 100 balls, I think that was, not over.
50 partnership is up.
Already? Fast.
Yep. And in that 50 partnership, Johnny Bairstow's contribution is 9, having faced 9 balls. Wow. So he said he hadn't seen much of the strike. Yeah, he's still going at a run a ball.
Yeah.
It's just there's only been 9 balls.
Yeah. And Broad has scored 38 of those 51 runs.
51 or 43, this partnership. Remarkable.
Indeed. And good stuff for England. You know, and a lead of 50 or 60 here could be quite interesting.
Yes.
Smashed and the same result. Just looks down on the ground. He knew he connected with that. Stuart Broad bashes that down to the wide long off boundary for 4 more. And Saudis nearly brought the ton up in 21 and a half overs. That's just stand and deliver, wasn't it? You see, the thing is, if New Zealand try this, they'll probably fail, won't it? I mean, one thing I suppose you have to say is England do have the side to be able to do this. And probably one of the best sides in the world to be able to do this with Stokes and Bairstow at 4 and 5 and 6. A route to nurdle it around at 4. I mean, if you do get in trouble and you can get away with this, those are the kind of batsmen, and there aren't many teams in the world that have got that sort of power middle order in, that transposes to one-day cricket as one of the best in the world, or the best in the world currently. We are world champions after all. Saudi is in. Bold! Yes! 4-1! Sweet! And Broad got 42, so that's good, but I'll take it anyway. He finally misses one. The middle stump is just clipped at the top. The bails just drop off, and whilst the Kiwis have a wicket, I'm happy because England are in the lead, but more importantly, I got 20 quid because the next wicket was supposed to be bowled.
Oh, you got 4-1 for bowled?
Yeah. Well, we all thought that Broad would be bowled. I assumed it would be. I think we all went by Boult actually. 2 of us went for Yorker, and 1 were topping the clipping the top of our stump. However, it was Saudi. It was around a wicket though, and he's out.
Yeah, well, 42 off 36 is more than we expect from Stuart Broad these days, so we'll absolutely take it.
And England into a lead with 2 wickets left. I presume Johnny takes up the cudgel now, if he can get some strike. But it seems that you just let the man who's actually striking it strike it, get him on strike. When he's out, turn it over to whoever starts next.
Do you want some tweets?
Yeah,
Warren's been particularly cruel there. Saying Bears not living in the past, referring to your 5th form story.
Yeah.
Mog says, I assume that there were IPL scouts sniffing around for this trial of yours, Bear.
Well, you know.
That's harsh. Because the new IPL TV contract's going to turn the IPL into LIV Golf.
Yeah, basically. It's what, 5 billion?
Yeah. Warren, can I nominate a free hit for Stuart Broad? Yeah, I think that's basically you up to date on tweets, I think.
Well,
YouTube, Convid, Draw, Dan De Castro, bonjour.
Bonjour. Next man in. Well, he's got a complete license now. It's this guy. We haven't seen much of him.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And Broad is, Johnny B is finally out next ball. This is a shame. Well, he's collapsed, but we finally got a lead. He comes down the track to try and hit Bracewell, who rather intelligently floats it up wide. He has to stretch for it, gets a toe end, and they've got a long off out there. Good catch, low down from a man coming in a couple of yards off the boundary. And that's 2 and 2 balls, and England are collapsing. But I don't think we care really, because from 55 for 6, they're now 351 for 9. They have a lead of 22, and we say goodbye to Johnny B.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Maybe Bairstow only plays under gingerhead leadership.
My betting account's finally got over £150 in it. I've had a successful test series.
When he's an old granddad, Johnny Bairstow may well remember that innings as fondly, if not more fondly, than any of his others. Magnificent stuff.
Maybe not the one where he got slapped the cover off it and wasn't given out in an Ashes test.
Yeah, maybe that one. It's just this one's at Headingley. Yeah. It's in front of his home crowd. It's a real homecoming for him.
It is. It's a good catch.
Good catch.
Was it Trent Boult down there at mid-off?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh well.
And well done to all the Kiwis running up. It's expected, but they still did it nonetheless. Big shake of that, congratulated him as he went off. Well done, Ken Williamson.
Well, yeah. Right, so last man in is...
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Now, weirdly, when the picture came up of Jack Leach on the left, when they show up his scores and stuff, because they filter it so badly and bleach it so badly on the TV, I thought it was Daryl Mitchell. I was like, why is Daryl Mitchell? Both with the same sort of unshaven stubble. Late cut by Leach, first ball down towards third man. He's going to get himself off the mark. He's got a strike rate of 400. It's Leachy. That's a good shot, a really good shot. He's waiting for that. Let it turn and then just let it come off the face of the bat with a late cut. Beat the slip into the ground. There was no catching chance. 4 runs. Sweet shot.
Yeah.
I think Leach is a very correct batsman.
Is Leach the best number 11 in world cricket?
Well, he's the most correct number 11.
Well, he's down the track and he's batted that. Oh, I thought that was an amazing one-handed catch by mid-off. He was diving to his left, raising a hand. Instead, it's been battered down to long off for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 2 ka 1. My name is Latham. My name is Latham.
That was another good shot. I mean, it was aerial.
It's a great effort at a catch, isn't it? Look at that.
Boom! He didn't even get a fingertip. I thought he got a fingertip to Latham. It landed awkwardly on his shoulder. It was rubbing it afterwards. 8 off 2 for Leachy. Potts yet to face. The lead is now 30. This time it's a decent ball by Bairstow. A bit shorter though, and Leach gets on the back foot. Just defends it back down the track to him, and there's no run.
Leach, highest test score of 92, of course, but Matthew Potts has got a highest first-class score of 81.
I know. He hasn't shown anything with a bat yet in his short, brief test career. So that's defended. Back down the track, there's no run. He got bounced in the first one, didn't he? He got a glove. Didn't have to bat in the second innings. Can't remember what he got in the first innings of the second test. I don't think
very little.
Couple, yeah. And then, and again, didn't have to bat in the second innings. Foot out by Leach to the pitch of the ball, thinks about a drive, then just lets it go through to the keeper. There's no run. Ends the over. 359 for 9, lead of 30. Leach on 8. Potts yet to face a ball. Over to you, Al.
Warren says AB deleaches.
Yeah.
Let me have a look here. Emma Elizabeth, you got a spanner and you get a spanner. Everyone gets a spanner. Welcome new mods, and thank you for whatever it is you do. Dan De Castro, pity England out of WTC running. Beautiful turnaround this month for the test side. Some hellos from Emily and Dan to each other. Emily Elizabeth, I decided to treat myself to Starbucks, so I'm listening in transit. #GC from the boss.
Are we totally out of the World Test Championship running? I mean, I presume if we win a lot of tests, you get more points for winning than losing. We could drag some of that back. Australia and India lose a couple of tests.
And what do points make?
Prizes. Woohoo! Saudi, 2 for 99. It's bowled into Potts. He drives that sweetly, but straight to mid-off. He'll be itching to get off the mark. And there's no run. There's absolutely no pressure on Potts here. He can show what he can do. England have been pulled out of the fire. They've got a lead of 30. They're the last wicket there. Just give it some Humpty.
You'd have to say that Bruce Forsyth's been responsible for more catchphrases than anybody else in English history, I would say.
More than likely, yeah. A strange.
He's the leader of the pack, which makes him such a lucky jack.
Well, England. Potts' best score in his third test is 3. So
3, right? Okay.
Drops and sways. Drops his hands and sways out of the way as that one's short by Saudi. Through to keep.
When you're watching the Generation Game as a young person, every other week he used to say, "Such a nice audience, so much better than last week's." And it turned out, I only found out years later, that they filmed back-to-back shows, and it was the same audience as last week's.
Just to give them a bit of a rile and make them laugh, huh? Saudi in. nicely defended by Potts, very straight and correct. Back down the track, there's no run. Forget that
What's
though, Pottsy, give it some umpty.
What's the under total for the last wicket?
They probably don't offer you that. I've logged off at this point in time. I don't have my phone on me. They've probably stopped offering that. They might offer you 6-7 runs. I'd have thought would be the most they'll offer. We're only in the 67th over, so 13 overs and 3 balls to the new.
England are odds-on favourites.
Yeah, weird. They went from odds-on favourites to massive outsiders back to odds-on favourites in the space of 60 overs. That's all driven out to mid-off. They think there's going to be. It's going to go through the fielder, and they set off anyway. It was good fielding by Kane Williamson. Gets across, cuts it off, throws at the stumps. Potts makes it home, so he gets 1. And
we very nearly had the classic English deflected ball off the bat, as is traditional in a New Zealand match there. But
I think he might have been out if that hit the stumps.
13 to 8 on the dismissal method being not caught.
Yeah, so if you actually choose it, you get better odds. But yeah, I never go that way. I actually try and choose, and there are a few batsmen you go, well, they always get out this way, and I never go on caught or not caught because that's boring. You got to find a batsman who always sticks a pad in the way and gets LBW, or always gets bowled. Like Zach Crawley would be a classic. You go for bowled then. I mean, there's another guy at the other end who could get out as well, I suppose. But Leach is defending that square on the offside, and there's no run.
So England first inning runs at the moment. The over-under total is 372.5, but it's 10 to 11 each of 2, so meaningless.
372 is not bad though. That gives you 12 runs for the final wicket.
Yeah, well, it's 10 to 11 each of 2, so
yeah. That's what it was always. It's usually 5 to 6 when I do the unders on runs on the next wicket. But if you can see, like yesterday, I got 4 out of 5 for England, which is a good little run. Saudi in, Plads, that's out. Surely that's out. Yeah, must have been given. Unless there was an inside edge. No, that is given. Leach trying to swing it into the leg side, got big inside edge. Presumably you review it. You might as well review it. You're the last fucking wicket. You got 1 left. No. Has he? Or are they just walking off? I think they're just walking off.
If they've got 1 left, they have to review. I mean, why wouldn't you review?
You might as well. I mean, if you didn't hit it, it's plumb as plumb can be. It's hit him in line. Can't see from that shot. No, I think it's missed the inside edge. It's missed the inside edge. Hit the knee roll in front of middle, and it's going on to hit middle and leg.
Yes.
Can you be very
ultra edge? There is no.
Can you be very out?
Yeah,
you can. I think this is very out.
Yeah, that's very out. I mean, it has hit the front pad, not the back pad, but it's still. I mean, it's hit him in front of middle and off. It's got to be hitting leg.
It's extremely out.
It's extremely out. Yes, very much out.
Yeah, if it's something like that, there should be a consequence for the next wicket, or in this case for the next inning. Well, start on -5.
Well, there you go. Like if you'd gone under 372.5, you'd have got it next ball. That
You're
is
right too, Bear.
I'm out. What? Sorry.
It's changeover time.
Yeah, it is changeover time. I know. I was just getting there, Messi. You don't have to fucking prompt me from the sidelines. Shut up. It is changeover time. But let me just tell you what happened. England are finally out for 360 for 7 after just 67 overs, but the lead is 31. And we are due a change to talk you through the innings change and onwards. Is Forthy who's going to drop into my seat. Messers is going to come on. No, he's not. Yeah, it is. And Al is going to remain too. See you all later.
Very good. Thank you very much, Bear, for that, and welcome back, Messi. Bear. Very good. So that is the end of the England innings. What an eventful innings it's been. I'll very quickly recap for latecomers if you're just joining us from planet Mars. Alec Lees was bowled by beauty from Trent Boult for 4. Zach Crawley was bowled when he possibly shouldn't have been, by extremely well ball by Trent Boult for 6. Ollie Bope was cleaned up by Trent Boult. 3 clean bowls for 5, and Joe Root, by way of variation, caught Blundell, the wicket-keeper, bowled Sally for 5. So England's first 4 batsmen went for 4, 6, 5 and 5. And Stokes then went for 18, caught Williamson, bowled Wagner, trying to blast his way out of a crisis, but was caught at mid-off, I think it was. He went for 18. Then Folkes was LBW to Wagner for 0, and at that stage England were 55 for 6. Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Overton then put on a remarkable 7th wicket stand of, I'm just trying to do the maths here, about 240, let's call it that. It wasn't quite that, but nonetheless. Jamie Overton went for under a ton, sadly, and was out for 97, caught Mitchell Boult. Johnny Bairstow pressed on to 162. He was caught Trent Boult out in the deep off Bracewell finally. Chanced his arm one too many times, but not before Stuart Broad had hit an extremely brisk and very enterprising 42 of 36 balls with 6 4s and 2 6s to the great glee of the Headingley Saturday crowd. He was finally cleaned up by Southey, and then Jack Leach was the last to go after 2 lusty blows to the boundary. He was out for 8. LBW bowled Southey for 8. Matthew Potts was not out 1. Total 360 off just 67 overs at a run rate of 5.37. Quite remarkable. Well, guys, how do we see things? I'll go over to Al first. How do you read the state of play?
I think that New Zealand will be at least 1 down by the time the scores reach parity. I think in all of this, the thing to bear in mind, but that both these innings have gone at such a clip, but there's so much time still left. It feels like we should be on day 4 rather than kind of towards the end of the first session of day 3. There doesn't seem to be enough demons in the pitch to turn around and say that batting's going to be horrifying for the second half of the Test match. So if New Zealand kind of knuckle down, they can put England in a similar sort of position that they were in to win the second match, which is an enticing run chase target and over ratio. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll see the best of some of the top order New Zealand batsmen in the second innings, but I think there'll be at least 1 down though by the time we get to parity.
You might well be right. Messi, how do you see things?
Well, look, I've been following guerrilla cricket for 7 or 8 years now, I suppose, and I just feel like about a month and a half ago I entered a parallel dimension where what I had learned about England cricket suddenly went out the window, because all of a sudden it's just gone absolutely fucking nuts, and I still don't believe it can last, but it's kind of fun while it is. I noticed, for example, that New Zealand are currently at $3.60 to win. Now, for a team that's only behind by 31 runs on the first inning, that seems incredibly generous. But if England can bat like this again, then New Zealand have got no chance, particularly as they are really short on spin. In fact, 3 bowlers did almost all the bowling. Mitchell and Bracewell only bowled 10 overs between them in that innings. So I really think they are very sorely missing another bowler in the New Zealand team. But that being said, there's nothing to say that on a wicket like this, Williamson can't make 200. And, with the support that is there, previously only seen for the 6th wicket for New Zealand, but they could end up making 400 here and set England a really tough target in the 4th inning. So, everything to play for, as they say. So I'm enjoying the shit out of this, I've got to say.
To be honest, it's wonderful Test match cricket. Whatever happens, if England win, lose or draw, speaking as someone who, barracks for England, as the Australians say, this has just been a magnificent Test series. And I think people were saying that England looked like they'd chosen a very thin bowling attack. But as you say, Messi, in New Zealand are heavily reliant on Boult and Southey, who bowled 45 of the 67 overs between them. Neil Wagner, who was regarded before the Test as a bit of a trump card and should have been playing in the first 2, bowled just 12 overs, went for 6.25 run rate. And Michael Bracewell and Daryl Mitchell between them, they bowled 10 overs, but those 10 overs went for 70 runs. So Bolton Southey are just not getting the backup there, and it's a big problem. And sadly, this may well be the last time we see, may or may not be the last time we see Bolton Southey, certainly in tandem, bowling in a test match against England in England.
Well, you've got to say Boult is at the peak of his game at the moment, haven't you? I mean, he's just been superb in this series.
He has, and that opening spell yesterday was one for the ages, wasn't it? He had that ball absolutely on a string.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of tweets to get through. Warren says AB deletes. Roger Melly says a contender for the most correct number 11 is Nathan Lyon. He always holds up an end well as night watchman and top scored in the famous T-shirt innings. Yeah, he is actually not bad, Lyon. Mog says William Shakespeare means nothing to you, eh? I'm not sure what that's in relation to. I must have missed it. Dan News says, is it just me or has the level of swearing gone up? The guy who was just doing the betting odds seems to be the one doing it. I'm no prude, but is it really needed? I'm sorry, Dan, if I'm over the top sometimes. Ed Benson says, what a great series this has been. New Zealand consistently the most entertaining side to play in the UK. They certainly are. I was thinking about how much I've enjoyed the series. I suspect I would not have enjoyed it nearly as much had Australia been on the receiving end.
Probably not. I was going to ask Al actually during the course of that. I can't remember, Al, if I've ever asked you, do you still play cricket, or was it quite a while since you hung up your pads?
It's been a while since I've donned any pads. My work lifestyle used to take me all over the place, which would have meant that Sunday would have been, I would never have been around to practice, and my commitment to a Saturday or a Sunday would have been limited. So
schoolboy player though? A schoolboy player in your time?
Yeah. I worked out that the best way to be in the team was to volunteer to be the wicketkeeper.
Yes.
So I did that. So I enjoyed it. I loved it. Although my eyesight and my fitness levels would probably preclude me from doing anything, even remotely, even semi-seriously, would be awful.
I don't think you need to worry about fitness levels playing cricket. It's a secondary concern, even as you get older.
Some of us were precluded by incompetence.
Well, there'll be quite a lot of, as always, there's the bigger picture of England versus New Zealand and all the sort of macro elements. But as ever, there'll be all sorts of personal contests, people desperate to hang on to a place or establish them in the team.
Shall we jingle up the bowler?
Yes. Oh, yes, sorry. Look down for a moment and the players are back on the pitch. Please go ahead.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
It's Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad in against Tom Latham. We haven't necessarily seen the best of Latham in this series. Round the wicket to the left-hander comes Broad. And that one goes through. No discernible deviation, either in terms of seam or swing.
Well,
he opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't want to face him, Tom Latham.
Yeah, there's 4 slips waiting for another outside edge, which he seems to have given rather generously as the series has gone on.
He has. Tom Latham was captain for the second test when Kane Williamson had COVID. He's probably quite happy to hand the captaincy armband back over to Kane Williamson for this test after the chastening experience at Trent Bridge. Stuart Broad round the wicket again. That one's fuller. Still straight. Tom Latham backward defensive. No run. Tom Latham does have a very healthy test average. He's come down a touch during this series from 41.6 down to 40, but he's a very competent opening batsman. And he's opening with Will Young at the other end.
Some team news. Johnny Bairstow is keeping wickets because Ben Foakes has a stiff back.
Stiff back? Okay, well, fair enough. It doesn't usually preclude you from being a wicketkeeper. Stiff back, but I suspect it maybe it's a little bit more than that. We'll see. Broad round the wicket again. That's played defensively down to the man at square leg. No run.
Wouldn't Bairstow's shoulders be hurting from carrying England?
Oh. Well, Dan Leakey thinks Bairstow's murdered folks. No, he's asking the question whether he has.
There'd be no need to.
I think that it must be quite nice for Joe Root to have somebody else carrying the side after last year's Herculean efforts by Joe Root, which must have all but wiped him out, certainly during the era of COVID. Broad round the wicket again for the fourth ball of the over. And that one is reasonably innocuous ball, which is knocked out through the point region. Doesn't quite go all the way. Is gathered in just before it goes over the boundary. They come back for the first runs of the innings. Latham moves to 3, New Zealand to 3, and Will Young will take strike.
Do you want to jingle it, Will Young?
I'm Will Young. No, not that guy on Papahito. I won't sing, I'll score some runs.
So the classical left-hand right-hand combination sees the right-hander Will Young on strike. He has an average of 29.68 from his 12 test matches, so not established yet in the side, yet to score a test century. So as always, battles within battles. Stuart Broad comes back over the wicket to the right-hander, and again I always think, say, well, let's wait a while, but we're seeing no deviation at all off seam or swing with this new ball. Maybe something will happen from the other end, but Broad's not getting it to talk as yet. That one's just defended, no run.
It is still the first over.
It is, I know. And I used to Knackle always used to give me an absolute telling off when I said, well, we're not seeing any deviation yet, but I still stick by it. You can tell something from a first over usually. The late great Knackle. Stuart Broad in again, and that one goes straight through, no deviation. That's the end of the first over. Is that correct? Yes, I think it is. Yes. Broad on for 3, New Zealand 3 for none, Latham on 3, Young on 0.
I'm pleased to report that Knackle was actually commentating on the Indian game at Leicestershire yesterday and today, presumably. Warren says this whole series free to air in the UK. I think there is a marketing conspiracy. Damned advertising. I think it's on Sky, isn't it? Not free to air. Yeah.
The highlights will be on free to air.
All right. And the Naked Fun Bot says folks has been pulled off at half time. Click here.
Usually just get oranges. It's Jack Leach time. This is a break with tradition. Over to you, Jacob, for the jingling upping.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Well, the statisticians who were reaching for the record books find out the last time that a spinner opened in England on the opened the innings, and Jack Leach comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who knocks it off his legs down to deep square leg for a single. So no wicket for him first ball of the innings this time, unlike the first innings. But interesting. What do we make of this?
It's aggressive. I like it.
Certainly out of the box thinking, and we can't say that England management are resting on their laurels by any means. This is interesting thinking by opening with Leach. Camera trains on a gum-chewing Ben Stokes, hands on knees. Leach adjusts his field. Young is to take strike, comes round the wicket to the right-handed Young, and that's straightened a touch. but Young is equal to it, just defended down. No run. Beautiful day at Headingley in Leeds. Well done to the Yorkshire gods for putting on the weather as well as a great test match. That's defended off the back foot by Williamson. No run again.
Yorkshire has gods.
Yorkshire have their own gods, personal to them. Leach in for the fourth ball of the over. Round the wicket. Pushes that through more aggressively and more flatly, if that's the correct adverb. Comparative adverb. Knocked out to the man in the covers. No run. Sounded a bit like Josh there, didn't it? Leach round the wicket again. And that kept a little bit low. Young jabs down on it. The wicket keeper and the slips with hands on heads. They're interested in that. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's didn't get up at all. That's interesting. That one more flight from Leach to complete the over. Just the one run off it. New Zealand 4 for none at the end of the second.
David Stumps demonstrates we have a very eclectic audience. He says, please keep swearing a lot. Peter Lloyd says, yes, Mitchell and Bracewell might have had only 10 overs, but there were only 67 to spread around. Mog's Shakespeare comment was in response to you naming Bruce Forsyth as the most prolific catchphrase coiner in the English language. Fair call.
I see.
Yes, thank you,
I see.
Mog says Knackle did love to chide. And the Pornbot says, no deviation, how disappointing. Click here.
I think I'll draw the distinction between catchphrases and memorable phrases. Anyway, Stuart Broad comes in, round the wicket to Latham, leaves it well alone.
That's a weird bounce, didn't it?
I was going to say, that's why I sort of, my voice went into almost falsetto. It went at an almost right angle, didn't it, looking at the replay?
Yeah, almost perpendicular.
I mean, it went at such a remarkable angle that it was in no danger of getting the edge, and Latham was easily left it alone. Very odd ball. One of those one-offs you sometimes get. Latham 1, 14, 26, 4, 0, looking to make an impression on the series in his last innings in it. Defends it to the man at point. There is no run. What do we think happened there, Al? With that ball?
All I can think of is that it must have hit a physical object on the pitch. But it did bend up. It did just veer off at quite a jaunty angle. It was quite alarming.
Yeah, you get this wobble seam now. Maybe you had it in the past, but we talk about it far more now. And that one was straight through, beats the inside edge, interestingly, of Latham's bat. But I think the thinking is that it can, when you get a wobble seam, it can just hit the edge of the seam either way. So the bowler doesn't know which way it's going to go, but sure as hell the batsman doesn't know, rather than the absolutely straight up seam, which is recommended in the manuals of yesteryear.
It was interesting about Latham's front foot went down correctly, but then instead of his bat coming forward in line with his front foot, his bat kind of went out rather than forward, which might be a technical deficiency.
It looked like a technical deficiency, and one when a man is scrabbling for form that perhaps develops, whereas when he's in good form, everything is in sync. That one is left well alone by Latham. No run. He remains on 4 off 9. Stuart Broad, magnificent bandana. Stuart Broad, jaunty as ever. He seems to have a bit more of a spring in his step in this test match than for a while. Been liberated by the new regime, as so many have perhaps. That one played off the back foot by Latham, played out into the covers, races through for a quick single. He moves on to 5 and the score on to 5.
To sound controversial, but maybe liberated by having the second part of the winter off.
Not controversial at all.
No. But the controversy was the fact that they never went. And I know that you kind of if results are the way you judge things, it's a terrible decision because England then lost the series. But maybe maybe Broad's in a better physical frame of mind because he didn't play.
I think it's quite likely. Broad back over the wicket to Young. I think that completes the third over. New Zealand 5 for 0 at the end of it, and we hand over to Messi.
Warren says, I can't get visuals here in the Great White North, not Yorkshire, he's in the US. Are they crowding the bat for Leachy? Which is a good question. It strikes me that Broadie's not going to be too impressed if they keep Leachy on for long because he's not getting a much break between overs. Mog says, the question strikes me, what are the notable catchphrases of the Gorilla cast and associated Twitter sphere, i.e. Josie, you mean E.G., Josie Oakes, I think doomed, etc. The only thing I can think of immediately is the Dare going under, but I'm sure there are plenty.
I'm sure, and there is no run, must get pride of play, sure.
Well, that was Nichols, really, wasn't it?
Leach in again for the start of the fourth over, and in answer to the question, there is a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg to Latham. So not crowding, but reasonably, as you'd expect, reasonably assertive field placings. That one defended nicely, fuller ball by Latham, no run.
Adjacent but not crowding.
Something like that. The camera just trained on Ryan Sidebottom, son of Yorkshire, in the crowd there for a minute. Once got a hat trick for England, I think. Did he not? Latham comes down the wicket to negate any possible spin. Comes 2 paces down, but defends when he gets there. Ben Stokes claps vigorously, likes what he's seeing. Leach in again, a little wider of the crease, defended by Latham. Back to the bowler. There's no run. He's getting through his wickets with great speed here.
We've just realised that with lunch coming, Broadie's not going to be worried about the breaks.
Probably not. Leach a little wider, pitches it a little wider. Latham reaches out for it, just knocks it wide of the man at cover. Comes through for a single. He moves on to 6 and the score for 6.
I think he might prefer to bowl at Young rather than Latham, I think. Mr. Leach brings a couple of extra wicket keeping.
I think you're right.
Wicket taking balls in place.
Classic left-handed spinner would prefer to bowl at the right-hander. It's absolutely correct. And that is knocked out into the offside. No run by Young. Latham keeps the strike. New Zealand 6 for none at the end of the fourth. Messi.
Josie Oakes sends us a picture of a nice dog sitting in front of a red car and says, rather than watching a boring test match, I've gone down to Clarence in the Free State for the weekend. Not my dog, it's the official greeter at a rather nice cheesery stroke restaurant. And the Ghost of Zoom says my catchphrase was, hold on, I'll just check my notes. Which I think actually Tony Bishop's adopted to a certain extent.
If it's not written down, then it doesn't exist.
The collapse is on, says Josie Oak. Yes, well, Hendo certainly used that from time to time.
Much more of this, and we'll have to think of more positive phrases to associate with this English team rather than the gallows humour.
The thing is that we avoid cliches like the plague.
Quite so. In comes Stuart Broad for the start of his third over, and probably his last before lunch. Pitches it well up. Latham is equal to it, nullifies any movement by a forward defensive. The ball goes out to mid-on, no run. I stand by what I say. I reckon you can tell usually by the first over what a ball is doing, and there's been no discernible seam or pop for that one ball which went off at a strange angle. There's certainly been no swing so far, Al, has there?
Absolutely.
It's interesting considering what Boult got, isn't it? Sorry, Al.
No, you're absolutely dead right.
Broad in again, round the wicket to Latham. Slightly, 4 slips and a gully. Yes, I should have mentioned that. That just goes off the slightly off the outside of the edge. Not totally in control of that shot, but in no danger, no run. Yeah, but when they swapped balls, when they actually changed balls and insisted on changing them early in the final session yesterday, that new ball failed to do anything when it had been going around hoops prior to that. Broad.
Yeah, that's true.
Broad in again. Latham looks over his shoulder. Little bit of movement off the seam there, but started wide enough not to be a threat to Latham. Leaves it well alone, playing for the lunch break.
Warren says thank you for the description of the close field, Forthy.
Mon plaisir.
And Rajesh Mohan asked who'll Jimmy come back for in the test, India test, unless he does something spectacular. I'd suggest Potts.
That would be very rough on Potts. He's had a good series, but I understand. I mean, someone's always got to give way. In comes Broad, bowls that one a little wider and a little fuller, and the bait is met by a very nicely struck 4 through the vacant long off area. Might be getting a little jingle there, aren't we? A very brief one. Yeah, go.
I know I'm only 2 hours late to this, but I can tell you why the New Zealanders are wearing black armbands. The team are supposed to... former New Zealand selector, president and life member Don Neely. So that's the reason for the black armband.
In comes Broad round the wicket, and there is a false shot, it has to be said, a leading edge, but all along the ground by Latham. It's squirts out to the third man area, fielded by Stokes, and they come through for just for 2 runs, I think. Latham moves on to 12. He has got all of the runs so far, so New Zealand are on 12. We see the Dickyberg clock move over to the top of the hour, so this will certainly be the last ball of this intriguing morning session. Perhaps didn't quite have all the fireworks, well, certainly didn't have some of yesterday's play, but again, intriguing nonetheless. In comes Stuart Broad for the last ball. Pitches it well up, but on middle stump, flicked away. Wouldn't want you to have missed that, as they say, by Latham. He keeps the strike for the start of the afternoon session. New Zealand 13 for none at the end of the 5th over. Latham 13 off 21. Young, no runs off 9. Broad, none for 11 off 3. And Leach will have conceded 2 runs off his 2 overs. And that thus endeth the session. Let's see if there's any more tweets, and then we'll get Al to summarise how he sees the play.
Just a couple from the Pawn Bot, who's always on the ball, as it were. It says, there's nothing like a bit of side bottom, click here, and no swinging, how disappointing, click here. And Ravi says, why can't Anderson come in for Crawley? We won't lose any runs. Pope can make shift open. That's a fair point, too. And Roger Miller says, if a famous All Black died, I wonder if the All Blacks would wear a white armband. Okay, that's it for tweets.
That's it for tweets. Quick summary from Al of the morning session.
Thrilling, enthralling, delicately poised, critical first hour, everything that you would want Test match cricket to be, these teams have provided for in spades. Don't leave us for too long. We'll be back after some luncheon messages, which I'm sure that Jacob will tell us about in just a moment, but everything all still to play for. I was going
to say that sounded like a brief description of your early dating history there, Al, to start with. Then we pivoted to a description of the current Test match.
Well, I'd have to lie down on a psychologist's couch if we were going to talk about my early dating history. So.
Just a couple of catchphrases off of YouTube. Yeah. Richard Harmon says Tony Bishops is by any manner of means, which is spot on. And Jeff Thomas says last night at the opera in a Liverpool accent.
Yeah. Thank you. It's great to have your company. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Messi. I'll throw the ball across to Jacob, who is going to cue something up for the lunch break.
Thank you, Forthy. Thank you, Al. And we have Gorilla from last year talking to Deep Dasgupta. So I'll just put that on now.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, no surrender. Percy Fender, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and our special guest today is a man who has played with and against some of the greatest names in the game. In an all-too-brief international career at the start of the century, he scored 100 against England in Mohali, opening for a team with a quite awesome middle order of Dravid, Tendulkar, Ganguly and Laxman. Wicketkeeper batsman, in 2005 he took over Bengal's captaincy in the Ranji Trophy, leading them to a runners-up position in successive seasons. Now a commentator who can be heard on the Hindi, Bengali and English language versions of the IPL. He's also a highly respected coach. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Deep, it's great to have you with us. How are you?
Thank you so very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Good to have you. Now, you know, we're pretty frustrated over here about what's happening with our cricket season. We've had no cricket so far this summer. But in a nation like India, which is so cricket crazy, how on earth is the population coping? Or is cricket being put to the back of people's mind because of COVID?
Fair enough. But it's crazy here because this is usually would be your IPL season. I mean, it would be over by now. But it would usually be IPL season, and this is the time of the year where nothing happens apart from IPL these 2 months. I mean, you know, April, May, a bit of June at times. So yeah, I mean, a lot of highlights have been shown, and the numbers I gather for the highlights are pretty good as well. I mean, so people are still watching cricket even if it's and there's been a lot of Insta lives and shows like that, recorded and all. So people are still a lot of people actually. Every time I speak to someone, they're like, okay, when are we seeing live cricket again? So people are actually waiting for live cricket to start.
But do we think that COVID has passed its peak, or is it still on the way up in India?
Unfortunately, I think it's on its way up as of now. I think the month of June is going to be very, very critical because the lockdown kind of opened the first week of June. So, people are starting to go back to their workplaces and all. Expecting a little spike in the number of cases in this month, but hopefully by the end of this month or beginning of July, there'll be some flattening of that curve.
Right, but what are you hearing? I mean, you're close to the game, as we said, you're an IPL commentator. What are you hearing about the possibility of it being played at all this year? I understand Ganguly sent a letter to state associations yesterday talking about it might be played in empty stadiums. Is that realistic?
I think that is very realistic. If you look at the situation right now, I don't see crowd in the stadium for the next 8 months to a year now.
Right.
I think that's the new reality that we have to live with. Stadiums. We can come up with options like ambience through the PA system or cutouts or Zooms or LCD TVs. But I don't see crowd at the stadium for a while now till we have vaccines and major part of the population is vaccinated. As far as the IPL is concerned, I think it's still a possibility because I remember way back in 2009-10, if I'm not wrong. There was an IPL which lasted for 36 or 38 if I'm not wrong.
Right.
So I think there can be a window created because already BCCI has cancelled the Sri Lanka and the Zimbabwe tour. So that opens up a window a little bit of a like September end-ish. Right now, October last week was still is the World Cup still scheduled, right? Yeah. So you still have a window even if the World Cup's not cancelled or postponed for that matter. You still might end up getting a window of a month or a little over a month.
What would you say? Would Indian fans like more to see an IPL without crowds, or India going and perhaps winning the World T20 in Australia? If you had to choose, I mean, often people say to us in England, would you rather win the World Cup or win the Ashes? What would people in India generally say about that?
So what would you say, the Ashes?
Well, we said the Ashes, but then we also wanted the World Cup, so it's kind of, we sort of stood on the fence with that one, really, in the end. So after we'd won the World Cup, well, of course, when they suddenly thought, yeah, we want to win the Ashes as well.
Fair enough. But having said that, I guess if you can guarantee that India is going to win the World Cup, then I guess the World Cup. But I guess there are no guarantees that way. So IPL is something. Listen, IPL is a little more than cricket. It's just about cricket. It's cricketainment. It's an industry in itself. We tend to kind of look at sports from only a sports perspective, and I think that's a little myopic if you look at through the prism of only sports, because sports like EPL in England, I mean, or not just England, world over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an industry in itself. So I think you've got to look at cricket and IPL as industries in itself because it has its own ecosystem. And I think, if you guarantee that that India is going to win the World Cup, then that World Cup, or otherwise. But having said that, you know what? I don't think that's the choice that one needs to make at this point in time. I think both of them, as of now, are still possible. If we can ride over this wave here in India, month of June, as I reckon, and most of the people I've spoken to reckon, if we can ride that wave and be all right by end of July, then maybe September end, October first week, you can have something, some cricket played here.
It's interesting you talk about it as being an industry. I mean, I understand that if it didn't go ahead, the IPL, the BCCI would lose something like $530 million in terms of revenue. And I mean, that's a huge amount of money, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it might be more than that. It might just be more than that because you add the sponsors, the central sponsors, you add obviously the rights money and all that. So, I mean, there are some numbers which are floating around to the tune of $1 billion, actually.
Right, okay.
In terms of rupees, would be 7,000 crores or $1 billion. I don't know about the figures, but yeah, it's a huge amount there. But the other important thing is what people don't really realize is the other industries which are connected, the ecosystem that I was talking about. You have the hotel industry, the airline industry, the hospitality, and the events and everything else. So I mean, it's a huge thing from that perspective. It's not just about the BCCI. It's about all the allied industries as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I suppose the other thought is that it might be moved to another country. I think I saw that being talked about yesterday. And of course, there has been a precedent of that, hasn't there? Because we had, I think it was IPL 2 was in South Africa in 2009. How was that for Indian fans? Did it matter that they weren't going to the grounds or weren't be able to pack out the grounds? Is that something that really upsets them?
It does to a certain population, part of the population. But at the end of the day, I think IPL or T20 per se is also a very television-friendly format. And I think I mean, there is a huge population who love to watch it on the television, T20s, because of the broadcasting quality, everything else which comes along with watching it on television or any other even digital platform and everything else. So yes, while you might want to actually go and experience that, because in itself it's it's a fantastic experience watching it live in a stadium, but you wouldn't mind watching it on television either if you have that chance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's move on from the IPL a little bit and let's talk about you a bit more and your start in cricket. And I noticed on your website that you say you really had to work hard for your success. It's an interesting thing for English fans. We know what the general pathway is now to the England team, as it was, or even to one of the first-class counties. Yeah. What is it like for a young Indian promising cricketer? How difficult is it for them to make their mark? And how difficult was it for you, really?
Well, I'll be honest. I've never been, and I don't think I've ever been the most talented individual in any playing 11 that I've played. So obviously, I had to slog it a little more. So, but what I really tried to do was be the most hardworking in any team that I was part of, and because that's the only way I knew how to do it. The other thing you mentioned about the system, I think the good part about like England and like Australia, the system itself is very robust. That's the reason you don't see big transition periods when a generation leaves and a new generation comes in, right? So that's one of the very, very important reasons why a country like India has maintained its position off and on top of the table. So I think from that perspective, it's like a very filtered and robust system. On top of that, there are certain filters which come naturally for a country like India, a populated country like India with 1.3 billion. Obviously competition, because as far as sport is concerned, out of 5 sports, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 would be cricket, and then maybe a tennis or a badminton or something else, right? So everyone wants to play for cricket for the country. So competition wise, yes, then obviously with competition comes a lot of things like selection, because it's a team sport as well, right? It's something that you have to be selected to play. So that brings its own dynamics, selection, selectors, things like that. So there are certain filters which are planned, and there are a lot of unplanned filters as well, which a country like India would understandably have, and they have it. So it is that way tough, because obviously you go through the age groups like 16, 19 and all that. Apart from that, you all a lot of these hurdles where selectors might not, a particular selector might not like you because you didn't say good morning to him.
Right,
there are things. I mean, there are personal liking and dislikings as well, and so there are these hurdles that I guess almost every team sport might have. The coach might not like you, or some selector might not like you, some administrator might not like you. So I guess it's that way stuff. Predominantly because of the competition that we have.
Well, we always see that, whenever we see pictures from Mumbai or somewhere like that, we see people on the Maiden, there are all these games going on. But how is it for someone who's playing in one of those games, perhaps, to actually force themselves forward, unless they perhaps go to is it as much as going to the right school or being involved with the right club? How difficult is it for someone, at the lower strata of society to make their way? Is it very, very difficult, I imagine?
I don't think it's difficult in terms of your economic background, because I think one of the most equal playing field that you have would be the sport. So I don't think economic background, socio-economic background, or any other for that matter, thing would matter that much. But like I said, the system is very nice in terms of you start off at a club level or an academy that you practice. From the academies, I'm talking about specifically about Calcutta or Bengal here. So from academies, there's a lot of inter-academy tournaments. From there, you play Division 1 or Division 2 cricket. From there, you get selected to your age group cricket, which will represent your state. So under 16, 19. And then from there, there's an under 23. And then there's the senior first class cricket or senior state cricket. So I think that way it's very well structured. But yeah, the process can be tough. Like I said, depending, you've got to make some very, very important choices, as you mentioned, playing for the right academy, playing for the right clubs, making sure you bowl or you get to bat where you want to, or your stronger suits are. You need people to kind of look at you, because a lot of time what happens is they're good batsmen, but they never get the opportunity to bat in the top 3.
Right.
Hence, they don't get enough runs, and because of that doesn't get noticed. So things like that keep happening all the time. But that's the reason I think, even though it's structured, but as an individual you've got to be very, very smart in making those choices.
Well, going back to that time when you forced your way into the test side, how was it for you to be opening the batting? You're a wicketkeeper, as we know, and opening the batting, and you've got that middle order lineup behind you. I mean, were you overawed in any way, or had you sort of had enough contact with them before to actually slip into that situation quite comfortably?
So interesting. This is pre-IPL period, right? So
yeah.
The difference between domestic cricket and international cricket is huge. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
Irrespective of which country you're playing. But pre-IPL, the situation was a little different, because obviously because of the national scheduling and stuff, most of these people would not get the time to play domestic cricket.
Right.
So before playing for the country, I had played maybe Srinath once, Zahir once, Ashish once, Anil once, Haji, everyone once maybe. Played against Sachin once, Rahul maybe a couple of times. But I mean, now because of IPL, you get a taste of international cricket even before you play international cricket.
Yeah,
so you know what it's like. But at that point in time, it was I was awestruck when I first got into that dressing room. I mean, you're looking at Sachin, Rahul, Saurav, because I had played a couple of games and had shared the dressing room, so I knew him a little better than the others.
Yeah.
But from that perspective, it was. But I think one of the things that I actually have to mention is, we all know the names that you mentioned, Anil, Srinath, and obviously the top 4 batsmen in the middle order. They're all great batsmen, but what I think that they're better human beings than cricketers. So I mean, I had some awesome time with them. They were very, very accepting of any newcomers, not just me. Very open about it. They were very adjusting as well. So I think I didn't have too much of a problem. Yes, initially the first couple of days, it's like, oh my God, it's Sachin there and it's Saurav there and all that. But yeah, after a couple of days, because one of the first, I think it was the first day we landed in South Africa, and one of the first things that happened to me was Srinath said, what are you doing for dinner? Let's go out for dinner. So Anil, Srinath, we all went out for dinner.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, that was an icebreaker of sorts, and it was brilliant after that.
I suppose you have to have a sort of a deep inner confidence. Is that something you would say you had, even if you think to yourself, I'm not the most talented individual, and I'm with these incredibly talented individuals, but you've got to have a sort of deep well of confidence, really.
Yeah, I actually did. I actually did. I think one of the most important things, which I'm sure you heard before us, I mean, to sustain yourself or stay there for longer periods at international cricket, yes, your talent is important, but how strong you are mentally, I think that makes a huge difference. One of the things I think I didn't cope up really well with was the criticism. That's something that, a lot of people are not kind of to, criticism or being told or whatever. So I think those things you learn, and but the confidence part, as you mentioned, I mean, obviously once you're there in that dressing room, and what helps is, my first test I got 30 odd runs, right, and straight away that gave you that confidence,
right?
What, it's all right. And the first over or so, it was like, oh, you're playing Sean Pollock. I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Whether I can survive or not. And then you survive the first over, then you say, you know what, I think I can survive. And then you score a few runs, then you start thinking, you know what, I think I can score runs as well. So I think that happens step by to a certain extent.
Is it the first thing of actually just feeling the ball in the middle of the bat? Is that the thing that suddenly gives you that bit of confidence?
Yeah, I remember my first scoring shot was a cracker of an on drive to Mackay and Tini. And I'll be very honest, I was it was a good length ball. I knew Mackay and Tini's action was coming back into you, right? I was actually trying to protect my jewels. But I couldn't believe myself how well I timed that shot. I was like, oh my God, that was a good shot.
It's interesting. Actually, it's interesting. I mean, I played at a much lower level, but there are a couple of times you can think back into your playing life, and you've no idea how you played the great shot that you played. It's kind of nice to hear that comes in at the top level as well. It's just something clicked.
I mean, that was my first scoring shot in international cricket. I was like, wow. And honest to God, I mean, it was one of the best shots I've played at that level. So, and so yeah, I mean, that kind of gives you confidence as well that you can score runs. So yeah, so step by step, I went up there. Yeah.
Now let's talk about then the match against England in Mohali, and you got your 100 there. What do you remember in particular about that game?
I think I remember the test match before that, which was the second one of the South Africa series. I played a really good knock. I mean, we had to bat through the last day of the test match to save the test match, which Rahul and I batted through almost the whole day, and we saved that test match. So I think I was carrying that that confidence into that test match. Secondly, also, at times you're in a zone where nothing else matters. So I was kind of, those 3-4 months I was in that zone where, I was like in a trance kind of a thing. I was just going through the motion and not really thinking too much. One of the things that Rahul told me while we were in the previous test match was, take one ball at a time, one over at a time, just try and play out a session. And that's all I actually tried to do during that first test at Mohali. Mohali back then was spicier, the pitch there.
Right.
And yeah, all I tried to do was just take one over at a time, then maybe half a session, like go till the drinks, then from drinks to the end of the session. And I mean, if you look at the number of balls I played, I think I played the whole day, maybe more than a day. So I wasn't too worried about scoring runs. I was like, what, I just want to bat, just need to be out here.
And what do you feel? What's that? I mean, for those of us who haven't got to experience this amazing feeling, getting to 3 figures in a test match, and quite early in your test career, and obviously we didn't know how long that was going to go on, but yeah. What was that feeling like, getting those 3 figures?
Oh, that was phenomenal, actually. I mean, phenomenal in the sense you have that sense of belonging, because, I mean, any team that you enter, one of the first things that you want is, the acceptance and acknowledgement from your peers, right? Yeah. And, obviously I got a lot of that from the previous innings that I played. But once you get that 100, that's like if you're playing in a team as a batsman, wicket keeper, that's one of the boxes that you want to take as a batsman. Getting 100. So I think that was a huge thing, and also getting 100. Not too many wicketkeepers have done that for India in Test match cricket. So then you start, all my life, what I did was as I mentioned, I would take one step at a time. So when I was first picked for the zone, I started thinking, I'm one of the top 8 wicketkeeper batsmen in the country. Then when I was picked for the next level, I was like, I'm one of the top wicketkeeper out of the 4 in the country, because we were picked for a camp. There were only 4 wicketkeepers in that camp. So, and then when I got that, I was like, not too many wicket keepers have got 100, so I'm making a name for myself.
Right.
So I think those things started sinking in, and then obviously that confidence level started going up, saying, I think I can, because a lot of my teammates said, you keep going this way, you will be around for a while. And and that's something that gave me a lot of confidence.
Well, it's interesting. You touch on being one of the 8 best wicketkeeper batsmen in the country. We've obviously had a discussion, or we've often had a discussion in this country about how difficult it is to open in a Test match and also keep wicket. I mean, how was that for you? That's a hell of a lot of responsibility when you first come into a side.
It was, and I think I was asked if I would open in the second Test match, because the first Test match in South Africa, Rahul opened, and in the second, Rahul was like, I want to bat at number 3. That's my position. And then before the second Test match, I think eve of the second Test match, Saurav asked me if you want to open. I was like, listen, I can bat anywhere as long as I'm playing. I'm ready to bat anywhere. He said, okay, then open, because in the first Test match I had actually batted against the second new ball, and I did all right. So they saw that in me. So I said, as long as I'm playing, I wouldn't mind batting anywhere. So I opened. How I see it is, if you are physically strong and mentally strong, then the other aspect becomes a little easier, because as a wicketkeeper, if I've kept wickets on a surface for 80 overs, I know that surface better than anyone else.
Right.
The bounce, the turn, the pace of the pitch, I know it better than anyone else. It's just the problem is whether physically am I fatigued, mentally whether I'm fatigued or not. So because my career was only 2-3 years, maybe if I played longer, I've had to take it. I had to choose then, like someone like Sangha did. He chose to bat top order and leave wicket keeping.
Yeah.
So I think in the long run, it becomes very difficult. But for a couple of seasons or 2-3 years, I think it's doable, and especially if you're in your early 20s.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. You went on to captain Ben Gall, and I'm not quite sure without looking through all the previous scorecards. Were you doing the 3 jobs then, captaining, opening, and keeping wicket?
I actually was batting at number 6, but then when Saurav would be, then our middle order was packed, so we had to make space at times. So I would open then. So for example, the second year, the finals I opened against Mumbai. I was happy to I was more flexible in my approach, depending on what the team required, and because my philosophy is, listen, if I want somebody to take the bullet for the side, I would be the first one to do it. So if there was a situation where somebody had to maybe call it sacrifice or whatever, I think I would want to be the first one to do it, and maybe that would set an example for the others.
And what's it like then being, I suppose, captain of a team in which Sourav Ganguly is playing, after you've been used to him as a captain at international level?
My first game, the team sheet, I've got it framed, because it said Deepdas Gupta captain, and the second name is Sourav Ganguly. That's for my grandchildren, actually.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Let's move on and talk about Sourav Ganguly, who's relatively recently become the BCCI president. I suppose with guerrilla cricket, we're always looking to expand the game. We're always talking about the game globally. It's something that our listeners and viewers are very, very interested in. I think initially when Ganguly took on the role, he's actually talking about India getting more of the money that's being generated, because India does actually generate that revenue. would that, in your view, does that harm the development of the game? I mean, is that something that we should be resisting? Should we be trying to widen the boundaries a little bit?
It is important to widen the boundaries. I think we need to figure out how, because I mean, unlike a lot of sports, we have 3 formats.
Yeah.
Right. We've got 3 formats, and not just men. We've got women's cricket as well. So I think there are 2 aspects to this. One is obviously the financial side of it, and I was talking to one of the ICC people, because this was, and I spoke to this gentleman around 2 years ago when the number of teams that were playing the 50 over one day, the World Cup, came down to 10. And there was a huge debate about whether it should come down and all that. And he said, listen, there are ways that we need to find out to kind of spread the game. Because unlike football, if you take football to a new country, FIFA makes money, right? But in cricket, when ICC takes sport to a different country, it's ICC who has to give the grant. So it's ICC losing money. So somewhere it needs to be compensated, right? So, unlike other sports, it's the other way around. It's where ICC has to fund the new countries or the new teams or associate countries and all. So I think from that perspective, it's very, very important to keep in mind of boards which actually can compensate for the growth of the sport to other countries. So I think there has to be a fine balance between, making in the money, getting it commercially viable to spread the sport to other parts as well.
Do you think though, I mean, we've moved on a little bit from the notion of the big 3 from a couple of years ago when, India, Australia and England were accused of sort of creating this cabal. Do you think that we can move on beyond that and absorb more teams into the game in general?
I think we can. We definitely can. But again, like I said, we have to find the right balance between generating the finances to spread the sport. We need to figure out what's the right vehicle to spread the sport as well. In my opinion, I think women's cricket is the best vehicle to spread the sport. I mean, I don't think you find a better vehicle than women's cricket right now.
Right.
Spread it, beyond the Commonwealth countries.
Yeah.
So, I honestly think there has to be more countries involved. That's where I think when this whole Test Championship came in, I think it's a great idea. But I also believe that if there can be 2-tier Test Championship, top 6 in Group 1 and the other 6 in Group 2, then what happens is the other sides like Afghanistan, Ireland, they don't have to depend on the others. They don't have to depend on the top 3 to, when are you going to give us a series?
I suppose there's that, but then there is also the notion that if they do get to play one of the big teams, financially that could be very important for them.
Absolutely. I'm not denying that, and I actually had a plan, or I still have a plan, where you play 10 Test matches in a year against based on the TP, and then you add another 2-3, because on an average, England definitely plays more Test matches in a cricket season than anyone else, around 16, 17. But on an average, every country plays around 13, 14 Test matches. So you play 10 based on the FTP, and then you play 2-3 extra, where you actually go on and kind of play against, let's say, the new and upcoming countries like Afghanistan or Ireland, play a couple of Test matches and help them out as well. Because the other important thing is Test matches. One of the reasons I believe people are losing or Test matches losing viewership is the competition. There are too many bilateral series where there's not too much of competition. If I give you a choice between England, Australia, England, India, or let's say England, Zimbabwe, So for me, I think it's important to actually you play. The other sides play against the top 3, 4, 5 sides in the world, but it's also important that you keep the viewership alive and you keep people following Test cricket alive by making it more competitive.
Well, it's interesting. We covered the Ireland's inaugural Test against Pakistan, and we also were involved in a game that Nepal played at Lord's, and it's good to see those teams involved, and especially Nepal, which has again just been granted back into the ICC, of course, had some problems at one point. The love for cricket there is phenomenal.
Absolutely, yes, and that's where I think the other countries, rather than they can support countries like Nepal, Afghanistan with infrastructure, with sending in cricketers and coaches, getting them to come over and here against, let's say, the India A side or the England A side, the tour. Because the idea is there's no point. I mean, once in a while you play, Nepal plays against England, it's fine, it looks very nice and all that. But actually, are they learning anything? I mean, listen, England scores 350 and they're all out for 120, 130. They're not learning anything out of that. They rather play England A or maybe the England Lions, which you call A side Lions. They play the Lions and the games are more competitive and they actually learn something. And that's how you improve a side. It's like, you put them, it looks nice, you're giving them grants and everything else, but you don't want them to be on crutches all their lives. You've got to take the crutches away. And one of the ways you can take those crutches away is making them self-sufficient by helping them with the grassroots level and the infrastructure there.
So that means maybe putting money into helping develop grounds and things like that. If you take Nepal for an example,
absolutely.
Yeah, and even in countries where the players are struggling to make a living. I suppose you talk about the West Indies coming over to England, but they're really not going to make a huge amount of money from that. Is there a role for the ICC in funding those countries which have slipped a little bit and need to be brought back up to a better level in some respects? Is there a role for the ICC in that?
I think yes. I definitely think yes. ICC, and through the ICC, boards like BCCI, the Cricket Australia, ECB. I think obviously these three boards, and also add Cricket South Africa in there as well, has to help. There's no two ways about it. Because obviously look at Zimbabwe right now. Back when I was playing international cricket, I played a series against them. They were a gun side.
Yeah.
They were a really, really good side, early 2000, late 90s and early 2000.
Yeah.
They've slipped from there, and they slipped because, again, they don't have that structure there. So one thing is obviously financially helping them and making them secure. And also, like I mentioned before, if you're giving money to someone, you also have to make sure that the money is spent the right way.
Yeah.
A lot of times I know money's been given to all countries and associate countries and all, but maybe they're not used the way they should be.
Yeah, there's always a problem with politics in cricket, isn't there? It's about who the people are involved and what their own motivations for being involved are. It's a controversial subject, I suppose, in some respects, but even more perhaps controversial this week was the comment by Darren Sammy about his experience in the IPL. And you obviously talk Hindi, and there was this particular, he didn't know it was an insult at the time. He thought he was being called stallion. What are your feelings about that? How did you feel about that, and how has that been seen in India? The fact that he came out with those comments.
I think we realize that there is this casual racism, so to say, in Southeast Asia, because there are a lot of things that we say which it's not. See how the Western world looks racism is a little different from how maybe Asia or Southeast Asia looks at it.
Right.
And obviously it's layered. It's not as because our society is so layered. So it's like a country like India. There, like you can actually find good 6-7 countries within India. So obviously, we're definitely not happy about it. Be justified by any stretch of imagination, but there's something that obviously everyone's looking inward now and needs to look inward and say, you know what, it's time to start looking at these casual words that we use which might not be right. As far as Darren Sammy not knowing the meaning of it, I'm not too sure about that. I saw a tweet he tweeted way back in 2014 wishing someone happy birthday, and he mentioned something, so I'm not too sure whether he did not know the meaning. I find that a little strange, but again, not justifying the use of the word.
He mentioned that word in a tweet to you, you're saying?
Yeah, he did that. He did that. I saw a tweet way back, I'll tell you the date, 1st November 2014.
Okay, that's interesting to know. It's become a sort of a more high-profile situation. We've had various people in this country, Michael Carberry, recently talking to one of the podcasts about the way that black people are seen in cricket now. Let's move on from that to more pleasant things in a way.
One thing in?
Oh yes, of course.
One thing. I mean, I know. I mean, Mark Arbery mentioned about it. Obviously, Dan Sammy mentioned about it. But I tell you what, India, at least I can speak for India. One of the most secular, equal places that you can find is the cricket field or the sports field. You know, so I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, it's part of the society that, like I said, we're not happy about it, and it's time for us to kind of introspect.
Okay, let's talk about your coaching career, because that's I think that's what you've embarked on a lot. Tell us a little bit about that and where you've been involved.
Oh well, I've been involved with the Cricket Division of Bengal, which is the Bengal first class side, as a consultant coach. I've coached the India under 23 way back in 2013-14. Then the media career happened, and then because I've always been a passionate coach, I've always been passionate about coaching, because I think it's fun. You see a kid, you say something to a kid, and the kid starts doing well. That gratification it's unbelievable. But having said that, because of the media commitments and all, I can't give too much of time to coaching. So one of the things that I've done in the last couple of months is start my own website with online coaching called deepdasgupta.com, and it's open to everyone and anyone. So I don't have to be physically there. So I could be doing an India-England series, and in the evening I can actually look at the videos and send my suggestions or advice through online.
It's just incredible, isn't it, really, when you think of the technology.
And we are back. Messi, you're supposed to be on. Oh, you are on. That's quick. Look at you. Very professional. We'll come back after lunch, and New Zealand's been quite studious. Not like England. It's 13 for none. Only 5 overs.
Still playing Test cricket.
Yeah, well, they're still playing Test cricket.
Well, I noticed that since the end of the England innings, at which stage New Zealand were $3.60 to win, which seemed crazy to me. They've come into $2.85, and England are now even money. So it's sort of leveled up a bit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's very even. It's a one innings game, effectively, again, isn't it? All 3 tests have kind of turned out like that. It's been good stuff. Straight after lunch, opening the bowling. Thought this would be the case. Thought it was a bit.
I've heard from Potts that the kettle's a filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And the first ball, he was around the wicket at Latham. He tries to put his bat out of the way, gets a big under edge. Thought he'd gone back onto his stumps, but no.
I think it was off his arm guard, actually.
Was it off his arm guard? I'm joined by Jacob on my left. 2 in the studio.
Off his
glove. Punched it down into the ground.
Not far away from Matthew Potts there.
No, could have gone anywhere as well. If it hit the side of the glove, it had ballooned up to slip. He's not a great series, is Latham. Potts' second ball arrowed in towards the thigh pad, turned to mid wicket, and there's no run.
And the other side of that, I'd say Potts has had a decent series.
Yeah.
He's been good, he's been solid, he's not been the most remarkable of the England bowlers, but for a debut series, he's looked pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think on that first morning we thought, wow. But he's consistent. He's not the fastest, is he? But he's got consistent line length. He's very parsimonious with his runs. I'll give him that. Well, the Kiwis certainly haven't managed to get after him. Around the wickets, popped, and again it's turned into leg side.
There was
by Broad, no run.
There was some talk about him overseas and what would he be like, and is his pace high enough? The thing I think which doesn't make him a Chris Wokes is that he's not usually getting a huge amount of movement through the air. He's had a couple of big in-swingers, but he hits the deck pretty hard, and he gets a little bit of nibble. And I think on hard pitches overseas that could be useful. Yeah,
and he also has a good cross-seam variety, doesn't he? That's into the pads of Latham, clips it square this time. It's wide enough of Broad at mid-wicket that they'll scoot through for a quick single.
I think he also gets some deceptive bounce. He's not a tall man, and he looks like he's just surprised that first ball with Latham gloving it. Just a touch of bounce, which maybe surprises the batsman.
Well, he's strong, he's built, isn't he? Really, he looks like he could go forever.
Yeah, I think if he could put on 2-3 miles an hour onto his average.
That old chestnut.
Yeah, the usual. The usual.
You're an English bowler. Can you put on 2 or 3 miles an hour?
Can you go? But if he could go from 82 to 85,
consistently,
and operate a sort of Jimmy Anderson 83, 84, 85 kind of region, he could be very, very good. I think just 80 to 82 is a touch too slow.
Indeed, many English bowlers are like that though, except for the ones that are injured. As Will Young, who's yet to get off the mark, he's faced 9 balls, 10 now, defends that one back down the track, and there is no run.
I wonder
Tell
if
me,
there's
Jacob,
any relation to that.
Pakistan, are England going to Pakistan for a Test series later this year?
Yes, they are in December. 3 tests, I believe.
Yeah, 3 tests.
That's going to be Christmas. A huge test of their fast bowling, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
And the spin bowling reserves.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the fast bowlers are the key.
They are.
You only had to look at what happened between Australia and Pakistan. It was an amazing series.
Yeah.
But the fast bowlers were bowled into the ground.
Yeah, as that one is left alone outside the off stump by Young, and that ends a 6 over. For it to keep a no run. Is anyone joined us after lunch, or are they all just dozing still?
Just Parrot Badger at this stage. It says, afternoon, old salts and sea dogs, so choose your poison. And Warren says, he says Bear is showing his grammar schoolishness. Parsimonious.
Yeah. It's a nice word though.
It is a good one.
It's almost onomatopoeic.
I think if we get fewer injuries, if people heal up by December, England could be all right, because we've got some good reverse swing bowlers.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes can reverse it, Anderson can reverse it, Wood can. We haven't seen what Potts can do with an old ball reversing yet, but there is some good reverse swing in the England fast bowling stocks.
Well, what they need is stamina. That's the thing. So Wood worries me a lot in that regard.
Joffre, we'll have Joffre back, mind you. They'd just break him again, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
bowl him all the time. I was looking at England's schedule at the end of the summer is quite crazy. We go to Pakistan for 3 ODIs or 5 ODIs. As Broad comes around the wicket to Latham, who defends that nicely up towards mid-on. There's no run. Then we go to Australia, where we've got 2 T20s and 3 ODIs. Then we go back to... then we stay in Australia, presumably. Or it might be we go to Australia...
For the World Cup, presumably.
I think we go to Australia for a bunch of T20s and ODIs. Then we go to Pakistan for like 3 or 4 ODIs, presumably the ones we cancelled last year.
Yeah.
Then we go back to Australia for the T20 World Cup. And then we go on to Pakistan for 3 tests, and that's all before Christmas.
Wow.
And that's all pretty much October, November and December.
Blimey.
Yeah.
Broad around the wicket, nicely played, forced into the offside by Latham. It's running away across the practice strips out towards the boundary. It's chased down by Jamie Overton. They'll probably get back for 3. They do. I've got under 26.5 for the fall of the first wicket. I'm thinking that was probably a bad bet at the moment.
Where does Stokes particularly, and England's multi-format players in general, fit in to the World Cup so close to a test series in Pakistan? Stokes in particular.
I think they'll prioritise the World T20 over the test series.
But Stokes doesn't necessarily always get in the T20 team these days.
No.
Maybe part of the squad, I'd say.
Well, I don't know. They might make it. Well, I guess they might sound out the players and see what they think as well. I mean, Root said he still wants to play T20 for England. But he's now no longer in the squad. I mean, there are so many players that... I mean, I think we could perm a squad and still have a good chance of winning it, as that's into the leg side and there's no run.
And then you go the other way and you think, well, people like Moeen Ali trying to break back into the test squad, is he going to do that by playing a World T20 where he would definitely be in the team?
Well, I think, he'd rather play in a World T20. I think if it's a World Cup competition, I think...
and the tours leading up to it. What gets priority there,
Yeah.
Well, the bowlers...
It's a real mistake to think of Pakistan as being anything like India for touring, too.
Yeah. And they're just really flat batting tracks, aren't they? They've got no pace in them. It's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. They don't seem to really break up in the way that Indian pitches do either.
They're still dry and they still spin.
They're dry and they spin, but it's not...
They don't, go square.
Not quick spin.
It's not dust.
Yeah, and it's not the ones that sort of rear up off a length, kick, turn, bounce, that sort of shit that's totally unplayable in India.
It's a real test of endurance.
Which, in England's new crash bang wallop era,
this is it.
where does that go?
Well, it'd be interesting if they try it out there.
Yeah, can they try and score 350 in a day in Pakistan when the pitch is
I
not
think
there for it?
It might be broken by then.
Oh, that's an edge, surely.
No.
It must have gone off the seam. Christ, that went a fair way off the seam.
And
drawn into the drive, Will Young, and just beat the outside edge through the keeper, no run.
Ian Forth is at home, rocking backwards and forwards, repeating the phrase, no visible deviation.
Yeah. that went quite a long way off the seam, didn't it? I thought he'd nicked that.
It has moved.
A bit of wobble seam.
Just straightened. Good ball from Broad.
I didn't play any jingles when everyone came out, did I? It's very slack of me.
Neglecting your duties,
I am neglecting my duties. That's because we jumped straight
You were parsimonious with the jingles.
Oh, well, I was, yes. As that one's... Will Young finally gets off the mark. He's probably going to get off the mark before them. There's a little bit of a palm on it by Leach. Not enough of one to stop it going down to the boundary. We'll start off after lunch. He will with a 4.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
These two are batting and bowling. What up, Latham?
He opens a batting or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
Tonight, I'm Will Young. No, not that guy on Papahita. I won't sing out, score some runs.
Is that based on a Will Young tune?
No, it's
It's tonight.
Yeah,
Is that not
I can't remember who that's by though.
No, I can't.
I feel like it begins with an F, and it was at some point during my adolescent years it came out.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Indeed.
Ravi says, why can't Caractacus be our philander? Slowish but accurate wicket to wicket and nibbling the ball each way. Who's Caractacus?
Caractacus Potts.
Oh, right.
I said it yesterday, we need a chitty chitty bang bang Potts jingle.
Well.
Oh.
On the back foot, Latham forces that again out towards the extra cover boundary. Again, Jamie Overton chased it down. This time they get 2. Latham got a good start here, 19 off 28.
Yeah,
Go on.
that could be a good call.
What?
Potts.
Yes. Well, he supposedly was taking wickets in the county championship when the ball kept being changed. It was going soft and was shit for the bowlers.
He was the only one taking it.
And he was the only one taking him. So maybe, I mean, he was unlucky in the first innings. I mean, he should have had possibly 2 LBWs that might have changed everything. Oh, that was cut. I thought it was aerial for a while from Latham there.
I think it dropped short.
I think it just dropped short of Gully, who's Alex Lees. He parried it over towards...
well, I think
cover.
he just said sorry, boys, so
single.
let's have a look. No, straight into the ground.
Straight into the ground.
I think he was apologising for the misfield given the single.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she didn't do too bad.
So, so Potts could be, might surprise us on dry wickets.
He had that big in-swinger going in the first innings, which should have got wickets.
Yeah. Edged. No, I don't know if it was along the ground, but it beat
was
second or third slip anyway. It's gone down to the third man boundary, and it will be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
There was that in-swinger, as I said. It took the outside edge, and just soft hands from Will Young takes it down in the ground. Johnny Bairstow can't stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Nice soft hands.
It's Pope, actually. I'm getting my gingers confused.
Yeah. he's a short ginge. Mind you, Bairstow's not too tall. Young moves on to 8. 2 4s off 16. He's facing up. Potts over the wicket. Narrowing it in towards his off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, he just seems to get some good zip out the hand, does Potts. It seems to be aggressively, even though it's not that quick, it seems an aggressive action with good.
Well, I think that's
intent.
partly to do with the fact that he looks like a strong, strapping guy. He can get it through the ball, even if he's not that quick as you say.
He's kind of hurling it,
and he does seem to be able to go all day.
His speeds don't seem to drop, and Jamie Overton on the first day actually got quicker.
Yeah, that was weird. He was bowled fast at the last point of the day, which is not a bad thing either. That is defended square on the offside by Will Young, and there is no run.
I like Jamie Overton bowling, and he just looks quick.
Yeah, he looked quick.
You know,
he was getting some in-swing as well.
Jofra Archer, when you watch him, he doesn't always look quick because of his very easy action. Overton looks quick, even though he's slower. He's a bit like Potts. He just seems to really hit the deck and really force it out of his hand.
Well, he could be a man to take to Pakistan. He won't be anywhere near the World T20 squad anyway. Edged! Goal!
Yay!
Fuck, I didn't win my money because I had under 26.5, but that's it. Potts gets an early wicket. Airy drive by Young from one that was outside the off stump. It's a thick outside edge. It's taken at third slip. Presumably that's Pope at third slip.
Yep.
And England have their first wicket, and they're still just in the lead.
Whoa.
Cross seam, wobble wall.
So that makes Al Hotchkiss spot on. He said that they'd lose one wicket by the time they drew level.
Well, that's what you want. I mean, you know, they're essentially -3 for 1.
Now, I've got a really good question for you guys from Matthew Cullen, whose Twitter bio shows him as being from Clemson in South Carolina. But he says, I will be at the ground tomorrow with a mate. It will be my first time watching cricket live. What advice do you have for a first day of Test cricket? What to wear, bring, eat, drink, etc.?
Right, wear comfortable clothing. B, probably go to the Western Terrace if you want an experience. And C, start drinking as soon as you get to the ground.
Yeah, the answer to the answer to eat and drink is as much as possible.
Yeah. Make sure you're close to a toilet, probably, if you're an older gentleman like myself.
So my advice would be a little different. It depends whether you've got I suppose you've got a fixed seat, probably. But if you can, try to get somewhere close to behind the bowler's arm.
Yes, well, yeah, in terms of if you want to see, if you try not to, I mean, presumably you can go around the ground. You might be able to get into a couple of stands on one ticket. Usually they're more expensive behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
Experience Western Terrace will be a laugh, but if you want to see what the ball's actually doing, and the quicker bowlers can sometimes be quite hard to pick up from square.
Also, if you don't,
the other thing is to try and find a seat where you get a good view of the screen, because let's face it, an awful lot of what you see is actually what's on the replays.
Yeah. Well, Broad is around a wicket. That was the last ball of the last over that got the wicket, and the first ball of the next over is right onto the toes of Latham, who clips that sweetly out to the mid-wicket boundary, and haven't been 3 runs behind, and now 1 run ahead.
Beautifully timed by Latham. If Matthew Cullen also doesn't like, as I don't really, the party stand, I mean, it's not for me. A lot of grounds now have sort of stands dedicated to the purists, and if that's what you like and you want a quiet day's cricket, they do have a little stand guide a lot of the time.
Yeah, try both, I would suggest, if it's your first day. See which one you prefer. As that's driven out to the extra cover, and there will be no run as it's hit reasonably hard.
Yeah, the Western Terrace not known for its quiet contemplation and deep cricketing insight.
Exactly. Beer snakes and all.
I had a mate, we attend the cricket together, and he's in Birmingham, and he said, let's get some tickets for Edgbaston after this ball.
As that's just worked into the leg side. Good bit of fielding from mid-wicket. Who was that? Couldn't see who it was. Leach. Diving across, stop it going past him. They still got through for a single.
He said, let's get some tickets for Edgbaston. I've in fact done that for the India test, and he said, yeah, let's go in the party stand. And I went, I'm bringing my age redacted here mother to the cricket. She doesn't want to sit in the party stand, nor does my cricket novice girlfriend, nor really do I.
Yeah.
Besides, he's a Sikh gentleman. He's not even really meant to be drinking.
Ah, well, you know.
But he doesn't like it when I remind him of that.
Of course.
Pav Josan, if you're listening.
Well, Kane Williamson is at the crease. We all love Kane, and he has a jingle that I love too.
A Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever sinking, laying strokes every which way.
And a first ball to him from Broad. He's on his hip. I thought he'd just turned it around a corner, but must have come off his hip because he hasn't got a run. And therefore was a leg by, 34 for 1. The lead is now 3.
Tell you something really weird, Bear.
What?
Last week, the feed I was getting was about an over behind what you were doing. Today, I'm actually getting the feed, albeit very jerkily, just before you.
What, the one from
How is that possible?
The one on Zoom. Well, I'll tell you what, Messi. Broad is in, and Latham just guides that square in his now. The power of the listener, and thank you so much for this. Zip offered us some money last week. He would equal some money that people donated, and you generously donated as well, Messi. That got us 240 quid basically, which I was able to get an iMac Pro, MacBook Pro with an i7 chip, 2.7 gig quad port. I mean, it's 2014, mid 2014. It's got a dedicated graphics card as well. Managed to get that for 240 quid, and I switched that in and plugged in an Ethernet cable rather than doing it on wireless. Broad is in, and that's clipped round the corner down to long leg, where it's fielded by. Well, it looked like Broad.
Crawley, I think it was.
Well, I was
in his floppy hat,
because he had a floppy hat. I thought Broad bowled. That was so Broad. And anyway, it was a single to any over, and so I switched that out, plugged in an Ethernet cable, and it seems to not lag at the end of the day on Zoom. So that could be a reason.
Yeah, it must be. I think. Dave Wood says if you miss a T20 World Cup, it's no biggie. There's usually another one along within 6 months.
Well, exactly that. They're trying to have them every 2 years, aren't they? Which means that 1 year you'll have an ODI World Cup and a T20 World Cup, which is ridiculous. Yeah. Frank Rockefeller has given us $50 on YouTube. He says money is on New Zealand. Thank you very much, Mr. Rockefeller.
I think he was trying to give it to Bet365,
well,
but
maybe
he's made an error.
Well, it's probably you wouldn't have got anything back either way, probably.
I still want to know if Frank Rockefeller is a Rockefeller. Well, it could be just a made-up name, I suppose. But
people are standing up again behind the bowler's arm.
For crying out loud.
The arses. In black T-shirts, walking directly behind the umpire.
Well, probably ground scarf. Ooh, that one comes back in from Potts. Inside edge of Latham's bat onto pad.
We saw a minute ago the graphic of Potts set up to Young, and the 4 balls previous to the wicket ball were all grouped very nicely just on that line between a good and a full length, and then the wicket ball was about a good 8 inches fuller, swinging in and drew Young into the shot really nicely.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Potts. I like him, considering he was 9th on the list or whatever, and I'd never heard of him before this series. Potts played up to mid-off and there's no run. Jamie Overton too, considering we've been stuck with the same fucking cast of characters for so long. We've had Craig Overton for ages, and people have been talking about his brother, but he finally gets a chance, and Potts comes out of nowhere. Maybe our bowling, okay, we haven't got the really quick guys, apart from the ones that are injured, of course. Apparently Stone was bowling in a T20, wasn't he, last night? Apparently I heard a report he was bowling quick. As that one comes again, it seems to jagging a bit off the seam from outside the off stump around the wicket from Potts to Latham, gets a bat on it to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I think we need Sam Curran's 74-mile-an-hour darts back.
Yeah. Well, one thing you can say, and by no way can you compare Sammy Curran to Trent Boult. If you can get a left arm fast in-swing bowler like who's got the ability to make it go straight on as well, it is a.
He did get Kohli in the India series.
Yeah,
Sam Curran, he had Kohli.
Well, I mean, when it's swinging, he's pretty useful actually. It's just a lot of the time it doesn't swing. As Potts bowls outside the off stump of Latham, he lets it through to Bairstow behind the stumps, and there's no run.
What about that Reece Topley lad or David Payne? Either of them any good?
Well, I quite liked Payne actually. He's another one I'd never seen before. Seemed to get good pay. The thing is, it's an ODI, so can he do it the whole way through a day? He's a bit of a wiry character. You wouldn't know unless you tried him out. Reece Topley, I'd say yeah, but he's had so many injuries, hasn't he? I mean, he gave up cricket and then he came back. That's a good shot.
Ooh,
Too
lovely.
full by Potts, trying to get it up there and try and beat the inside edge of the bat, but Latham's wise to that, sees it full, drives it straight back past the bowler, down to the long on boundary, pretty straight for 4 runs.
10 overs in and that ball is looking a bit rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks a very hard wicket, doesn't it?
It does look quite hard. It's not slow, it's not pacey either,
No.
but it's got decent carry and it comes onto the bat quite nicely. It's not a great deal in the wicket in terms of seam movement. Potts again around the wicket, that's a better length, but Latham covers up to end the over.
I think Potts is getting the rewards because it seems like a wicket where if you hit it hard, it will give you a bit.
Yeah.
Broad did decently on it as well, and that was, he hits the pitch relatively hard because of his height. Overton with his pace, they're all kind of hit the pitch seam movement bowlers, and they're getting some reward.
Yeah. Give us some
lots of love for Matthew going to the cricket tomorrow. Mayank says more and more Americans are being exposed to cricket. Hope the guy going to the game tomorrow falls in love with cricket. Normally I'm more of a purist. Often I love a solid set of time quietly watching, but the Pakistan with Barmy Army hits the spot now and then. And Mike Taylor says 2 tips for the first timer at the ground. 1, binoculars. 2, get a plastic bottle of pop, empty it without breaking the seal by drilling a hole in the bottom. Then fill the fucker with gin and seal with a silicone plug. Guaranteed a good time.
Well, there's that, yeah, true. Defended, Kane Williamson. First ball to Broad's next over. Out square on the offside, and there's no run.
A master of watching cricket, that tweeter.
Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says, he comes back, he says, Cockneys are so nosy. I presume that's about me.
It is.
But Ravi has reminded him, I'm not a Cockney, I'm a South Londoner. Much better, indeed.
I've come down from my North London ivory tower to be here today.
Come down to the cool part of London. Broad around the wickets, slightly short of a length, angling in at Latham, defends it onto the leg side, and there's no run. Is this Latham's highest score in this series? He got a 40, didn't he, in the first innings of the last test, I think. He's got pretty much nothing else.
Yeah, I don't think he's not had a 50 this series.
No, he certainly hasn't had a
memory.
50. I think he got a fairly decent start.
42 maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
I saw a young lad in the crowd wearing a 100 hat, and I'm very sad.
25 is his highest.
25 is highest. Well, this is his highest then of the series.
Sorry,
so
26.
Because he's on 30.
Imagine wearing a 100 hat to a test match.
Savage. Well,
Philistine.
Yeah, exactly. Left alone through to the keeper, there's no run. But he wasn't very old, was he?
No,
so we'll let him off.
14 or something. Yeah. And actually, if that means he started watching
well,
the 100
that's what they'll
yeah,
tell you,
that's what the marketing department want you to think.
Exactly.
If only they marketed test match cricket like that, we might actually get an audience.
Yeah.
Maybe on free telly. Who knows?
Well, how many games are on TV this year? It's the same as last year, about 14 or something.
Yeah. On the other hand, the BBC commentary team can be a bit rubbish on telly.
Oh, it's dreadful sometimes. That's defended square on the offside, there's no run.
Channel 4, anyone? It's private now.
But
or it
even
will be.
so, there's something about T20 that, and I suppose the 100, that seems to remove people's brain cells when they get into the commentary box. People who can be quite good normally just go absolutely bananas.
Don't forget the 60 messes.
Oh, fuck off. Sorry.
Can you say that again in the middle of the theme tune, and then we might be able to record it this time?
Is that guy in the middle there, is he awake? There's two guys. There are lots of old people talking, and there's one guy in the middle. He looks quite portly. Might have had some port as well at lunch. As that's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Kind of got his eyes hooded and closed.
Doing a Mike Gadding impersonation.
Yeah, Danny.
He was in his MCC tie as well. He's a bit far from home.
Oh well.
Dave Woods reckons they should just train Joff to bowl left-handed, which should help with his elbow.
He does in a way. He bowls left arm spin.
Yeah.
And not bad apparently.
Yeah, apparently it isn't bad. Probably Jocelyn on YouTube says that he's going to Edgbaston Pakistan. He's been invited there to watch the India T20 in a couple of weeks. He's looking forward to it.
Wow. Yeah, with India playing, that'd be amazing.
T20 at Edgbaston, that'd be fun, yeah. Very full, almost attempted Yorker. Last ball of the over by Broad to Latham, but he jabs his back downer, defended back, and there's no run. Stokesy needs a new hat. Go on.
We're up to date on tweets, but we haven't mentioned Patreon for a while. I would say that we had 6 people become patrons yesterday and join the Gorilla family. And a number of them have already appeared in the Discord channel, which is increasingly fun and a great place to exchange ideas, information, jokes, whatever, and jingles. Jeff Perkins has given us some jingles that are only on Discord at the moment. And on top of that, if you join at various levels, but the maximum is available for people who contribute. I think it's £4.
£4, $5.
And also the Bear and the Bishop podcast is available to everyone who becomes a patron. That's a weekly podcast, which is also great fun. So I'd really encourage you to consider going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and indulging yourself.
First ball of the next over is defended by Williamson. Full again. I think they're trying to get it up there because they think they've got a chance. Maybe something happening. Of course, Potts got. Who got Williamson in the first innings? Potts again.
In the first innings of this game.
Well, we should
test my memory. Can't remember. He got him in the first test. Also,
he got both innings in the first test, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got him first innings of this test.
It was Broad.
It was Broad who got him. Caught behind again, though.
Since we've gone quiet on the tweets, if anyone is at Edgbaston for day 4 of the one-off India test next 2 weeks' time, tweet us and I will maybe see you there.
Yeah. Potts in. Decent ball on a length outside Williamson's off stump. He plays it, defends it nicely out to the offside. There's no run.
There's a bit of a depressing moment beginning of this over where Potts was just tucking in his shirt and sort of pulling out the front waistband of his trousers to do it, and sorry Messers, but my immediate thought was sandpaper.
You can't help yourself.
Yeah, I know, it's just oh right, what's he doing there? Hang on, get the cameras on that one. It was Murray Erasmus in that test, wasn't it? He was the umpire in Sandpaper Gate. I think he was. It was in South Africa.
Defended out to the covers once more with the back foot, and there is no run. At the end of this over, we're supposed to be having a change, and once again, I'm not sure Bennett's going to turn up again today.
Yeah. Well, I just saw a couple of tweets in. Mike says, if I was a Brit, I'd be bankrupt and unemployed because I buy tickets to every single day of international cricket, plus multiple days at Lord's for Middlesex.
Well, I keep doing the Euro Millions lottery. I forgot to do it yesterday. It's about 140 million as well.
Oh, you'd have had it then.
I'd have had it then.
You'd have had it.
Yeah,
you could have put it all into Gorilla Cricket.
Well, that's the plan, Jacob, you see. Become a multinational company, Gorilla Cricket, just by pumping shitloads of lottery money into it. So that's defended out to the covers and there's no run by a spawny wing.
Buy a nicer flat.
Yeah, well, I dream, Jacob. I dream. If I do, I once when it was 180.
We all have to dream.
Well, no, there was one. Yeah, where it was 180 million. I thought, well, if it I'll buy a nice penthouse apartment in the Battersea Power Station flats. About 8 million.
Yeah, or you could, with 1.8 million, you could 180 million. You could maybe afford a 2-bedroom semi in Highgate.
Well, I'm not sure I want to be in Highgate. I live in South London.
And broadcast from the ground.
They've got to be in South London, my man. That's defended. And
well, it's all gentrified now, isn't it?
Mog says I'm not.
My people have been moving.
Mog says I'm not giving out any hard-made jingles on those stinking Discords for free, unless someone asks nicely, I guess. Then I suppose I would.
Please, Mog, Karaticus Potts jingle, please.
Oh,
it's a challenge for you. You had the KP as a fuckwit one in 3 hours, so
yeah,
I'm expecting this one snappy.
Oh, settle down.
Jacob's getting demanding.
I'm only joking, Mog. We love you really, and you provide great service to Gorilla Cricket.
Well, Williamson plays that nicely. Off his pads down towards long leg, Leach is down there. It'll be a single. It'll be the end of the over. 12 overs gone, 41 for 1. Latham has 30. Williamson has 2. Potts the only wicket taker for 13 off 4 overs. We're due a change. Al is supposed to come in and do some ball by ball.
Yes, I am.
Forthy is supposed to do some social.
Yes, he is.
Tweets are up to date, Forthy.
And Bennett
yes, he is.
is supposed to be summarising, but there is no sign of Bennett.
Well,
bloody Bennett.
Instead of Jacob going off and finding his place, does Jacob want to do some summarising?
Can do if you
up
want.
to you, or I could stay on. It's up to you. You're here for the rest of the day. Maybe I'm leaving at tea, so I'm going to stay on to give Jacob as much time as possible.
Have my chocolate bar.
Exactly.
Rock, paper, scissors, whatever it is that gets you through. 41 for 1 is the New Zealand total.
Careful. He's always pulling on your computer off the table, is Jacob.
Honestly, he gets demanding about tweets.
I know.
My picture has stopped. Well, no, it hasn't. And it's going to be a change in the bowling. It's all gone dark.
You see. Okay, hold on. I'll have to tell you what's going on.
Okay.
I can see what's going on here.
That makes exactly one of us.
That's Overton coming into. If you guys can't see,
go on, Forthy.
Right, Overton coming into bowl over the wickets and knocked out into square leg by Williamson. There is no run. Williamson remains on 2 of 9. New Zealand 41 for 1. Our man, technical man, is still doing his roadie impression. Any minute now, it's going to be fixed. I sense it. Overton.
Any seconds.
Overton, under a ton, turns. It's knocked to mid-wicket by Williamson. There is no run again. Williamson obviously is. Well, we've got a picture of Al come up on the screen, which is obviously lovely and beautiful, but it's not.
As has been said by no one.
It's not quite the same as having Test match cricket.
Well, quite.
I shall describe it. I shall be your eyes and ears until the technical issue has been resolved. Williamson twirls his bat. Overton turns at the top of his run. Comes in. That's straight as a die. And although it's perfectly accurate and all of those things, there has been very little jeopardy for posed by England to the New Zealand team so far. Very little deviation.
The wicket seemed to be caused more by a deviation of length, just kind of drawing Young forward, whereas, as you alluded to, from the very first over, there really hasn't been much swing movement.
Well, what do you think now? I reckon you can pick these things from the first over. I really do. You can tell whether how ball's going almost from the first ball. I've always thought. Overton comes in again over the wicket. It's short. It's hammered in. And it was only at 80 miles an hour, and Williamson, a man of to 24 centuries and 33 half centuries, has no difficulty ducking under that, no run.
Well, if that's the case, doesn't that make a mockery of all the effort of trying to shine the ball?
Well, I think you can exaggerate the movement a bit. After maybe 10 overs, you've developed a bit of conventional seam, maybe between 5 and 10 overs, and then between 25 and 30 overs, you begin to develop some reversible. That is a lovely tumbling take from wicketkeeper folks. I was just glancing down because I was gesturing with my hand. I didn't actually see the ball go through. I'm eagerly awaiting the replay. Nothing has eventuated from it, no run, and another very good take from it.
What is funny in everything that's going on here, Forthy, is the increasing exasperation of Bear as he tries to get a computer to start working again. I think he's gone to get a hammer.
It's very hard to coax computers to do these things. I was very impressed by people in IT, how calm they stay. I immediately lose my rag with machines. I always thought Rage Against the Machine was describing a printer. Now, that is defended off the back foot by Latham. Williamson must have got a run earlier. He keeps the strike. He's on 30. New Zealand 41 for 1. And there'll be some socials. Actually, that's me.
What I'll do is, considering you've been doing that, what I was going to do is I was going to swing seamlessly into you're 180 million is worth of punt, but that's 35 measly 35 million wide bother. Quite exactly, Jeff Thomas. Jeff Thomas also says Evian gin. Just stand the water bottle upside down in really hot water for a minute. The still sealed top will pop off a treat. Then warm it again to replace. No holes required. Right.
Ah, very good.
There you go. It's like being in an episode of Blue Peter. This.
Val Singleton, Leslie Judd, Peter Purvis, John Noakes, the classic quartet.
Let me think. So Janet Ellis was my sort of age group wheelhouse.
Ah, yes.
Janet Ellis, Simon Groom. Trying to think about who else.
Potts is back in. He wants to jag back off the scene and gets the better of both the batsman and Folkes. It escapes his right hand as it jags right back. Folkes at full stretch can't gather it in. And it only just cleared the top of off stump. That's not a great piece of keeping from Folkes. Perhaps he should have gathered that one in. Goes for 2. It's Bairstow, isn't it? It's Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. Fairly confident that Folkes would have gathered that one in. 2 bows.
That stiff back that we talked about before lunch might be a bit more serious than first otherwise thought.
Yes, there might have been a little bit of soothing propaganda, and they might be wheels turning behind the scenes. Potts in again, this time over the wickets to Williamson. Forward defensive, no problem. Defended by Jamie Overton in the covers. The vast man, Jamie Overton. Looks like Bear's doing the IT thing.
There's grumbling and looking, and now he's gone off again.
There's some standing. The bass amp's gone. Everything's going to have to go through the guitar amp, guys.
Put it all the way up to 11, man.
Put it up to 11 and put Jim's bass through the guitar amp. Right, so that is a more attacking shot from Williamson. He does not penetrate the inner field. Jamie Overton, who's in the game all the time at the moment, effects a good diving stop. Dot ball, New Zealand 42 for 1.
Seems like a man who's quite willing to be patient and feel the runs will come to him. Williamson.
Williamson, yes, well, he's seen it all before, hasn't he? But even the best batsman in the world, and he's one of the handful of great batsmen in the world, they must begin to doubt themselves after the run he's been on, I guess. Potts, arms heaving, comes in. And Williamson leaves it in the modern style with an exaggerated leave. Potts reminds me slightly of 2 players. Scott Boland, the recent discovery from Australia.
Oh, yeah.
And before that, maybe a little bit of Matthew Hoggard about him.
Yeah, a kind of a smaller squatter. Like if we'd pushed Hoggard down from above.
Yes.
Squeezed him, maybe.
Yes, and he's got a sort of similar honest work ethic. He comes in again, wider on the crease. Not fooling Williamson. Backward defensive, no run. Yes, Matthew Hoggard he's actually got a very good record for England. He's in the sort of top 10, or certainly the top 15 wicket takers full time. Slightly gets overlooked when you think of the great bowlers for England, perhaps.
Maybe he quite hasn't got the PR department that Flintoff's got.
It's because he's from Yorkshire, it's because he's from the north. Doesn't get the credit he deserves. So Flintoff was from the north as well, but he was more of a PR machine, wasn't he? In comes Potts. It's left well alone by Williamson. That is the end of the 14th over. New Zealand 42 for 1. Latham on 30. Williamson on 2. Let's have a look what's happening on social media.
Ravi Ness says he doesn't get out of bed for less than 100 million. I could see that being 100 million. What? Prussian francs, the Scudos, doubloons. All of these things need to be clarified, I guess. Let me see. Dave Wood. What the world needs now is a new series of Duncan Dares. Peter Duncan. Blue Peter.
Oh yes, Peter Duncan. Turned out he was a bit of a blue Peter himself, wasn't he?
He's before the Chief Scout as well. Peter Duncan.
Appeared in a porno film at some stage, so he was a blue Peter, but maybe I'm scurrilously accusing him of something that never happened, so I take it all back immediately and we'll throw in the word alleged.
Yes.
The camera moves on to Alex Lees, who has a large beach ball in his hand, which he kindly throws back over the ropes, which he may live to regret, because I'm sure that beach ball will drift back onto the field in due course.
Were you there for Beach Ball Gate? You were. We talked about Beach Ball Gate in the Netherlands game.
Yes, there was Beach Ball Gate in the Netherlands game. Jamie Overton, and Tom Latham absolutely nibbled at that one as it flew past him, and lucky not to get a touch.
Was it a proper nibble?
It was a proper old nibble. He really went after it. And a little bit of an effort ball from Overton. It was up to 85. And really threw that one down. And it did just leave him off the seam on the pitch as well. Big intake of breath. Overton in again. Big unit. Big ball. That one's more accurate but less threatening, if you see what I mean. And it's knocked out on the offside by Latham for a single wide of the man at point. New Zealand moved to 43 for 1 and Latham to 31. Looks like Bear hasn't managed to solve the problem as yet. Some rueful shaking of the head, much like Tom Blundell when he was given out when the DRS was down yesterday. Rueful shaking of the head. Camera focuses on small child enjoying himself in the crowd. Great introduction to Test cricket this series has been. All around the country. Overton turns into his stride. That one's much fuller, but turns into a leg stump half volley and is clipped off Williamson's legs. 4-4. I'm going to say of these, but I suspect it won't be of these because I think Bear is distracted by technical difficulties. So if you wanted to sing the jingle,
it's Nisanchi. It's Nisanchi. Yeah, and the like.
You hold a note very well for a change consultant, if I may say so.
Okay. There are many things I do well for a change consultant, but hold the tune is not one of them.
Overton in again. This one's fuller and a bit wider, and Williamson leaves well alone. He remains on 6. Big innings this for Williamson. He'll want to impose himself even at this late date on the series and leave everyone with some fond memories of his abilities. He's had a bit of a wretched series and a bit of a wretched run before this, and he's such a great batsman. We don't want to remember him this way. Settles over his bat. Overton turns once more. The imposing figure of Overton thunders to the crease. A back foot defensive, but just they go through for a well-taken quick single, which is perhaps a good sign. See Williamson getting his legs moving there, so to speak. Sorry, Pornbot. And Williamson moves on to 7. Last ball of the over coming up. I'll take a sip of my water. I'd like to see a tape measure around the chest of Jamie Overton. Remarkably barrel-chested man. Big rump as well to go with it. Fred Truman style. Last ball of the over. And that's a beautiful looking shot from Tom Latham. Guided Bairstow style. Except a left-handed Bairstow by Latham. Through the covers for 4 runs. He moves on to 35. The score up to... There we have it. The jingle is back, if not the coverage. New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of that over.
Silver beams. Afternoon Gorilla Cricket. Decanting white wine into those posh water chilled bottles is easy, especially per steward at Headingley. You look too old and trustworthy to smuggle anything in. I don't know if that's an insult or a curse, that, Chris, to be honest.
Are we all up to date?
I think we're all more or less up to date. That seems to be the way of things.
This is probably, it's fair to say, the quietest phase of play we've had for some time. It's almost like proper Test cricket.
Certainly seems that way.
New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of the 15th over, which is in what is now effectively a 1 innings match, as the last 2 tests have been. As we come to the 4th innings, and it's Jack Leach time. He opened the innings for England, and he's on none for 2 of his 2 overs. Does some sort of star squat jump, so to speak.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Leach finally broke his run of bad luck with that fortuitous wicket in the first innings and went on to get a slightly fortuitous 5-4 perhaps, but they all count. 5-4 is a 5-4.
We don't ask out.
No, we do not. Williamson on the back foot for that one. First ball of the over, defended to mid-wicket, no run. In for the second ball. And Williamson plays that one out to point, but directly to point, where Overton, who's in the game all the time at the moment, fields no run again. Williamson sees something he doesn't like on the pitch, does a little bit of gardening. Johnny Bairstow, who's in behind the stumps, applauds, nothing in particular. Leach comes in for the third ball of the over, round the wicket to Williamson. Textbook forward defensive. No run. We're really getting through this over at a great rate of knots. Tosses it from one hand to the other. Reyes of Asmus steadies himself. And after a lot of twirling, in comes Leach. Classic ball, but didn't quite get the turn he would have liked. It pitched middle. Got a modicum of turn, but not enough to fool a batsman of Williamson's quality. No run.
I think it becomes more important for Leach about his loop and his drift in this third innings. Can he draw this experienced pair forward?
It's all about the revs, isn't it, Al? The more revs you can get, the more drift in, and then turn away you can get. Leach, it seems to be a bit blowy, a bit colder. He's blowing onto his hands. Still got that ill-fitting shirt. He takes a very short run up and gets all his purchase from the delivery action. That's defended. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 52 for 1 at the end of the 16th. Latham on 35, Williamson on 7.
Let me see. Conversations between Jeff Perkins and Mogg with regards to jingle scabs on Guerrilla Cricket. Messages apropos pre-lunch discussion on England spinners opening the bowling. This is the list since the war. Apparently Swan was the last at Lords in 2009.
Ooh.
Where he took 3 for 16 apparently.
I see.
There you go. Yeah, so that's
well, we know as if you beginning of the next over, Overton, real effort ball there, bouncer at Latham, but probably dug in a bit too short and he was able to easily avoid it. No problem. The run rate is a much more test-like 3.22 at the end of the 16th, and we've got a 12th man on the field. Sadly, my knowledge of the hinterland of young cricketers in England is not sufficient to recognise the young man, who looks roughly 17 years old, I would say. Maybe
I've reached an age where most people under the age of 30 look now 17 years old. So.
They do, don't they? Yes.
But how screwed is it?
Overton. Oh, there was a false shot there from Latham. He gets an outside edge to the place where third slip would have been. 4 runs. I may have slightly done him an injustice. It was a little less aerial, might not have reached third slip, but it was still something of a false shot. He meant it to go much squarer than that. He moves though onto. It did take the edge. He moves on to 39 though, and this will be his, certainly by quite some distance, his top score of the series so far. New Zealand could really do with Latham and Williamson contributing here, which they are beginning to do. That one defended. Back down the wickets to Overton, who in a rather undignified manner rubs the ball on the sort of stomach area of his shirt, which reveals an Overton midriff and some top of the Overton underwear, which is not something that the maiden aunts in the crowd would have wished to see. He turns at the top of his run. That one just played down by just slowly enough by Latham, but he's able to scurry through for a single. Very slight misfield by the 17-year-old, but of no great import.
The bearer's worked his surgery, and we have pictures again.
Very good. Shall I revert to socials in that being the case?
Do you want to? I mean, we can work it out.
I'm happy to stay where I am if you want to. let me know. I'll carry on until directed otherwise.
If you want to stay, it's up to you two. I'm here as a third wheel anyway.
We salute you for your service.
Yeah. We the great and rushed. Thank you. We've got 8 minutes left of this session anyway, so stay where you are, 40.
Okay, no worries. In comes Overton once more for the 5th ball of the over. Barrel chest heaving, really puts the effort ball in there, but far too short really to trouble Williamson. And he just lets it sail over his head. 1 ball of the over left. Williamson goes for a little bit of gardening. What was the problem, Bear? Do we know?
This new version of OBS, which is the program we used to capture the telly, just doesn't always pick up the video card that it's plugged into. So you can select it and it just doesn't, and then you wiggle around with wires, and then 10 minutes later it'll connect it. And unfortunately, Jacob tripped over a wire which jarred the computer, which lost the, and then
well, that's Jacob's position in the side is looking a little vulnerable after that
he's
faux pas.
He's in here tomorrow with Hendo on his own, and he's got shut up tonight.
He's making
You turned it off and turned it on again.
No, I did that. It still wasn't picking it up. Then I switched boxes with the other one that's on the other camera, and it's working. And both are working fine. So it's something to do with the software.
Top ball at the end of the over. That's the end of that over, I believe. And over to Al for the socials.
The Ninja Dude says, "What's up, mates?" Jeff Thomas picks me up on the fact that I said to Ravi 100 million watt. Apparently, Ravi's use of the pound sign kind of qualified the currency. To which Ravi Nair says, "Thank you, Jeff. Al, boo. To the pair of you, sod off."
We love our friends on social media.
Yeah, we do.
We love them dearly.
We do. Mog says, "Did the bear just electrocute himself in the background?"
No.
Barry Goodman, "There's nothing like a good off-mic fucking hell from the bear."
It's Jack Leach time again. Looks a little nervous. Why? He's got 5 for in the first innings. Come on, Jack, this is your time. Over the wicket to Latham, who comes 2 strides down, but can only defend it to mid-wicket now run.
I hope he'd have got some confidence from that first innings as well. Getting a 5 for in England. First bowler since Jim Latham.
Jim Laker.
Latham.
That's played through the square leg to the 17-year-old, the unidentifiable 17-year-old. I mean, someone, probably his mother, will be able to identify him. And that's a single to Latham. He moves on to 41.
Has he got a little Tintin haircut? Oh,
he does, mistaken. Yes. It's the way to go amongst the young folk.
Bullshit.
Williamson on strike. 7 off 30. Taking his time to settle in. There's no great rush. The match is going at such a velocity that you can take all the time he likes, really. That's a very nice shot, just wide of the man covers. Splits the field, but at no great pace, and fielded by Crawley. The lesser spotted Crawley out on the boundary, and they come back for 2.
He had to make up a lot of ground there, didn't he? A lot of ground to get that. Well, good effort.
Did you know that there are 2 players called Zach in the England team? Yeah. Alex Lee's middle name is Zach.
Oh, I had no idea.
AZ Lees. We've had 2 Zachs opening for him. There we are. Leach coming round the wicket to Williamson. Floats it up. Absolutely spot on, but no turn. Easily defended on the forward defensive by Williamson.
If you can just drag that length back by about 9 inches or so, drawing forward.
Or maybe just float it and get a little bit more loop and do all the things that a left arm spinner should be doing. A little bit too full again from Williamson to really cause any difficulties. Defended out to the man at short leg. No run.
There's still not a great deal in this wicket for him, it has to be said.
And it's still early in the bloody match, isn't it? We're only on the halfway through it. It's not day 5.
Literally, we're about to come up to exactly halfway through it, aren't we?
Yeah, Leach a little wider on the crease and floats it a little more towards leg stump, but it's still so full that it doesn't really give it a chance to turn. That, as quickly as it began, is over. That's the end of the 18th. New Zealand 60 for 1. Williamson on 9. Latham on 41.
Pokey Bumfinger reminds us that it was Shep who did porn. Apparently, not any of the human
Is that correct?
Right. Maybe allegedly again, probably.
Allegedly,
allegedly. Yeah. Let me see here. Mike Taylor, thanks to the tweeter with the no holes method of getting gin into a pop bottle. I'll try that and save on silicon plugs. I met a balmy army at Adelaide with a doll stuffed full of bags with vodka. Didn't even have a kid with him, but it worked. Brian 001, first chance to tune in today. Shame Overton didn't get a century. Looking at the score, it seems like the game starts again. Have the Kiwis learnt anything from England batting? With a glass of Doom Bar in hand.
Overton round the wicket, and this immediately causes more difficulties for Latham, who he manages to target his upper chest area, which is exactly where a bouncer should be, and with some difficulty he manages to knock it down to the man at leg gully.
Peter Ward applauds the bear for tearing down the fourth wall.
I tripped over and pulled out another cable from someone else as well whilst I was out, you see.
Harry Naylor would appreciate that theatrical reference.
Is that is the second cable unplugged as yet, causing untold havoc?
No.
Or do you know?
That was just a cable out of another monitor. That was easily fixed.
Overton thunders towards the wicket. Backward defensive, no run from Latham. He's actually, although it's been a pretty steady start by New Zealand, Latham's 41 or 57, which is very healthy run rate.
Yep.
Overton does have a running style that looks like it shakes the ground with every step he takes, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he?
Is he big enough that we'd call? Is he a unit?
I think he's a unit. Yeah, definitely.
He's a unit. He's a colossal unit. He looks like a lower league central defender.
Yeah.
If you've never seen him before.
Or
that one's defended back down the pitch by Latham for no run.
Old school lock forward.
Chopper Overton.
Yeah. This is it's good stuff from Latham and Williamson. Haven't got sucked in to the drama of the Test match so far. They've decided they're not going to play Bazaball themselves. They're going to play proper Test cricket. Overton in again, round the wickets to the left-handed Latham. Gets up on him, but he plays it much better this time in the first ball of the over and knocks it down for a quick single.
Well, you kind of got a feeling England wouldn't have played a Bazaball unless they got to 55 for 6, would they? I mean, if the top two had opened up, if we hadn't lost those top order wickets, we'd have probably gone similar to this, or normal, you'd have thought, until later on. They were kind of forced into that position by the parlous state of their batting.
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because they're under directive, but someone like Zach Crawley will also be very conscious that he's already living on borrowed time. Now then, Overton in again. Now, I do believe that Williamson might even have attempted a ramp shot at that one as it went past, and it was a little bit of a shot to nothing, but he didn't make contact and it sailed straight through to Folkes. But more of the short pitch. So what do we think about this short pitched approach that's been so prevalent in the match so far?
Well, again, it seems to be one of those wickets that's not offering a lot unless you're Trent Boult, really, and so one way to go is to try and force a mistake by bowling short. That was way too short. I think he pulled out of the uppercut at the last minute, decided it was too high.
Got in position and then just didn't go the final 10%.
Last ball of the over. Absolutely straight ball, defended off the back foot. No run. Williamson 9, Latham 42. He will be on strike.
And
the next over, New Zealand 61 for 1 at the end of the 19th. Is it change time? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Jacob Messers. Jacob's going to come in for me. Messers is going to hop in for you, and Al is going to stay there.
Yep.
Hello, Al.
Hi. Mog's tweet from 2 minutes ago is the last one.
Thank you. Yeah, I was guessing that. I'm assuming we're probably going to have a drinks break here, are we not?
They've just come on for drinks, so take your time while Jacob gets into position.
Hello, Messers.
Hello, Jacob. I hope you stayed away from the cables.
I did, and I did no lasting damage. I wish it to be on the record that
you did
I
an
didn't
awful lot of
break anything.
short-term damage, though, didn't you?
I've got to say how impressed I was how the bear was, despite the slight altercation with the cable and a bit of a fucking hell here. He was remarkably calm in the whole thing. Mog says, do people still do the watermelon full of vodka trick for getting surreptitious brews into the ground? I think they do in Australia. I'm not sure. Is watermelon a thing in the UK?
I mean, it exists.
Yeah, I was going to say
It's not commonly taken to cricket matches, but it exists certainly.
Jacob, be careful. I bet Jez still thinks that watermelons are round.
Dear.
We all know that they're flat.
So we're actually up to date on socials. So what I might do is ask you for a summation of where you think we're at the moment. Oh, Al's got his mouth full of shit.
I'm currently hearing lots of clanging and banging because I think that the bear is seeking electrical tape to pin down the cables to the floor so that my klutz behind cannot trip over them anymore.
You want a summary?
Yeah.
Still delicately poised, Jez.
Cricket is occurring. Well,
a non-cliched summary?
What?
A non-cliched summary.
A non-cliched one.
Crucial first hour.
New Zealand have gone about things in exactly the right way. There's still so much time left.
Yeah.
So, the worry and fear here is that at some point, Williamson might start hitting himself into form, and if that happens, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
It's nice to be joined by the ninja dude who is taking a moment off his Bairstow bashing to support Kane Williamson, saying go Williamson, but all through yesterday it was all stupid Bairstow, useless Bairstow with his stupid score.
I'm assuming he's a New Zealand fan.
Well, apparently we think he's Bangladeshi.
Certainly no fan of cricket then.
Yeah, he didn't like Johnny Bairstow making 100.
I mean,
we're seeing the World Test Championship table on the screen. I think it may have been you, Al. I think you provided some slight misinformation earlier because I don't think England are fully out of the running. I think if we win all our remaining Test matches and certain other teams slip up, we can get into the final.
We're not going to make.
No, we're not. But it's theoretically possible.
Right.
Okay. That's like, yeah. That's like saying in the middle of the Premiership season that the team on the bottom theoretically could actually get into Europe next year.
As Leach returns, Latham will be on strike to him, and that's turned actually, and Latham went to defend forward, ended up angling the bat at the last minute and turning it really quite close to short leg. It did go straight down, but the turn very obviously surprised Tom Latham there.
The bounce is going to be important for him, isn't it?
He was just going to prop forward, and then he had to. He's gone down the wicket, inside edgy. Short leg has dived, and Ollie Pope, who's good in there, has parried it back across Tom Latham by his feet so that he can't go for a run. I don't think it was in the air, but causing some problems is Jack Leach. He's unsettled Tom Latham in just 2 balls, and then he comes again. That's flatter sweep from Latham, which he's missed. Leach appeals, no one else does because it's obviously not out, Jack.
That was definitely a premeditated, panicky type sweep, Jacob.
It was indeed, and Stokes is making some sort of motion. He's directing the field, but yes, absolutely. Latham does not seem comfortable on strike to Leach at the moment. As in he comes again, and that is a good forward defensive. That's a slower, loopier ball from Jack Leach, but Latham not drawn into the shot, but drawn forward.
If I'm not mistaken, Stokes' signal was disco.
I see. Here's Leach, inside edge onto pad and then straight into the floor. Yeah, I think. Well, he was making the sort of. It looked like the sort of substitute symbol, and then
I think
it leads into staying alive, etc., etc. As Leach floats one up, down the pitch comes Latham, bunts it back to Leach, who picks it up and hurls it back to Johnny Bairstow, with Latham diving out in the other direction. End of the over, 61 for 1 New Zealand. And I think it's Messers on the socials for us.
Yeah, and Mog says maybe the bear is going to use electrical tape to tie you to the chair, Jacob. Jeff Perkins says, don't they smuggle booze into the grounds in England using cucumbers or marrows? Leach is bowling as if he's actually got some confidence in himself now. It makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
JB Overton returning to the attack. We also have a new viewer on YouTube. Christopher Hansen says he's a new viewer from Denmark, and I wonder if he's come across this before as a new viewer. He asks, can we comment on the lack of performance from England's openers? Who's next in line? As in comes Overton, defended by Williamson for no run. Well, Christopher, that debate has been going on for approximately the last 10 years.
Yeah. How long have you got, Christopher? Yeah, it's...
Good instincts, though. It's good that straight away, as a new viewer, you're picking that up.
Yeah. Isn't there still a gap as chief of selectors, Chris? If you want to be able to, if you send your CV into Rob Key, then
yes,
we need someone to play.
Well, it's nice. It's nice of Chris to do that.
Taylor was the head scout, wasn't he? That's a bouncer from Overton, and Williamson just ducks underneath it, sways out the way. Yeah, James Taylor was the head scout. Oh God, the Bears got the electrical tape. I'm doomed. James Taylor was the head scout, and then, in slightly confusing circumstances, very suddenly resigned his position.
Just as the new regime came in, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there was talk that he was kind of going to stick around, and that he was in the front of the candidacy for chairman of selectors. But then he just resigned, as Williamson defend, and they haven't filled the post yet.
He did talk about personal reasons, so yeah, can't really blame him for that.
I can inform our hopeful tweeter that the Bear unfortunately has only used the electrical tape to tape the cable to the floor, and not, as you suggested, me to the chair.
I'm sure there's plenty left.
Yeah, there's a good roll of it. He might put a couple of strips over my mouth as well.
Yeah, there's the key thing is, Jacob, is that there's time.
There is time. As Williamson defends Overton on the back foot into the offside. Yeah, so if you are tired of hearing my voice on the ball-by-ball commentary, tweet in, and the Bear, if you become a $10 Patreon, the Bear will take me to the chair and silence me.
Classic undervaluing of his own value.
If you become a $20 Patreon, the Bear will do it with a naked light bulb swinging.
Is that some off-camera action going on there?
Yeah, there will be a light bulb held by a single string swinging in the room while he beats me senseless as Williamson defends Overton again. Thank you, Bear. We never quite appreciate just how much you do for Guerrilla Cricket, Bear.
Yes, why have we become part of this morbid fever dream of Jacobs about him being gaffer taped and beaten? It seems. But England, delicately poised in the cricket and all.
Yeah, some cricket has broken out in between. God, the Pornbot's going to have fun with this one.
You reckon?
Who knows? Who knows at this point? Williamson facing up to the final ball of the over. The lead is 30 for New Zealand now. That's a short ball, way too short, and ducked under by Williamson. End of the 21st over. Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Hang on. No, there's one ball left. The thing hasn't ticked over. It was 5 a minute ago, and it's still 5, it says. That's odd.
That one must have been a no ball.
Maybe.
Yeah, the score's moved on to 62, so I'm guessing a no ball.
No ball. I was deceived by Sky's
lack of telling you what was going on.
And in comes Overton again. That's on a better length, defended back foot by Williamson. This one will end the 21st over, 62 for 1 Messers.
Mayank says, what is it with you people and needing to be pissed at a cricket match? I rarely drink any alcohol at a test match. Maybe I'm just weird. I'm a bit like you. The older I get, the less likely I am to drink, to be honest. It's much harder to get home on the train if it had too much to drink. Barry Goodman says to reach the World Test Championship final, we'd also have to avoid any more penalties for our stupidly slow over rates, which seem to be improving actually.
Alert! Sorry to interrupt you, missus, but alert! Ben Stokes is going through a bowling warm-up.
Whoa, shit, that's interesting.
He was just doing some stretching and going through his action.
Mog speculated that the level of subscription necessary on Patreon to get Jacob tied up is the Red Room level.
As Latham sweeps Leach hard, but a diving Zach Crawley, who's exchanged his floppy hat for a cap, now tidies up, and they'll just get... No, they'll get 2, so Latham will retain the strokes. What is the price point of the Red Room level?
You don't
well,
that you don't want to know. we still haven't found the remains of the last person who asked that question, Jake.
Oh God! As in comes Leach, Latham down the pitch, works it into the leg side. They should get a single as the sweeper picks it up. Yeah, I don't want to check the memory card of the extremely high quality camera I'm looking at now. I really don't want to see.
Some questions are best left unasked.
If any time the South London police are coming around Bear's house, you'll just see him chucking cameras out the window, assorted cables being burned in the pile on the floor, memory cards being put down the what's it called? Some people have sinks, the garbage disposal thing that Americans have, as Williamson defends Leach. Yeah, I never understood those, the sort of propeller shredding for your thing that you put down the sink. It just seemed like a recipe for a small child to lose a hand.
But yeah,
Americans are good at destructive instruments.
It's too short from Leach. Back cut nicely from Williamson, and it will go away for one of these to third man.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Still, if you're a small child, I suppose the rubbish disposal is safer than waving a flag at the beginning of a test match.
Indeed. Williamson, same as Root, it always just looks like a complete surprise when they get out. It's like they are informed about the ball before it's bowled.
Yeah, a little
He just has so much time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Ravi Nair on YouTube says, if you have to ask about the Red Rim medal, you're not authorised to know about it. As Williamson, just a defensive push, but it's beaten the diving Stokes, I think. And again, it goes out to the sweeper. He'll get a single, should Williamson. Yes, he will. Moves to 14.
Yeah, it just all looks remarkably easy. And you know, as with all great batsmen, he's equal to the talent is the temperament as well.
Okay, so this home taping is killing the S&M industry.
Oh God, as Leach gets a pretty flat, faster one. Williamson no, it was Latham who defended it. It's left-hander, and Williamson will take the strike back.
We've got something like that in our house, in that we've got an M&S room.
St Michael busy there, is he?
This isn't just any gaffer tape. This is S&M gaffer tape.
Martin White says electrical tape can't fix stupid, but does muffle the sound. Whoops, that moved on me. Mike Taylor says, I once tried to smuggle half a bottle of whiskey into a Pogues gig. Got caught, but there was no rule about taking it inside my stomach, so I nicked it, got in, crashed out during the support, and missed the Pogues.
Gee, I was going to say, if you'd have drunk any more in a Pogues gig, you would have been on stage.
Oh, we need to jingle up a new bowler, because the skipper, the man himself, has brought himself on.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Well, for the first time in the test match, Captain Stokes has taken the ball. What the hell's going on, lads?
Disappointing.
Yeah. As he's in to Williamson, and straight away is sweetly driven. Oh, that's a lovely cover drive, classical from Williamson, and it's going to go away for one of these. Top loosener, Ben. Top loosener.
Oh, lovely, 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 lovely shot.
That's gorgeous. But we thought Ben Stokes wouldn't be bowling at all this test because we figured his knee was not in a great way after the last one, and he didn't bowl all in the first innings. And now on he comes as that's straighter and better, just in general, in pretty much every way. And Williamson defends it as his partnership reaches 46 runs from 87 balls.
But this is, I mean, obviously there's a sense there that as the captain he's kind of deferring to his other options, bringing himself on maybe as an element of last resort. But
it doesn't seem that way though. You could bring Broad back, you could have a bit more of Potts, you know. That's what he did in the first innings. As in comes Stokes, shorter but kept a little low. Williamson gets that on his legs. He's played it nicely. Will the diving man stop it? Oh, that's tight on the boundary. No, he's not stopped it. It's one of these. Second boundary in the over for Kane Williamson.
You're a bit deceived there by the camera work, but two absolutely picture perfect shots of timing by Williamson. He doesn't look to have hit it hard at all, but it's raced there, hasn't it?
Timed the hell out of that one, as that one again is defended. Even when he defends, it's out the middle of his bleeding bat. Yeah, that's the sign of a great batsman, isn't it?
I was going to say, you're sounding very much... Oh, no ball as well.
No ball! Let's have a jingle for that.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
That's a big no ball as well.
Oh, Ben Stokes. Thank God he didn't take his off stump out with that. As that's straight on the hip, clipped off said hip by Williamson down a fine leg single.
Given what Johnny Bairstow did, Jacob, you really can't moan about it coming out the middle of Williamson's
No, absolutely.
Yeah, just as an aside.
Good Lord, that was an innings and a half, wasn't it, from Johnny Bairstow? Every bit of that bat was middle right up until the point that he toe-ended it to long off.
Yeah, a disappointing 160 from...
Yeah, pretty piss poor from Bairstow, if you ask me. Terrible effort. Anyway, Latham's on 45. I think that's his highest score of the series. In he comes. Well, it will be now because he's not had a 50 this series, and he's going to move on to 49 with a beautiful square cut and one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Not ideal for Ben Stokes. His first over has one ball remaining, and he's gone for 14, including a no ball.
Well, he's not gone. We've not seen the speed gun, but if Latham's able to back foot drive that in front of square, I'm not entirely convinced.
As in comes Stokes again, and defended by Latham. He'll get a single. 84 mile an hour from Stokes that ball, so he's
50.
not down on his pace, and that is 50 for Tom Latham. Very well played by him.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
That's his 23rd Test 50 in 68 matches to go along with his 1200s. A very good one, 50 off 70 balls, and he's not really looked like getting out, has Tom Latham. Well played.
Well, the person who's caused him the most problems so far has been Leach.
And here is Jack Leach. Tom Latham's top scorer of this series so far. He hadn't got a 50 before, I'm pretty sure, and it's 85 for 1 with Jack Leach starting his 7th over. He's left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who's just taking a moment to settle himself, get his stance and his guard. I think there's some field movement. Johnny Bairstow saying something. When is he not? Bloody wicket keepers. Anyway, he's retreated behind the stumps now, and Latham is ready to face up. Here comes Leach over the wicket. into that rough. Oh, and some turn and bounce, and it's, I think, shot into Latham's glove and then straight back down onto the floor. He's having to deal with a bit of rough stuff outside that off stump, isn't he, Tom Latham?
That's probably a bit too wide. He probably could have left that alone, but it only needs to be 6 to 9 inches further in.
As that one is a bit better, and Latham dances down the pitch and plays it to short mid-wicket. Be interesting to see what Devon Conway does with this as well. He's taken Leach on with the sweep and the reverse sweep. With that rough outside the left-hander's off stump, will he be as confident? Well, you've got to see off Latham first, as that's short and swept, and there is a short third man who misfields. Will they get a single from that? No, they won't. It was short, too short from Leach, and swept hard, but backwards square straight to the fielder.
We're seeing a different substitute fielder being on.
Don't know who the hell
Not sure
that
who's
is.
off. But maybe that's why Stokes is bowling. Maybe one of the bowlers is on.
As that's clipped into the leg side by Latham for no run. Yeah, the substitutes, they're starting to release players from the squad now and use young players from whichever county the ground of which they are at.
So they have done that for decades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're seeing a lot of new guys as Latham, beautiful shot, beautiful, steps outside, gets his pad right outside the line, hard sweep backwards to square, and it's going to be one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
He's collected that from outside the off stump and just really powered it round the corner, a lovely shot. As Leach, final ball of his, over into the rough. Oh, it's popped up. Is that an inside edge? There's an appeal. Murray Erasmus says no, and there doesn't seem to be much interest in a review. But that turned, bounced, beat the bat, came off what must have been thigh pad and popped straight up to slip. Leach ends his 7th over, 0 for 17 off 7, and New Zealand are 89 for 1. Messers.
Steve Hanford says, that's what you lot look like. Long-time listener, first-time viewer. Thanks for the years of late-night chuckles. Steve from Perth. I don't know where in Perth, Steve, but I'm up in Roleystone, so we're not far away. And meanwhile, on Twitter, Mr. Carroll from Margs, which I presume to be Margaret River, which is about 150 miles south of Perth. Beautiful spot. Says, great call, guys. I know for a fact we have a new listener today, Big Lynn's in Perth, so I don't know if that's Steve that you're talking of. Mike says there's no garbage disposal in UK sinks. It's a bloody lifesaver. And Mark says, who'd have thought you lot would so swiftly embrace the concept of the Red Room? Handy money spilling, mind you.
Stokes
Ravi says...
You haven't heard about our other rooms, though.
Oh, dear. Stokes is breaking off.
Ravi says New Zealand to declare at tea tomorrow 430 ahead. I think they wouldn't think that was enough after the last test.
In comes Stokes to Williamson, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Stokes had started to run in, but another idiot was standing up behind the bowler's arm again.
Well, what would you expect?
Well, New Zealand are now leading England by 58, and Stokes has a healthy economy rate of 15.
Did you talk in the first couple of days about the fact that this shouldn't be taking place at this ground at all?
No.
I don't know if we talked about it, but I mean, they've got me kind of by the skin of their teeth, haven't they? Yeah.
They bought their way out.
As in comes Stokes to Williamson. Full driven. Not going to beat the field, though. Well fielded by whoever the hell that substitute is. Yes, some long floppy-haired yobbo has fielded the ball.
Wow, you turned dark quickly.
What the hell's he doing at mid-off as well? That's a premium fielding position, that one. He should be at cow corner.
He stopped 4 runs then.
He should be going fine leg to fine leg. That's what you're meant to do with the young'uns, isn't it? As in comes Stokes. And that's straighter on the legs, pushed to short mid-wicket. Ollie Pope there, no run.
Strangely, whoever the substitute fielder is, they do look older than Ollie Pope, which is...
It's not difficult.
Not hard.
Messrs. Steve Hanford tells you that he lives just near the Wacker, so you're almost neighbours.
Oh, brilliant.
The now sadly disused Wacker in terms of international cricket.
Well, there'll be some women's internationals there, and the women's Big Bash will be played there as well. So there's still some good games to be had.
Williamson defends into the onside for no run. Yeah, you kind of wish the Ashes were still there.
Well,
the Optus
they've knocked down two of the major stands.
Yeah, I was going to say that ship sailed, Chief.
Yeah, the Optus Stadium is fine, but the WAC has got the history, doesn't it?
Well,
oh yeah. It's also got the history of some really shit pitches as well, which people tend to forget. There's been some dreadful draws there, as well as some really exciting 3-day tests.
In comes Stokes, defended by Williamson. Short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, that one kind of looked to... There was an attempt by the ball there to squeeze past the inside edge of Williamson's bat, which got Bairstow and the slip cordon interested, but he's a bit too classy for that, is Kane Williamson.
There's one more ball left of this over, and I'm not going to jinx it, so I'm just going to see how this plays out. But if it does play out, it will be interesting, considering Stokes' first over, as they're just making me wibble on about this point now because he's not running in. Here he comes, defended. Oh, they've got it past the floppy-haired Yobbo at mid-on, who does run back very well and almost Jack Leaches himself on the boundary. Then a horrendous throw from Stuart Broad. They get through for 2. That would have been a maiden for Stokes had that ball been a dot after his first over going for 15. This one's gone for 2. Yeah, well done, Yobbo. You've done well.
I think he's on for Potts because I think he gave his sunglasses to Potts on it. I think that's maybe why Stokes was bowling in the first place. But
so he's off now. The anonymous sub. 25
very classy
overs.
stops.
25 overs done. 92 for 1. New Zealand leading by 61. Messers.
We're up to date on tweets. Are we due to change right now?
We're due in 1 minute, so we'll probably do one more over.
Okay.
And then, it's Leach's over, so it only lasts 3 minutes anyway. And then it will be Forthy, Colin Suter, and the Bear, and that'll be the last of the Bear for today. You'll be left with me for the last session.
God, don't move.
Stay very, very still.
Yeah.
I'll just be in this.
Little as possible.
I'll be in this chair for 2 hours. Luckily, the Bear has this program where he can, at home, effectively take over all the computers here, so he can kind of help.
As long as you don't pull the cables out.
Yeah. But he can sort of help me shut it all down at the end of the day by magic and the internet.
As a matter of interest, Ben Stokes scored 18 runs, I think, when he was batting from 13 balls, something like that. He's conceded 18 runs from 12 balls.
So now he's in deficit, effectively, as in comes Leach. Shorter, back foot from Williamson, out to short cover. It's Matty Potts who's back on. Karaticus himself. He's no run.
Stokes net neutral then.
As Leach in, defended, no run. Emily Elizabeth on YouTube says Jez got wrenched, Mazel Tov, and then a spanner emoji.
Yes, I've got a spanner too now. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I must have something to hit.
Hit it hard with a hammer.
As in comes Leach. Oh, that was on the inside edge of Williamson's bat. That almost beat him through. It would have been probably a good LBW shout, or short leg is in, so both dismissals in play as that one failed to turn and slid through.
Williamson's certainly respecting the idea that Leach will spin the ball a lot.
Yeah, as that's floated up beautifully and a lovely drive. Oh, it's a tight single. Direct hit from Stokes at mid-on. Tom Latham was safe, and it's going to go away for overthrows. But, blimey, what a hit. That's shattered the stumps. Good Lord. I think we've got a little overthrow jingle, which we can do here. That's a bit metal for just before
the net result, I think, is 2 runs to Williamson. So, but yeah, it was good run, good throw. Bairstow had no chance. with the deflection off the stump.
It went quick as well.
Yeah.
You know, Latham was well in his ground, but it was a good old effort from Stoke. As in comes Jack Leach, defended by Williamson, not quite getting to the pitch of that one, and there's a little bit of rough just starting to show from Trent Boult, we assume, outside the right-hander's off stump. Probably a bit wide for Leach.
You did see Bairstow with that throw look at him as if to go, well, what am I supposed to do with that?
As in comes Leach, wide, short, cut hard, beautiful shot from Kane Williamson. Too short from Leach, and it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, that's the end of the over. Needed 94 for 1, and I'm afraid, Al, it's the end of our stint. So I will hand over to Forthy, who should be on the ball-by-ball. Colin Suter will come in to do your socials, and the bear is here. Praise be. See you all in a bit.
David Stumper's next.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jacob.
Cheers, Messi.
Very good. Welcome, Colin. How are you?
Oh, not bad. Not bad. Not seen any of this so far. This is me just coming on.
You'll pick up the idea. Ease you in. Are you in Aberdeen?
Just north, but more or less.
Just nothing. Yeah. Okay.
What's
So
it
we're spread far and wide.
We are indeed. I can make Emily. I'm going to make you a moderator. You were saying in the Discord that you wanted to be a moderator. So here you go. Have a spanner.
You're handing them out like New Year's honours.
Well, you know.
Spanners left, right and centre. In comes Stokes. Round the wicket to the left-handed Latham. Defended, no run.
Looks pretty innocuous, doesn't it, this wicket?
It's the quietest session, I think, of the Test series so far.
Could be.
Nothing much has happened. Well, I mean, we say that. England would have been very happy to have ended up 98 for 1. But the ball's not doing anything. The pitch looks placid.
No.
New Zealand are just doing what they need to do. Stokes in again. Round the wicket. That is beautifully clipped. It's effectively a middle stump half volley. It got what it deserved. 4 runs.
I mean, England are trying full balls, short balls. The full ones aren't swinging. The wobble seam's not really catching the seam. I mean, it's looks like still a pretty good batting service.
New Zealand are determined to continue playing like a test.
Yeah.
They are. They say, you do you to England. We'll play Test cricket. And that's a replay of the previous ball, almost absolutely identical. Ends up in the same spot. Another beautiful clip. 4 runs to Latham. Ominously for England, Latham and Williamson, who are probably the 2 most correct technically players in the New Zealand team, now appear to have their eye in, and this score could get big on England. That's a little wider of off stump, and Latham steers it to the man in the covers. No run.
Yeah, I do.
Partnership. Yeah, go.
Well, I think that Stokes done the right thing. The pitch isn't really helpful to any of the bowlers, and you might as well just keep rotating people, give them 2, 3, 4 overs at a time. Just keep going through the bowlers.
Yep. Well, I don't think there's much more England can do, really. They're trying everything. The lead is now 75, and the partnership is 78.
Oh.
Yeah, that maybe did something. Either Latham played down the wrong line, or it just deviated slightly off the seam. No edge, goes straight through to Bairstow. No run.
I don't think it did much.
It did nothing.
He just played down the wrong line, didn't he?
It did seem to, yeah.
Yes. Stokes is clearly bowling too full.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to criticise a bowler when he bowls too full, because he's trying for something. He's trying to get that little bit of extra seam, and he knows he's going to go for a few 4s. He wouldn't say he's trying to buy a wicket, but He's trying to get the ball to do something. It's not doing anything.
No.
That one was well fielded by Overton at mid-wicket, who's been in the game a lot, one way or another. And the score stays on 106 for 1. And that's the end of the over. Colin, what's happening on socials?
David Stump on Twitter, talking of sub-fielders, any idea what happened to Javo, the infamous repeat pitch invader from last year?
I think he might be
hopefully still in jail.
Yeah.
Annoying twat he is.
Yeah.
The light roller, Johnny Bairstow, is behind the wickets. What happened to Folks? I did miss a bit of the action.
Folks has got sore back, whatever that means, and hence Johnny B is on the field as the keeper. Presumably there's a permanent sub somewhere on the field.
Leach, who seems to be doing a lot of blowing into his hands in this innings, more so than usual, and that was possibly a better ball from Leach, but it's still again very full. This is not really giving it a chance to spin much there, but a thick inside edge, no run from Williamson. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Leach comes round the wicket. Classic textbook forward defensive, back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turn there, is there? You want it to sort of kick a little, with a bit of turn, would be nice, but it's just not happening. The odd one.
The best ball he bowled was the very first ball of his entire spell in the first innings, which got the wicket. It really did straighten. And that one is maybe just got the outside half of Williamson's bat, squirts out to point. Maybe a semi-moral victory. Let's have a look at this one again. Yes, there was a bit of turn there, but in fact Williamson played it perfectly well. Leach steadies himself. The imposing figure of Mario Erasmus behind him. Too full for anything to happen there. Forward defensive, no run.
Alright, Erasmus, apart from having very jowly cheeks, he's got a very downturned mouth and a square head if you look at it from the side.
It's not the most attractive cocktail of physical characteristics.
No.
That did do something. That beat Williamson on the outside edge and through to Bairstow. There was a bit of turn there, just outside the off stump. That was a good ball.
A little bit of bounce too.
Wanted to play his favourite shot, but just forgetting there's a fielder there.
That was encouraging. Half a foot to the right, that would have pitched on off and would have forced Williamson to play, and then they really would have been in business. Leach round the wicket again. That one does pitch on off, but just goes on with the arm. That's the end of the over. 106 for 1. New Zealand at the end of the 28th.
Twitter, Neymar Butlands. It's 7:11 a.m. here in LA. Walking a trail with the dogs. I've spotted Liz Howley here, and the famous rapper too. Keep you posted.
Ah. Go and tell her to Liz Hurley for us. Tell her to listen to Gorilla Cricket.
Messages stiff back apparently in relation to Folks. And Mike Taylor, what? ECB? Folks to play no further part today. Missed that. What happened? But
is that right? Not playing any further back is well, yes. If you've got a bad bat, you can't really keep wicket.
No, it's bad back and bad knees are just the end of wicket keeping.
Yeah, absolutely. Like drummers. Stokes in for his fourth over, number 26. Not the most auspicious starts for him. Again, repeat the recipe. A half volley on middle stump, clipped by Latham for exactly the same spot for 4 of these.
I do remember wicket keeping once, and I lost a contact lens.
Oh dear!
Just one of them, and that was just a nightmare. It was going in and out of focus every ball.
Oh my goodness me! Score moves. Picture Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is a highly emotional man, and he's not disguising his feelings about what's happening to his bowling here. That's a better ball. Just tempts Latham outside off stump, but leaves it well alone. Really, gun barrel straight through to the keeper. Nothing happening. It will be time for them to try and change the ball before too long, of course.
I've noticed that England are bowling, if they get a wicket, Stokes likes to do a lot of pointing to other fielders, like he's taking quite a lot of suggestions and field placing their tactics.
He's a great team man, you have to say, Stokes.
Yeah,
he is one of the greatest team men.
thing.
He absolutely loves his team to take all the credit and not himself. That is just defended out into mid-wicket by Latham, no run. I always remember when he scored his amazing innings at Headingley when he got his ton. He did not even bat an eyelid, didn't celebrate, didn't raise his bat, just refocused. He was completely uninterested in his own personal milestone. Winviz, New Zealand 48%, England 21%, draw 31%, but these things, it'll be the other way around again if England get a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that, it's almost meaningless.
The lead is 79 now, and they've only got 1 wicket down, so they'll be a little bit worried.
For sure.
Still only 28 overs in, which is...
How do we feel about New Zealand deserving to get something out of this series? Would you be so magnanimous as to suggest it wouldn't be a totally bad thing if New Zealand did win this test? Ben Stokes round the wicket. Again, straight ball, just outside off stump, defended by Latham, nothing doing.
I think that would be fair. I mean, they've played exceptionally good cricket. They've just come up against a resurgent England that, I mean, some people would say we got lucky. I mean, how often do you expect to play like that in test matches and do it? And we've done it in 2 innings in a row, so maybe the third time unlucky for England, and it just won't come off. And New Zealand will win a test. They'll still lose 2-1.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Stokes goes a little wider on the crease as he comes round it, and that's a slightly more aggressive shot from Latham, but straight to the man at mid-off. There's no run.
So
I think that's fair enough.
I just thought about the new England mantra earlier, and it was, I think they're under the principle that thinking they'll only ever need to see 1 new ball. They'll never get to the second new ball, and if they do get to the second new ball, the total will be massive, because at least one person in this side is going to tee off and manage it.
Stokes round the wicket, quite wide of the wicket, and it comes in at more of an angle, and Latham is circumspect. Defends, no run, New Zealand 110 for 1 at the end of the 29th over.
Twitter, old farted play, saying courgettes, I believe. I always pour the vodka in the ice bucket and cover the ice with your mix of drinks of choice. Nothing else on Twitter. Over in YouTube, Emily's proudly showing off our new spanner by giving us some Hollywood speeches. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Gorilla Academy.
Thank you very much.
There was a new member that I don't think was spoke about earlier. Christopher Hansen, good afternoon, new viewer from Denmark here. Can you comment on the lack of performance of England's openers and who is next in line?
Well, that's an ongoing saga, really, isn't it?
Leach round the wicket for the first ball of the over to Williamson. That touch of turn, but we're wide enough for Williamson to comfortably leave it. Dot ball.
I think Ben Compton's a safe understanding. He's next in line, I guess.
Well, he should be. He's the man who's scoring the runs, isn't he?
That one's more on middle and leg, flicked to mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket and no run.
I think you were dead right yesterday. You want to get the person who is in form rather than person who has just started to do it.
Camera trains on someone who looks like Jeff Thompson in the crowd. Surely it can't be him.
No.
That's a very very nice ball, pitched on middle, just deviated slightly, but Williamson's got his eye well in now and defended it very comfortably.
Sorry, excuse me, is that David English? The guy
Was it David English?
Was it? I don't know. I'm going to have a look at David English on Google Pictures. Looks suspicious.
Check him out. Leach, who's maybe interesting to get Bear's opinion on this. You think he's bowling just a little faster, a little flatter in this innings?
He does that quite a lot.
It was a dot ball, by the way.
He needs to give it a little bit more flight.
It does seem to have got faster and flatter. Maybe it's gone cold because he's doing a lot of hand blowing. He just hasn't got quite the control he had in the first innings. Maybe he's not bowling badly, but he's not really getting anything out of the surface. There's another dot ball defending straight to the man at forward short leg.
I think it is David English, you know.
Okay, last ball of the over. That's too short, but can only be played by Williamson. Dad's the man at point. There's no run. He remains on 32. Latham on 66. New Zealand 110 for 1 at the end of the 30th over. Leach number 23 after his 10.
Nothing on Twitter, but over on YouTube, Lockie 6th. Third session of day 5, England will be bowled out for 37. You can take that to the bank. And then goes on to say, Rajmas and Bear are identical twins, separated at birth by a cruel Dickensian twist of fate involving Dick Swiveller, with Norman Shropshire 1 and Riderhood. I don't think you're separated at birth, are you?
No.
Extremely harsh.
That's very harsh.
Okay, we're getting Brody. Getting Brody back for his 7th over. I said it's actually been quite a sedate session, but the run rate's actually been up just around at 4. It just goes to show what you get used to. That would have been regarded as pretty fast.
Let's have a two
quite recently.
Oh my word.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
We had 31 entries for the GPL today, so the pot will be 165 quid. It starts at 261 all the way up to 367.
Have you entered?
No, I never enter. I'm the bank. I'm not to.
Broad round the wicket, well round the wicket, and starts with a leg stump half volley. And it's as if Bairstow had never gone away and ends up in the same place with the same result. These 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, they keep bowling it there to him. He's obviously quite good at that shot, you know.
Yeah, I think they ought to recognise it's not doing anything at the minute and start bowling a little drier. They really should. I mean, full marks to them for, in some ways, for continuing to beaver away, but they're just feeding New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah.
Broad in again for his 2nd ball. Latham has now moved to 70. He's looking good. And he drifts onto leg stump again. Latham's able to just flick it off wide of the man at mid-wicket, and they come back for 2 runs.
Was that rain I just saw in front of them? It looked like I saw rain coming down in front of the camera.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, they are looking up the sky.
Yeah, Rich Kettlebell's looking very edgy indeed. As umpires do. Whenever there's moisture in the air, he's looking around him. He hates it. All umpires hate rain.
Checking to see the ground crew already.
Turns his back to play. Oh God, there's some people moving behind the bowler's arm again. Can you believe it? Jamie Overton.
Up in Dickie's fucking hospitality box.
It's all bloody Dickie's fault.
Yeah.
Although he's got his trousers rolled down today, which is something. Broad round the wicket again, and easily left. Jamie Overton scored 97 from number 8 on his Test debut, and someone said, "Well, is that the highest ever by a number 8 or lower on Test debut?" No, indeed. There's at least 10 players who've scored more, including one in this match on Test debut. Tom Blundell scored a century at number 8 on his Test debut, so there we are. And we all remember Ashton Agar getting his 98.
Yeah. And he was on 11.
And he was number 11, exactly right. Stuart Broad, round the wicket.
Dropped.
Oh, it's been dropped. Straight in and straight out by Joe Root. By slip standards, that was a reasonably straightforward catch. Slightly to his right, should have taken it.
Well, you've got to take chances like that, haven't you? I mean, that's terrible. That's exactly what he did to Daryl Mitchell. It's a similar sort of catch. Round about knee high, straight in, just butterfingers it straight through.
It's was, all slip catches are tricky, but that was one of the most straightforward ones you can come across. He had easy sight of it, straight in. It was a sort of waist
I don't
height.
think he followed it in with his eyes. He just seemed to look at it and then take his eyes off.
And I'd like to see Stuart Broad
right.
as that went down. Eyes to
Well,
heaven, no doubt. That's a terrible miss.
It just seemed to come through a little too fast. There was a howl of anguish as he hit the ground.
Rooty does drop quite a lot at slip, you know.
He does, it's true. Poor old Broady. He's probably had more than his fair share of bad luck from slips over the last few years. He'll certainly think so. That's the end of the 31st over. A dot ball to finish. Joe Root looks suitably shamefaced. New Zealand 116, still for 1 at the end of it.
A quick look at the betting check to see if the algorithms have finally caught up to England's new style of play, and appears they haven't. New Zealand favourites at 6-5, the draw 9-5, England 13-5, which I think is pretty decent odds considering how they've been playing.
The thing you get these days is that New Zealand will be very wary about an early declaration.
Yes.
The way that England have been batting.
Well, there's so much time left in this game anyway. You're expecting them to chase anything, wouldn't you?
You would. Joe Root maybe can make amends by snaffling a wicket in the 7 minutes remaining before tea's coming on to bowl.
Okay, that's about a jingle. Sorry, just noting down how many runs England scored today. So you can work out the GPL at the
His
end of the
voice
day.
is high pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
So Joe Root, a not inconsiderable bowler, just above occasional you'd say, drifts it out first ball wide of Williamson, who comes through for a single. He moves on to 33.
Of course, with a best for 5 for 8.
Absolutely, in India as well. Third highest analysis by an England captain as England captain, I think I'm right in saying. I mean, there were players who've obviously got higher ones, but not when they were captain, like both. Oh, that really did turn. That got a lot of purchase. That got a lot of purchase to the left-hander Latham. And that's very encouraging signs. It's a very good ball indeed. Beaten all ends up. Well taken by Bairstow.
Oh, terrible.
That's followed by an absolute shocker, which is just shoveled round the corner down to a vacant fine leg area by Latham for 4 of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Sorry, Forthy. Occasionally, just words just spill out.
I reckon if Latham didn't hit that, there would have been 4 wides.
No worries at all. Root, who looks very unhappy with himself right now, understandably so. Loops that one onto middle wicket, defended straight back down to Root. He's got the most remarkable red streak, which starts at his hip and goes all the way below his knee down one side. Obviously the official spinner at the moment, Root. The sweat about as much as Alistair Cook, i.e. not at all. And that one's defended to mid-wicket by Latham for no run. Last ball of Root's first over in this innings. 5 off it so far. Round the wicket, and although it's well pitched up and tempts Latham, he's not to be tempted. He remains on 76. Dot ball. New Zealand 121 for 1 at the end of the 32nd.
Neymar Butlins agree that we should balance things out by losing this. Can't rely on it being a bunch of jammy gits as a tactic for new England testing.
But if they keep doing it consistently, they'll say it's not jammy. It's it's skill.
Ian Dirk, Stokes a totally team man. Which captains weren't? Top 3 perhaps?
Well, I can name Jeff Boycott as the most un-team-like captain that anyone's ever served under.
Yeah.
This is my average, I don't care.
It's all about me.
Exactly.
me.
David Stump, who sings He Got the Best Headband Around?
I think Shane Warne would have nominated Steve Waugh for another, although there would have been other players in that team who disagreed with that verdict. Rarely
KP.
sometimes.
That's a fair
KP, yes, KP,
Yeah,
absolutely.
KP.
Railingworth didn't always see the bigger picture, it's fair to say. Stuart Broad in again, and dropped short, and absolutely smacked through mid-wicket by Williamson for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
For non-Englishman entries, Michael Clark was a bit of a...
Yeah, he did not have a United dressing room, did he, Michael Clark?
No.
Simon Katic took strong exception to his captaincy style.
Is that when they had the fallout about singing the song?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. I think one of them hit the other, and the other... they had to be restrained.
In fact,
in the dressing
I might
room.
even have to play the Michael Clark jingle for that.
Stuart Broad in again, full, and Stuart Broad remarkably off his own bowling, misfields it, but fortunately there's a mid-off there, no run.
We had, I think our jingle was based on that. Oh.
I don't think I would like a punch from Katic as well. He was quite wiry.
He's quite wiry, yeah, and Michael Clark looked like he might be a little bit of a soft touch.
Oh, definitely.
Stuart Broad as well, still trying to find the Michael Clark jingle. Stuart Broad turns again. Partnership's 97. That's well left. Deviates slightly, but too wide to be of any concern for Williamson. Found it there?
No, I'm not sure if this is the right one.
Oh. And of course, Inzamam al Haq.
I suppose it's let's say Hansi Cronje had other things on his mind rather than being laser focus on being a good captain. Stuart Broad in for the fourth ball of the over.
Just like one of those boxing promoters, just take a dive.
Exactly, yes. And that's left well alone, dot ball. The camera moves to Zach Crawley, who must be beginning to fear for how many matches he's got left in this side. Some difficult decisions will have to be made at some point. You can certainly say Zach Crawley is by far the most vulnerable. Stuart Broad in again for the fifth ball of the over. Classic forward defensive from Kane Williamson. Superb technique.
Let's try this.
He used to live in Bondi in a flat pan steak old buns. I heard his ex Laura Bingo was prone to a bungle, but now he's not so silly. He lives in Lily Pilly, and now I have been told he has married Kylie Boldy. Michael Clark, Michael Clark, Michael Clark, Michael Clark. Sing the song, Michael Clark, Michael Clark. Sing the song.
There you go. That was the Michael Clark jingle. It's a bit genius, that.
Absolutely beautiful. Dot ball. We're left well alone by Latham there. And that is, I think, the end of the 33rd over. New Zealand 125 for 1. Colin.
Worldwide Palm saying, "We're doomed."
Yes.
Yeah.
Brian is going, "Shit. The pub TV has switched to the bloody nag drags." Whatever that is. Thank the deity if you like or dislike guerrilla cricket.
And that, my friends, appears to be the end of the afternoon session. We wrap it up with New Zealand, as I say, 125 for 1 at the end of the 33rd. They lead by 94. Their partnership is 100. Very much New Zealand session. And England will have to do something quick and brilliant, which they've done before, going into tea.
They will indeed. Have we got any last tweets, or should I just go straight to whatever it is I'm going to play?
We've got Ravineer. The cat's gone already. As I have to leave the door ajar for her to return, but defend it against the feral Ginger Tom, who otherwise comes in after her food. I doubt I'll sleep tonight. Could you extend the match today for an extra 6 hours?
Unfortunately, we can't. It'll be dark at the end of that. Although not very, because obviously it doesn't get dark until about 10 o'clock in England this time.
Oh, you should try up here. Christ, it never gets dark.
Oh, Christ, yeah, of course. What time does it get dark? Is it about 2 in the morning or something?
2 in the morning,
Yeah.
and then half 4 starts to get light again.
Fuck me.
It gets as dark at 5:05 in Melbourne at the moment.
Oh, well.
Right, I'll see you at 3:30.
Okay, as I promised, every tea time of this test because we're playing India next. I'm going to play Dave's interview with Ravi Shastri. So here you go again. If you missed it yesterday, have another go.
Well, a special guest on this week's podcast, a man who's played many roles in cricket. You can give him any role, one thing is guaranteed, he'll make a great success of it. Bowler turned batsman, coach, mastermind of the broadcasting area, and then returning as head coach of India. Now back as broadcaster and commissioner of the Legends tournament. Ravi Shastri, how do you fit it all in?
It takes time. You go with the flow, David. You know, it's a great journey. It's been over 4 decades now, but you know, once you're passionate about the game, you want to be involved with the game, then you know things just happen, and it's just happened for me. No plans, no ideas before that. It just kicked in.
I mean, you were known as a classic slow left arm bowler. You batted number 10 when you started playing for India, and indeed at domestic level. You then worked your way up to opening batsman. Tell us about that transition, Ravi.
It just happened where I always had tremendous confidence in my own ability as a batsman. It was just that the Indian batting lineup was such that you started at number 10. But then very quickly, you know, I was up the order to 9 and 8, and then I made sure I always sat next to the captain, whoever it was, whether it was Sunny or Kapil. Towards the end of the day's play, if they needed a night watchman, you know, I was ready to go against whichever side in the world. So that's how it actually started. I went as night watchman against England, and I got 90 odd in Delhi, and then you know, many other times against other teams, and by that time you were moving up the order all the time. So it went, I mean, you literally had batted at every number from 1 to 10. You know, number 11 I left for Dilip Doshi.
Did you have to make a mental shift and at one stage in your career say, right, I'm a batsman?
Well, no question about it, because I found it taking its toll, you know, batting and bowling. You know, I would say the first half of my career I was more a bowler and a batsman. Then for a couple of years, 3 years, I was, you know, a proper all-rounder. But then I was batting at number 6 and bowling. But then I realized that once I moved up to the top of the order, then you realize that you got to focus on that area a lot more. So that's when your bowling started taking the back seat, and your batting started taking the front seat.
And my God, did it take off. Centuries in very difficult conditions, not least the one you scored in Antigua against West Indies attack. Tell us about the attack that day. Not many other people managed to stay in against it.
I was on 2 tours of the West Indies. 83, the attack was holding Roberts Ghana, and holding Roberts Ghana Marshall. No, Davis played in that game, So I think Ghana wasn't playing. Davis played in that game, and then again in '89,
Winston Davis.
I got 100 in Barbados. That for me was probably the best 100 I've made in Test cricket.
Who was the attack that day?
Little different from '83, but it had Walsh, Ambrose, Marshall, and Bishop.
Just Bishop for some light relief. Ian Bishop to put it up round your chin. What was your secret to get, you know, to playing against those guys? Because no one else managed to in the Indian team.
I mean, that's the reason why I was asked to go up the order. And you know, you've got to treat it as a challenge. You've got to realize that there's no shortcut there. You know, you've got to, you know, guts it out. You've got to take the knocks. And the bottom line is you've got to have the gumption to hang in there for 4-5 hours if you want to get anywhere past 80, 90, because you know, those days the restrictions weren't there. You know, in '83 you could bowl 6 bouncers and over. You know, the equipment that you wore was nothing compared to, you know, what the headgear and the gloves were 10 years later. So it was a challenge, and you don't often get, you know, lineups like you got in the 80s. You know, you had some real quality bowlers. You got a lot of good bowlers later on as well. But when you had those kind of the kind of cricket gear you had and the rules that existed, where there was no restriction on bouncers, then it was a massive challenge. Where can you imagine, Mikey allowed to bowl 6, or Joel allowed to bowl 6 bouncers, or Andy allowed to bowl 6 bouncers in over? You don't even want to go there.
Just going to bring Jay. We're going to bring my colleague in from Essex Cricket. I'm down here in Chelmsford County Ground during the lunchtime of the Essex-Yorkshire match. I'm joined by Jay Knight, who's one of the stalwarts of Ilford cricket. Jay.
You talked about that Barbados. One thing, because until then, the benchmark batsmen were all small. The great Gavaskar and their technique was very different because of their height. And you're a very tall man. And you were probably one of the first tall Indian batsmen to cope with that. And so what's the big, change in terms of your, compared to what you learned from, the great Gavaskar and Amarnath and so on?
I think in my case, I was a bigger target. I was an easier target for the fast bowlers. With Sunny's height, if you banged it in short, you got to get it in the right areas to get it somewhere near his face. It could easily duck or sway. In my case, I believe that you have to sway out of the way of the bouncer. You got to keep your eyes on the ball and leave it, because that's half the job. If you cannot play the short ball, or if they even get a sniff that you are intimidated by the short ball, you have no chance.
But the point is, you created that. And hats off to you, because you were the first Indian batsman to do that, a tall batsman. And wow, because there are not many tall batsmen who are successful against that attack. So, hats off to you, sir.
Well, Ravi, you've always been a pioneer. That's why when I worked at Channel 4, we came to you as our Indian expert in the commentary box. As the next phase of your career was very distinguished in the commentary box. You're one of the best readers of the game. Everyone loves hearing your commentary. How big a part of your life is the broadcasting, and how difficult was it to give it up in order to take the Indian national coach job?
Very difficult, because I was under contracts. I was enjoying it. I'd been 23 years in broadcasting. You'd worked all around the globe with probably every channel that existed in different countries, and it was something that you really enjoyed. And then suddenly, when you were asked to do that job, you were to, and without being given too much of time, all you had to tell yourself was just treat it as a challenge. Go out there, give it your best shot. I didn't expect anything. I just wanted to go there and get a good mindset going with the boys to compete wherever they went.
What a job.
The rest is history.
You talk about that job. You're talking to Jay and I. We are both lecturers in business at the Open University, and we talk about different organisations. That organisation you had to manage, all those egos. It's what we call a person culture, not a people culture. It's a person culture. How did you navigate that with the senior players? Because so many coaches have come a cropper with the senior players in India.
The fact that I'd been 23 years in broadcasting, so it wasn't as if I knew the players. I hardly knew anyone, barring to an extent Dhoni, because of the number of interviews I'd done with him, post-match presentations, things of that sort. But barring that, I really didn't know anybody. But you had to crack the whip the moment you went in, in the sense like announce yourself. Bottom line, where you set some goals for the side, you get some team culture going where, they were told very clearly it's not an individual sport, it's a team sport. So the word I goes out of the window, it is we, and then take it from there. And the bottom line is, if you're going to play, then you're going to play to win, and you're going to play to compete. If you think you're out there to fill the numbers, just because you're playing Test cricket, there are 10 teams and you're one of them, sorry, then
Jay,
then it's not in my, you're not in my territory.
Raviji, in terms of managing the politics, because that's such a, as a coach, what percentage of your time was managing the politics, and what percentage was kind of, handling the actual team type of thing,
actually, to be honest, I didn't have any problems there. Because bottom line is I don't know what's politics.
Yeah.
And if someone tries to play politics with me, then they'll get a definition which I know of politics. As simple as that. So, there was never any politics, but it came to me. You had a direct dialogue with the selectors. For a long period of time, there was no board. You had a COA running the cricket. If you realize that at that time. So,
sure. The relationship with the captain. The relationship with the captain must be key, Ravi, and that's where, from the outside, it seemed like you and Virat Kohli had a very, very good working relationship. How did that come about, and how did you complement each other?
I think we're similar characters when it comes to mindset. We're both aggressive. We want to compete. You want to win. You're not there to give excuses. You've got to own up. If you mess up, put your hand up and say, you're not good enough. Just be honest about it, and but play hard, play fair, but play extremely hard. You don't give an inch once you're across that boundary line on the field of play. So Virat was pretty similar when it came to that, and for me, the most important thing was the transition from Dhoni to Kohli. That happened very nicely. There was tremendous respect between the two of them. So that made the job a lot easier. Even when MS retired from Test cricket, he still carried on playing for India under Virat in the one-day game, and gave his best, which was fabulous.
Of all your achievements with the Indian national team, which one would you say that away victory in Australia, where you came back from impossible odds to win that series, would that be one of the key series? That was actually without Virat, wasn't it, for a lot of the time?
Yeah, I think that's epic.
Yeah,
that's something that I don't think can be matched. It can be equal, a performance like that. When you see the times you played cricket in, COVID times, it was tough on the players. It's especially when you're doing quarantine and you're in a bubble, and for 6 months you hardly played the game in India because of the COVID issue. Where people couldn't get out of flats in metros, and as opposed to a country like Australia, which has about 20 million people. The Western Australia is the size of India when you look at territory-wise, but only problem is we have 1.4 billion. The space is just not there. So for them to overcome all that, and then go out and play the kind of cricket they did was fabulous. I mean, hats off to the players. And it's not one. You did it in 2019, and then you did it in 2021. So it's 2 back-to-back series against an attack, which is, Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, and Lyon. It's not easy.
What so incredible is that the trust and the confidence you must have, and motivation you injected in, Pujara. He played out of his skin. He held one end solid, and then to instill that confidence in Rishabh. Oh my God, Rishabh played like no other. I've never seen such an exciting Indian batsman. But that trust and the motivation. I mean, what did you do to Rishabh? To bring him.
You mentioned 2 names there, and one, and they're both different characters. But you got to allow each one to be his own. Yet at the same time, see what's the best thing you can get out of them to contribute to the team. So Rishabh's strength was his all-out aggression, his natural ability, his fearless ability. So the last thing you wanted to do was restrict him in any fashion. Yes, he'll make you pull your hair up at times with the way he gets out. But at the back of your mind, if he gets it right, he's going to win you the game, which he did in Australia on a couple of occasions. And Puji is my soldier. He is my soldier. He took the hits. Like, if India won those 2 back-to-back series in Australia, Cheteshwar Pujara played as important a role as anybody in that team. I'm telling you, anybody in that team. That guy's a warrior. And I'm glad he started off well in county cricket for Sussex. And he's doing a fantastic job. Like I said, when someone told me he's gone to Sussex, I said, Sussex are blessed with royalty, because there was Duleep Singh.
Yes, Ranjit Singh Ji.
Yeah, there was Tiger Pataudi there.
Yeah.
I said, now here comes Pujara from a similar part of the world. Actually, he comes from Saurashtra, from where Ranji and Duleep came from.
Absolutely, and as you say, he's graced the stage at Sussex, and I know you're a generous man, Ravi, and your appearance today is in no mean is really down to the fact that you wanted to pay tribute, I think, to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's looking for his place back in that Test match team. He's on fantastic form, 2 double hundreds already.
Absolutely, and he'll be banging that door. I mean, he's giving the selectors some real serious headaches. I mean, he'll walk into my team, an extended team of 15 or 18, if they take, and if there's to England, I would imagine they would take 17 or 18 players. I think he'll walk into that team. I mean, there's no substitute for experience. He was part of the team that's leading 2-1. He played 2 very important innings in that series. He got a close to 100. He got 90 at Leeds, and then another very important half century at the Oval in a Test match which India won. So, for me, that experience counts one heck of a lot.
Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, and Shastriji, for me, you have to play so many roles. So like Rishabh, you're like a father figure. You're giving that kind of support. And whereas Pujara, Kohli, you're giving a different type of relationship. And I think that's so fascinating, as a coach. You have to put these different hats and then bring the best out of them. I mean, wow. That's off to you.
Thank you. It's a challenge. You relish it, and when it comes off, the job satisfaction, the goodwill you get, from the millions. It's a hard job because you're judged every day of your life, but at the same time, it comes with rewards. If you can stick to the, to the straight and narrow and go about your business in a professional manner, and instill that confidence into the players, and if the players respond like they did in my tenure, they were fabulous. It gives you great jobs.
Well, hats off. I've taken my hat off to you, Ravi, because you're a man who played so many different roles. Your record in county cricket is every bit as good as Pujara's. You're the second highest Indian run scorer in the history of the county championship. First, Farooq Engineer at Lancashire. But you had 4 wonderful seasons at Glamorgan.
Yes.
Do you recall any moments from your time in county cricket?
I do. In fact, we played a great game. It was a Sunday league game, and it was at Chelmsford against Essex. And you had your full side that day. It was Pucci.
And we are back. So
you're flying solo.
Yeah. Hello. All done. Thank you, Bear. He was watchfully peeking over my shoulder, making sure I was doing everything right. Right, but we're back to the action. After tea, I'm joined by Messi Jez, and I should be joined by Bennett, but Bennett doesn't appear to have arrived. I just have to get the focus on you then, Jez. Here we are. So it might just be us two. So you can summarise and socialise.
If Al or Cole wants to hop in, I'm sure they'd be very welcome.
I'm sure they would if anyone's out there in the ether. If any of you can hear us, feel free to hop on. But for now it'll be Tom Latham on 76, Kane Williamson on 37, and Jamie Overton 0-17 off his 5 overs, who will be bowling. I'll jingle them all up in a minute as this over carries on, but first of all, here's Jamie Overton in, and fiddle outside, it's an edge, he's got him first ball, he's outside, he's caught the outside edge, and I won't jingle him up because instead I'll be playing the wickets jingle.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Just a little bit of deviation from Jamie Overton. Bairstow makes no mistake with the gloves. It's just feathered the outside edge. And, I was going to jingle up Tom Latham, but I don't think it'll be necessary now.
No. Beautiful first ball after tea.
Good loosener,
Jamie. It puts
Jamie.
the lie to that whole thing about having a loosener, doesn't it?
Very good one there.
It puts the batsman under pressure straight away, and all that tea, bit slow.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So I'll just jingle up the now victorious bowler, Jamie Overton. Here he is.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-ton, less racist than his mother's other son. Is Jamie Overton.
Beautiful ball there by Overton to account for Tom Latham, who's gone for 76. He will go the whole series without making a ton. The man who averages over 40 in Test cricket. It's been a hard series for him, and it's over now. As this man makes his way to the crease.
Devon, Conway's here with a double ton on debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
Here he is, Devon Conway, with a frankly pathetic average of 53.35 in Test cricket. Al Hotchkiss has jumped on to join us, so I'll get him into your frame, folks. Here we go. Now you should be able to see Al if you're on the YouTubes. And hello, Al.
Evening. Afternoon, evening.
As Overton, what can he do? First ball wicket in this spell. In he comes to Devon Conway. Oh, he's hit him on the head! That's a vicious bouncer by Jamie Overton. He gives Conway the thumbs up to make sure he's okay. That has nipped back in at him, and that hit him hard in the head.
Right.
Overton, who broke into this team just after concussing his brother Craig and someone else who plays for Somerset.
For the love of God, give him a proper test.
Yeah, and he's hit Conway quite hard there. Conway was up quickly, but Williamson is waving someone on. Yeah, they need a new helmet.
That's a matter of course, but this isn't. A concussion protocol can't be Jamie Overton giving him the thumbs up and getting the thumbs up back.
He's rubbing his head. He's just turned. He's taken his eye off it completely. He's gone to pull it, turned his head, and it's whacked him really hard in the side of the head. Quick ball.
It's right around the temple region. If you took the helmet off, it's right in the temple.
Yeah, they need to take their time here. That was a nasty, nasty blow. I didn't see the speedo, but I think it looked like it was up around 86 miles an hour, 87. And wow, that was a solid blow that Devon Conway has took. He's up, he's talking, he seems fine, and they are walking him through the protocols, but we're seeing it again. Scrambled seam. Oh no, this is the wicket we're seeing. It was a nice scrambled seam and deviating and catching the edge of Tom Latham's bat, but it's somewhat grisly when you see that sometimes. It just really hit Conway hard. We see a pigeon on the replay.
It was very well bowled, to be honest, and it was very poorly played.
The reason it's hit Conway around about the temple is because Conway's not looking at the ball.
Yeah, he's turned his head kind of in the wrong direction as well. He's not turned his head away from the ball, he's turned into it.
And in a way, because he's not properly gone down. What he's done is he's kind of, in a strange way, if this makes sense, instead of ducking from the waist, he's ducked from the shoulders.
Yeah,
and because he's ducked from the shoulders, his head's only gone down by about 6 inches, and that's why it's hit him where it has.
Overton has a smile on his face, I think, because of something someone just said to him, not for causing Devon Conway discomfort.
No. I mean, you can't really. I mean, Overton is by no means happy about what's happened here or anything like that.
No, not at all.
But
seems that Conway's fine. They're prepping a new helmet for him.
Heck of a moustache on the.
Yeah, I was just going to say the wonderfully mulleted and mustachioed New Zealand 12th man, whose name I don't know.
What a moustache!
I like to think that is the man to whom the name Hamish Rutherford is assigned, but I'm not sure it is. But I like to think so.
No, but it's quite the start.
I mean, if that is him and he is called Hamish Rutherford, that's a great look for a great name.
Yeah. So, For those of you who aren't looking at the footage, Conway elements of the inner lining of his helmet have been replaced, or certainly made to fit Conway's head. So Conway's putting his helmet back on, so one can only assume that the protocol has been followed and Conway is fit to bat.
Yeah, I mean, he looks all right, but it was a rip snorter of a delivery and hit him very hard. As we're seeing the replay of Overton's, his destructive head hitting at Surrey. Well, it was at Somerset, I think, last couple of weeks ago. He's got some bite and some venom, does Jamie Overton.
I think Potts is very much in the same vein. I think they can get the ball. I think they can extract more bounce from the pitch than you would look at from Overton. You can kind of go, well, it's an effort ball, and if you put that much of a human being behind it, then you'll get more bounce. But there's the potential with Potts and Overton, Jamie Overton anyway, especially, that you've got third, fourth choice seamers here who can really hit the deck hard for quite a long period of time and save Anderson and Broad and whomever is kind of like use your strike bowlers for sort of quick strike style spells, really.
Yeah, well, it's the endless quest for Neil Wagner, isn't it? That's the what you need is in your kind of third seamer, someone who can, when it's a bit dead, bang it in the middle of the pitch pretty much all day long and get some wickets. And as you say, I was talking about this earlier, I think Potts gets some, Overton's a tall man and a strong man and will get bounce and has the pace to, whereas Potts operates around 82 miles an hour, but he seems to get a sort of unexpected amount of bounce for a relatively average sized but firmly built young man.
I'll just get a couple of tweets in while we're on. Roger Melly says, I'll claim that wicket, lads. Just log back on after a short absence. And then he says, geez, how did batsmen manage before helmets? Wait, I know. They knew how to get their head out of the way of the fucking ball. Mayank says, just looked up Hamish Rutherford, and I'm pretty certain that's him.
History is littered, though, with people who didn't have helmets, who didn't get their way out of the ball.
Yeah, and got quite badly hurt. Was that tweeter saying that is Hamish Rutherford?
Apparently so.
Yeah, it says looks just like him, but all the pics show no moustache or mullet.
Fabulous. That is exactly what I wanted from a man called Hamish Rutherford. I'm happy with that, especially a Kiwi. Famed down under for the excellence of their mullets and their moustaches.
How much like Overton's body type is, how much of a resemblance do you believe he is to Ollie Robinson? In terms of a body type,
as that short again and into the midriff of Conway this time, again thudding quite hard into him, but he's missed a pull shot there. Yeah, I think Robinson's a little. I don't know if he's a little taller. That was 89 miles an hour, by the way, from Overton. I don't know if Robinson's taller. He seems kind of lankier and a bit less stiff, almost. He's kind of a bit more fluid and flowy and wavy, whereas Overton is kind of made of granite. He reminds me a bit of a Mornay Morkel type body type, that sort of strong, tall, concrete kind of lad.
Just strikes me that if Robinson's not careful, they might have found his replacement really quite quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and that's an outside edge of Conway's bat, and it's going to go into the floor and past the slips, and it's going to go down to the third man boundary for one of these.
I think this might be more guided than edge.
It's outside half of the bat. I don't think he was looking to play it down that way. He was jabbing defensively at it. Yeah, that's off the edge. I'm not sure they have found Robinson's replacement. I don't think Overton gets the nibble that Robinson does quite. Robinson can get some prodigious movement off the seam as that's defended by Conway. Particularly, he has an excellent wobble seam ball which really jags back into the right-hander away from the left-hander.
Okay, can we?
Yeah, but Overton's got that bit of pace that Robinson has.
Yeah, and can keep it up.
Can we phrase it like this then? The amount of time that Robinson's got to sort himself out
it's probably reduced.
Is reducing and reducing with every time this man balls for him.
Overton doesn't feel much as much of an international new ball bowler as Robinson does, as that's defended by Conway. Out into the offside actually, and he will get a run for it. He'll get 2 in fact to end that over. Just before we hand to the socials, Robinson feels more of an international new ball bowler, but Overton is starting to feel like he could be more useful than Robinson, because we've got new ball bowlers out the wazoo, but what we need is a fourth seamer who can run in all day with pace and bounce and venom and movement, and that seems to be what Overton is giving. End of 34th over, 131 for 2, New Zealand leading by exactly 100. Messi
Yes, he can't put his jumper on the right way. Yes,
it's too small. He's going to rip it apart with his huge muscles.
I can't believe we've talked about him like that, and he's put his jumper on back to front.
I'd say shove them all in the squad and rotate them. Josie Oakes says bowl him another bouncer. He says Overton looks like a burly butcher, complete with blood stains on his shirt. He's not someone I want to run into on the street on a dark night, I must say.
We've got a bowling change. It's this man. Here he is at the top of his mark. He'll be bowling to Williamson after tea for his first over. In he comes, and that's wide and swinging wider. Johnny Bairstow dives and takes it in front of first slip, and a nice welcome for the New Zealanders, at least probably a change of pace, as that's 79 miles an hour from Stuart Broad. Well, Overton was operating around 87, 89 as Williamson's on 37, Conway on 6, the lead still 100.
I can report that our Spanner squad are enjoying bot bashing almost as much as they're enjoying the cricket at the moment.
Whack-a-bot, I've seen. And that's defended outside the off stump by Williamson into the offside towards the field, and no run as it's thrown back into Bairstow.
In a strange way, the fact that there's so much pace coming from the other end kind of makes Broad a little bit more dangerous, because you look at 80 miles an hour, like 79 to 82 miles an hour, and your eyes might light up when otherwise they wouldn't.
Or you're so used to kind of those fast twitch reactions, and you just play at one a little early and it moves. Yeah. You start to get in some trouble. Or you expect more bounce maybe, as Williamson defends. Because the odd thing about Stuart Broad is, I think it's empirically measured that Matthew Potts gets more bounce than him on average, even though Broad is 6'5". And it's because he bowls over a very, very bent front leg. So despite being only a couple of inches shorter than I think a Jason Holder or Carl Jamieson, he has nowhere near the release point or the bounce.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
In fact, Jamieson has the highest release point, because Jason Holder's another one who basically has his leg at a right angle as he bowls, whereas Jamieson has his a little straighter. As in comes Broad. Oh, it's beaten the outside edge of Williamson's bat. It's a false shot from Williamson, but he's so good at keeping his hands inside the box and not following the ball at all. It's just beaten his outside edge.
They've put an off Hayden in.
They have. Perhaps,
which maybe is taking the eye of Williamson a little bit.
And perhaps an indication that the pitch is just a bit tacky, a little bit slow. The ball might be stopping in it a little bit, leading to one kind of ballooning off the face of the bat, an early shot.
I think that there's also more cloud cover, so it may be swinging a little bit too.
As Broad is at the top of his mark and in past the umpire. Oh, that has swung, Messages. You're right there. It's swung back in, and deep mid wicket will pick it up. It's been played into the leg side for 1. But it started on 7th, 8th stump and was spearing in towards middle by the time it was played.
Williamson doing what every good non-striker should do, telling Conway about the ball he's just faced and how it moved.
This is what's going to happen to you, lad. As Broad immediately round the wicket, as is his very productive want to the left-handers of recent years. He just has that ball which, similar to the one that Overton got Latham with, in fact. The one that just starts on off stump and nibbles away.
There's quite a lot of discussion. He's finally found the attention of what was sort of a backward point and moving that into kind of an extra cover position. Cover's vacant.
As in is Broad round the wicket to Conway. Oh, it's an extra bit of bounce. Conway just hung the bat out there, and it reared up off a very full length towards more like his shoulder bicep height, and he's caught it on the top end of the bat, and just unexpected there. It's not caused him too much trouble. Goodbye to the bear, who we will see tomorrow. Or possibly, no, we won't see the bear tomorrow. The bear will be remotely hungover supporting me, but it will just be me and Hendo tomorrow. As that's the end of Broad's over. 132 for 2 New Zealand, leading by 101.
Roger Melly says, history is littered with people who didn't know how to get their way out of the ball. Bollocks. Go ahead and make me a list of serious head injuries from P helmet days. I only know one. You and Chatfield, and he survived. I got to say, I'm actually with Roger on this. Having watched a lot of cricket in my youth, well before helmets were a thing, the number of times people got hit on the head was very few, despite there being some pretty quick bowlers around even then. And he says also, in the last Ashes series, I kept count of how many times blokes were hit on the head, and I stopped counting at 20. And that would never have happened.
I'm not having the fact that I can't make you a list really quickly about the fact that the people didn't get smacked in the head.
Overton's round the wicket to Williamson, and that's a length ball which he gets a leading edge on as he tries to turn it off his hip. It wasn't actually a fabulous delivery, but I think it was just a bit unexpected. The field is for the short stuff. Luke Hallahan on YouTube asks where the bear is going. He's going out on the toon tonight. And so he's going to be absolutely smashed in a couple of hours, and while I'll be closing up the studio. And
I don't know, Jez. That sounded. I don't. What regional accent do you want to guess that was?
Well, I think Colin Suter should comment on that one.
As Overton, another length ball going across Williamson and defended. Luke has also asked if I went to Muay Thai today. I don't do Muay Thai, Luke. I tried and decided I have...
He does Brazilian fucking yoga!
Yeah, well, I decided that I had a horrible aversion to being punched in the face, so Mexican ground karate was for me.
Mexican ground karate?
Or Brazilian jiu-jitsu, as it's better known. He also asked if
you're... hit the ground and it doesn't hit back.
Yeah, that's short and too short from Overton, and left alone by Williamson.
You sound like someone who I used to work with a long time ago, who once described volleyball as racketless ground tennis.
That's a good one. He also asked.
Yeah, that's not bad.
He also asked Messi, "Are you in Oz? What are you doing up at this time?" Clearly, he thinks it's past your bedtime.
It's only 20 past 11. Jesus. I don't go to bed before 3 normally.
As that's short from Overton, but didn't really get up. Tucked off the hip by Williamson, and a diving, a backward square leg is beaten, but there is a sweeper out there, so he'll just get the one.
He's got to put a short square leg in, isn't he?
Yeah, you think.
A short leg,
you keep bowling short.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 2 men back on the hook. There's a man half back where they got Blundell it was the other day, that kind of half back backward square leg. So I don't know.
You've got to put it in his head that you're going to bowl it short.
Well, he's round the wicket to Conway, full defended, no run, back to the bowler. Luke asks, who does the Bear go clubbing with? Yogi Bear and Bear Grylls? And also asks, whose house is the studio in? Well, it's in the Gorilla Flat.
That we can't say for legal reasons.
No, it's in the vague area of Sydenham, but we won't give you the address. And it's in a flat, which I think the Bear owns. As that's it's short and nicely played actually by Conway. Just at the last moment, he dabs the bat on it in the air and it guides it past the slips and away to third man for one of these.
In the name of fun.
And that also ends the over.
Oh dear. Farong says, finally a ton for Virat of sorts. 100 runs for Virat Kohli against Leicestershire, 33 and 67. Neymar Butland says, is a non-striker a guy who rocks up to drive a train? Get it? Is the internet on?
Oh no.
And Josie, ever complimentary towards Gorillas, says, Messi is so old he doesn't sleep anymore.
Oh, poor old Messi.
I don't know. I mean, we haven't reached the age where you're not buying any unripened bananas yet, have we?
No, why would I buy unripened bananas?
It's an old joke by an ex-comedian called Barry Cryer. Now, how you feeling? I'm not buying any unripened bananas, put it that way.
As Broad, full one, but keeps low, and Williamson jams the bat down on it and lets it go. I've just Lockie the 6th on YouTube says Mexican ground karate is awesome. There is no defense against the Lopez nut twist.
Ooh.
Well,
which sounds painful.
Watch how low this keeps.
Yeah,
that is really skid along the floor.
That is something to watch.
As
I mean, imagine if Trent Boult can do that.
Yeah, well, as in comes Broad, and has he taken it? No, it's beaten the outside edge of Williamson. Johnny Bairstow very confusingly threw it up in the air as if it was a wicket, but it's just deviated off the seam. Williamson's leant forward and, well, by about an inch, it's beaten his outside edge, if that. I mean, let's have a look at the replay. Wobble seam, I'm assuming? No, straight seam. Slight deviation, beats the edge and straight through to Johnny Bairstow, but Stokes has his head in his hand. He can't believe that ball has not hit the edge of the bat. Is Broad again to Williamson. That one does take the edge, but it's straight down into the floor, past the slips, in the gap, and away to third man for one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Agony for Broad.
He's pitched the ball. The grouping of the 3 deliveries he's bowled so far, relatively similar, but he's got 3 different types of bounce.
And Broad has kicked the footholes, leading to a puff of dust in frustration at that. You know, he's almost got him LBW, then he's almost had the edge, then he has taken the edge and it's gone for 4. And in he comes now for the third ball, and that again keeps a little low and comes back in. But Williamson guides it to mid-on for no run. He's just so good, isn't he, Kane Williamson? He's just looking in that, starting to look like he's getting into that rhythm where his hands don't follow anything, and even great balls just miss the edge.
I wonder, even if Conway is okay, I wonder if they've missed the trick. Like 20 minutes of him sitting.
As in comes Broad, left alone by Williamson, no run.
You've taken a big whop on the head. He's not looked really comfortable since that point. You wonder whether the best thing to do in that situation, even if you pass the protocol, go and sit down, get yourself back together again, let someone else go out and bat, follow the next wicket, out you pop again. But the idea of needing and wanting to stay in, I just get the feeling they're going to get him out cheaper now than they would do if he took a little break.
as in comes Broad. Final ball of the over, defended, no run. Wibble away, because I've just I've just noticed a slight technical issue which I'm going to have to address.
Oh dear. Roger Melly says, you can't make a list off the top of your head. I think he was going to, but I just talked over it. Is that right?
No, I mean, there's a couple that may leap to mind, but the idea that they might have been helmetless is not something I really want to go into without. I don't want to make sort of false accusations about what might have happened in certain circumstances.
He says people remember Chatfield and Hughes because of the serious outcomes, but go ahead and find a list of all the serious injuries that we've all forgotten about. Yeah, I do agree.
Today's cricket, if I were you.
Yeah. O'Neill Harris says, Messi, we cook unripe bananas in the Caribbean. I ate more green bananas than ripe ones growing up. We peel it and boil it like potatoes. Yeah, my daughter-in-law is from Tanzania, and green bananas are a big part of their diet too. I've actually never eaten them.
Overton into Conway, short, pulled, hard. Oh, there's a good attempt at a diving catch, and it won't get to the boundary because there is a man. But Stokes thumps the ground in frustration, feels he could have got closer to that one. We'll have a look. It's short, it's pulled. How far away is it? Oh, it looks like it's just past his hand.
Yeah, in a way, it either needs to be right at the end of your arm. Anything kind of in between, it's you can't adjust in time. So it did just look from the shot though that Ben Stokes fell over. But yeah, good attempt at the dive.
Slightly, yeah. As in is Overton. Short again, too short, left alone.
Lead of Nelson. For those of
you
who are
1-1-1 is the lead.
Does that get your feet off the floor?
I saw an advert for a great T-shirt, Jez. You'd love this. The floor is like no ball, by the way, Jacob.
So sorry, 1-1-2 now.
Yeah, 1-1-2. So
no
this
ball.
T-shirt was the floor is lava in quotes, and underneath it said, "Everyone, Pompeii, AD 79."
Is a no ball jingle.
Over the line! I'm sorry, Smokey, you were over the line. That's a foul.
As that's more of a length ball from Overton, and played nicely and defensively by Williamson for no run. I had a brief moment of panic because I saw on this laptop, which is supporting all the broadcast stuff, that it said it's on 5% battery, and the battery wasn't charging, it said. And it now says it's on 5% battery, but the battery is charging.
Well, that's
better.
I've been looking at it, and it hasn't ticked down at all.
Has it ticked up?
No.
Because I know the Bear has had problems with one of the computers where it was charging but still going down.
Yeah, I think this was that precisely. Is that short and down the leg side by Overton, and Williamson almost shapes to play at it, but then leaves it alone. So I was just slightly worried that the whole operation was about to collapse due to a battery malfunction. But
battery watch.
It seems to be fine now.
Jez, is it true that in all of recorded history, nothing has gone well after saying the words, "It appears to be fine now"?
Nonsense, Doctor. I'm feeling fine.
I'm now almost certain the battery is charging because it says it'll take more than 10 hours for it to charge.
Yeah, that's not encouraging.
As that's Bairstow's appealing. It's down the leg side. No, Murray Resma says no. If anything, it's probably flicked the back leg.
I can't believe this is the way they're trying to get him out.
Yeah. Josie Oak says, if you tried Argentinian bench origami.
That's a new one.
I thought it said beach origami, actually. I thought Argentinian beach origami sounded quite appealing, to be honest. It might
send more of your hobby tips and martial arts in. I think it's grazed his pocket.
Yeah, looks like it, certainly. As that short...
Oh, dear.
Oh, what's gone on there?
It's bounced twice before it's got to Bairstow, we know that.
Well, I guess we'll have a look at this. Has it come off Williamson at all?
I don't think so. I think it's...
Oh, it was a slower ball, 76 mile an hour.
Yeah, it's a slower ball. Attempt at a bouncer, which is why it hasn't carried to Bairstow, but...
I have no idea what's gone on there.
To say nobody on the field looks impressed is a mild understatement.
Yeah.
Even Overton looks apologetic.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, isn't it?
As in he comes for the final ball of this over. Full! That one, I think, has got some bat on it. But it's got some bat on it fine. And down to fine leg for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Latham. My name is Latham.
End of the over. New Zealand 147 for 4.
We should be changing over. Is Hattie waiting to get in?
Yeah, we should be. And Hattie is here, and here she comes. And Colin will be coming on. Thank you, Messrs. So it will be Al in the ball by ball, Colin in the summarising, and Hattie will be Colin will be on socials. Hattie will be summarising, and I'll be on the jingles.
And Ravi Nair is next for you, Carl.
Yeah, thanks.
Jacob, have you let Hattie in?
Yes, she's still joining. She's still joining. Here she is, I think.
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, Hattie. We will give Hattie a couple of minutes to get herself fully in position. You're right, Colin.
Yeah, not too bad. How are you doing?
Oh, for a Sunday afternoon, not too bad. 147 for 2 is New Zealand's second innings total, a lead of 116. It's going to be Stuart Broad to bowl around the wicket to Devon Conway, and that is driven and hit to point. Point put both their hands up in mild celebration, which fooled not only me, but I think the entirety of the crowd. Hattie, how are you doing?
Hello, Al. How are you doing, mate?
How are you doing? Long time no see.
I was just about to say the same to you, my love. I'm good.
You look in fine form, Hattie.
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff.
You all right?
What do you think of the show so far?
It's been a bit of a show, hasn't it?
It's not been bad. Broad in again, and that is short and wide and must hit something off the pitch because it deviates even further away. And yeah, Conway couldn't have hit that with a 6-foot broom, I think.
Couldn't have hit it with a stick of rhubarb, as I say up there.
No, that is a cracking accent to begin our time together, Hattie. That is marvellous stuff.
You've missed me. What can you say?
Well, that's all I can say is that we missed you.
Oh, bless you. Well, I've missed you more.
There will be questions galore as we go on through this half hour. But Broad is in, speared in towards the legs of Conway. He tries to hit this through mid-on, but mid-wicket flashes in front of mid-on's eyes and does the fielding.
Well, you know what they say, if they're going to flash hard.
Indeed.
Wolf!
It depends on your perspective, Colin. Your warped sense of humour knows no bounds.
Colin briefly possessed by the spirit of Lord Flashheart there from the Blackadder series.
At least it wasn't the flash dance.
Well, apparently he only does that on Sundays. A mild tease about tomorrow's play. Broad in wide of the crease, tries to entice Conway into the drive, but Conway is not for enticing, and it floats through to the keeper. So have you been keeping well, Hattie? Been out and about in the sunshine?
Bits and bobs. I've been playing most Sundays, so I've been pretty busy actually. I'm playing for the team I play for in Birmingham, so that's been really good fun.
Yep.
And so that's been really, really good. Went to Edgbaston last night, watched Warwickshire thrash Worcester, which is always good.
Aha, bit of local rivalry there as Conway exaggeratedly leaves a ball that nips in towards him. All harmless stuff though, and there's one ball left in the over. Any performances to note?
Well, Adam Hose is doing fantastically, and he made his major 100 of 53 balls, unbeaten. Dan Mosley, coming back from injury, made 50 off about 20 odd balls. So, and Craig Miles only bowled 2 overs and only conceded about 5, which is unlike him. He normally goes for about 45 off 2 overs. So yeah, really, really good. And we beat Worcester by 144 runs after being 3 for 2.
That sounds like that's the hallmark for a good season. Just beat local rival, and then if there's silverware at the end, that's fine. Last ball of the over, Conway leaves it alone to the keeper, 147 for 2. Colin, what is the world of social media saying to us?
Well, Ravineer on Twitter saying one generally cooks plantains, a different species from bananas, which are generally eaten ripe but raw. I'm not sure.
We were talking about unripened bananas, so if you weren't fully up to speed, that would be confusing.
Was this a conversation with the porn bot by any chance, was it?
Your mind has taken you there. I don't know what to say.
Dave Wood, everything seems to be fine now. Captain of the Belgrano 1982.
Yeah, it's just surely. I mean, my life is dominated by the Murray Walker. Surely nothing now can stop him from winning. Oh, he's broken down.
And over on YouTube quickly, Sunil Gavaskar. Well, thank you. India will wipe the floor with this team.
Really?
I don't know.
Well,
don't know.
Williamson, 47 not out, will face Overton as he assumes the Wagner position. It is short. It is going across Williamson. And it is left alone to Bairstow.
I can report from the studio that the battery has ticked up to 6%, so everything really does seem to be fine now.
The victory for stupidity over common sense.
That's Guerrilla Cricket all over that.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we put that on a t-shirt?
That should be our byline completely.
Yeah. So we see a bit of dark clouds foreboding over behind Overton as he comes in around the wicket, back of a length, forcing Williamson to play, but he plays defensively. And the lead stays at 116.
There's a weird Twitter war going on because suddenly David Warner came into the chat saying, "Get out here, Sunil."
Dear.
What universe have I just stepped into?
The left-handers one, I think.
That is, yeah. Not quite sure how that's all going to go. Badly. There looks like deep foreboding clouds. We may have rain soon, as that is short and pushed across Williamson. Eventually, he gets everything out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper.
How would you describe your style of play, Hattie?
I don't
know. Option A is whirling dervish of destruction. so we're getting a head shake for whirling dervish of destruction.
No, probably a blocker.
Obstinate and immovable.
I've got a top score of 4 this season, which is a really good effort. My daughter's laughing in the background as if to say I'm really, really useless. It's only my second season back after a long time, and I've been batting anywhere between like 6 and 9. But they don't really expect me to score quickly, and the standard against us has been pretty good, to be honest. But that's not saying.
Short pitch ball from Overton, 83 miles an hour. Williamson not forced to play a shot, so decides not to play a shot.
So, I mean, it's a confidence thing with me, really. But then, again, I mean, we are a new club. We only started last year, so.
Well, guess who made the first catch?
Thank you, Ella. Yeah, I took the first catch of the inaugural season last year. So.
Hey, that's in the history books.
Yes, exactly. It's on YouTube as well.
You are enshrined in that club's history forever, Hattie.
Yes, thank you.
Overton in wide of the crease. I think that's the attempt at the slower ball bouncer. Overton looks ruefully at something that's made him bowl at 76 miles an hour. Williamson looks completely unfazed. I think he might be somewhere approaching the centre of the zone, I think.
He's moved on to one-day bowling along with his one-day batting.
Well, it's just... I mean, obviously, he's been sent out there to do a job with this particular spell, which is just fast, short. We'll have one ball left of the over. This is actually pitched up in Williamson's half, which forces him to play a defensive shot. But the upshot of it all is that is a maiden. And after 40 overs, New Zealand are 147 for 2, leading by 116. Colin.
Jersey Oak. Bananas are a bit of human invention. While bananas are inedible, what we eat is a cultivated plant, and isn't a banana a herb?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing something about the import and then basically fumigate him to get them to change colour. Hombre Nuevo missed the afternoon session, so probably going over old ground, hoping that Folks still keeps his spot, as despite him being out best keeper, it also seems that that the removal of the question of should Bairstow being our test keeper has freed up his play.
Well, we're going to have a bit of spin as this man's going to bowl the next over.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Right, so Leach, a slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, player on the 45, point, a shortish mid-off. As Conway on 11 will face. Leach in, and that is tempting Conway forward into the rough marked area. Conway steps forward almost at right angles to where Leach has bowled from. A lot of turn for Leach there in that first ball, but the upshot of it all is dribbles into the covers and no run. Leach again. Good loop from Leach there, trying to again entice Conway forward. But
like a teacher there. Good. Like Milk Bolt. Good.
Yes, yeah.
Very proven.
Well done.
Well done, young man.
Well done. Do that again.
Yes.
2 dot balls. Leach looks semi-frantic in his eyes, wild crazy eyes there. That one a bit more pitched up. But Conway again equal to the task of playing defensively. Maybe just...
Sorry, go on now.
I was going to say he's rediscovering his equilibrium after being banged on the bonds by Overton a little bit earlier on.
Yes, it looked painful.
Yeah, I would have stayed down for a little bit longer.
I'd have been carted off.
Yeah. A little bit shorter from Leach, which allows Conway to stand tall back in his crease. Defended for no run, and that's 4 dot balls. Leach does get about his business pretty quickly. And he comes in again, slightly wider of the crease. That one, I think, was hitting the rough patches to turn in, but Conway kind of hit the outside edge, the thick outside edge of the bat, and dribbled down to backward point. And there's just 1 ball left of the over. The lead's 116. Conway's made 11 as a sort of forward by instalments and snuffs out the ball, and that's a maiden for Leach to start with. Cole.
Matthew Cullen, can you point me toward the tweet with the no holes method? Can't find it and missed it when read out.
It's about half an hour ago.
Yeah, Messer might manage to find it for you. Or Raffles, the gentleman thug, following on this from this, with the fearsome West Indies short pitched pace barrage of the 80s and 90s, not a single instance of a batsman being hit on the head. Players knew how to get the head out of the way. It's a lost skill.
Yeah, that's right. Blame helmets. Yeah, it's a double change. It's going to be this man to bowl from the other end into what seems like a very stiff breeze.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
So they've gone for a very wide shot. There seems to be raindrops falling on a camera high up in the air. I'm just looking at umpire Erasmus without his sunglasses on. It looks like his eyes had completely healed over, or just gone very deep into his brain. I think they're going to carry on, although a stoppage is looming. So, Hattie, Colin, prepare your best Wibble material.
I think he was just going to him and think, do you fancy a red or a white when we get off?
Yeah.
I'll reply.
Actually, as a result of this, Potts has been taken out of the attack, and it's going to be Joe Root who's going to bowl. So maybe an indication of some really bad light.
Like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root, actually.
So there is what looks like, it's school sports day season, and it looks like the cover race is about to begin. As Root is in, and Williamson comes forward and defends. So it seems like a stoppage is imminent at any time, as there is an umbrella up. Maybe an indication of more umbrellas to come. Root in again, short, spinning wildly, but Williamson eventually kind of flat backed it to deep cover, and there'll be a single. But that ball looked like it surprised everybody with its turn and its bounce from an absolutely filthy delivery from Root.
Seen him take a wicket with a ball like that.
Well, yes, there is that. There is that. Although not quite as bad as the ball that Butler hit for 6 in the last ODI against the Netherlands. That was, that wasn't great.
No, I was online like this now for that. That was brilliant.
That is down the arse of Conway, and it's gone past Conway, and unfortunately past Bairstow as well. And that's 4 of your best buys.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There has been a beckoning signal from umpire Erasmus, and there is a flurry of activity as players go off and covers go on. So at the score of 152 for 2 after 41 and a half overs, rain has stopped play. There's a very brave man who's taken the stumps down. His covers are blooming towards him. It's good to see Overton and Conway.
If the rain comes,
they stop playing bloody cricket.
That is right. We don't like being outside in the rain, says cricket. But then again, they do the whole thing with most outside sports as well. Baseball. So, at the moment, it's just covering the pitch. So, hopefully this will be short. But the wind does seem to be whipping through the Headingley area, so it seems like if there is a shower, it might not be around for long. This is exactly the same as we had with our washing this morning. The moment we put it up on the washing line, it rained, and the moment we took it down again, there was nothing but blue sky. Leading to my wife shaking a very angry fist at whatever god is up there.
Yeah. Oops.
Seeing a man. That's an umbrella winning against a man we're seeing pictures of there. It's turned itself inside out.
That's a brand new umbrella as well. Just came out with a wrapper.
Yeah. First time with an umbrella, is it, son? Yay. So,
let me catch up on some tweets.
Do you want to bring us up to date on the world of social media, and then we'll have a chat?
So, Hombre Nuevo, and there was the question raised about if using a spinner as an opener here, as we did with Leach today, was groundbreaking. The Aussies done that against us in the Ashes were Nathan Lyon? I don't remember that.
I think that was in the "we can beat you any way we want to" phase. I think Jez found out that the last English spinner to open an innings was Swanee, way back in the mid to late 2000s.
I don't think Lyon's gone above 10, other than when he's been night watchman.
No, not necessarily. No, he's not talking about a spinner opening the batting, but a spinner opening the bowling.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Mayank, I've never played club cricket on a proper pitch, just shitty American matting wickets and no sight screen. How does a typical UK club village pitch play like?
Hattie, I will leave that question completely open to the pair of you to talk about.
Northeast of Scotland. You're lucky if it's rolled and cut.
So quite green. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're not going to get a hard deck. I think I'm probably one of the few who can get a bouncer to perform, but yeah, you're not going to get any bouncers. Nobody wears helmets, essentially.
Hattie, what's it like for you? Is it all rolled and cut and prepared?
It can be, yeah, actually. The one we played on Sunday, it rained the day before, but it dried out really well for Sunday. But there were a few that stopped in the wicket and then just reared up, and I got hit like that, which is now it's a nice shade of neon yellow.
Has it gone through the green stage to get to yellow, or is the green stage?
No, it just literally just left. It didn't even barely left a mark, but I knew it hurt. But now it's a nice shade of yellow. But besides that, we've got we play lovely proper. We've got lovely pitches that we play on that are pretty even contests. Yeah, we've got 40 overs a side if we bat that long.
Colin, you're batting in the wrong place, mate.
Yeah, I'm bowling in the wrong place.
That's why I don't bowl, love.
This is why you got sacked from that job in Aberdeen's Tourist Council.
Well, we've got a new batsman came down from up from down south. He was very front-footed and he loves playing up here.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
May I recommend being a spinner in Cornwall, because everywhere is on a hill, and so you just stick up one end and you'll get turned for days.
Cornwall, where it's all on a hill.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
To continue on, Pirate Bradshaw, the banana is most known now for its single commercial cultivator called Cavendish. It's currently under threat of disease. The banana might be a rare fruit in the future.
That's not what we want to hear, is it?
No, it's depressing.
What a tennis player is going to eat between games now.
What am I going to have with my peanut butter on toast?
Or Chris Rogers, how's he going to live?
I mean, these and more questions besides. I mean, dear good grief.
Kevin Framp, Nari contractor too, but no doubt the advent of helmets has made techniques against a short ball worse.
No, I don't think so.
What I just find from earlier days, 80s, 90s cricket, they were more conscious of having to be ready to be on the back foot, because, as you say, if there wasn't the adequate protection, they would get smashed. So the Yorker became a much more powerful thing, i.e. Wazi Akram.
Oh yeah.
Thoughts?
No, I think that I think that it's this multifold thing. I think there's lots of different reasons, but who can say whether a helmet makes you feel safer, so you're less inclined to duck? But if a technique thing is a schooling thing, and that would begin before you were ever given helmets to play with anyway. So I don't know.
And message is thankfully pulled up the page, I'm guessing from Cricinfo, for spinners who opened, and the list starts with Leach, then goes to Swan, Panasar, Kevin Peterson, Panasar again, Ramprakash, Mbure, and that's halfway down, so you can imagine there's quite a few.
Golly.
The sky looks an almost purplish shade. The movement of the covers is now covering not only the pitch but the square as well. So
I feel they've had local information from somewhere else that is bucketing down over here.
So I think there is the potential for potentially this to hang around for a while. There are umpires, I think, who are looking at the square, but looking at it with their umbrellas up.
And updating our random YouTube celeb cricket war.
Okay.
Dwayne Leverock has appeared. Where he's saying, "Hi gorillas, anyone remember me and my infamous catch? Love the show." That is certainly a name from the blast of the past.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult to say, really.
Something tells me it's not the real people.
Do you think it's not the real people?
No, maybe one of them, but all three of them, remarkable. And,
either we're completely underselling. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sunil's too busy with other stuff to get involved in our YouTube channel, but you never know. I mean, you never know, do you? I mean, this could be it. It would have been nice to see Overton get to his century, but definitely did the job by the time he was out.
For sure, and to see Stuart get some runs again, because he hasn't played with that freedom for years, has he? Really?
Yeah, I mean, the bit that is annoying for me about the way that Broad plays is that it's all very good and all very nice doing it at this stage and batting England into a lead, but when England are really struggling, he bats exactly the same way, which is an indication of either a massive technical defect or a massive mental one. But hey, when it comes off, it comes off.
Yeah.
In a huge style, so that's not too bad.
I best not say anything. I've not got much patience for Broad.
No, in a strange, weird way, neither do I. Which, considering the service that he's given to the team, is a bit, is. I know I'm being unfair, but I can't help but be unfair, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Have you got cricketers who you feel similarly about that? It doesn't matter what they do, you'll always find a way of picking holes in them.
Yeah, we're being KP is just morally bankrupt. I think he's just that person who you just personality wise it's like a vacuum, but performance wise.
In a world of KPs, be an Annie Chave. That's all I'll say.
Yes.
In more in cover news, the covers for the pitch are now being taken off the pitch. For those of you who like this sort of thing, nicely, neatly folded away. So they're better used for next time, obviously.
There are obviously ones who can't make their own beds.
I mean, listen, if you make your bed like this, it's got to...
When people who do the covers like that and girls don't know how to make their own beds, it's clear.
It's a poor bed. To answer your question, the only person I can think of the team I follow and support is oddly Marcus Stoinis. I just, no matter what he does, I still get the feeling of, does he belong to be there? And he keeps on performing or doing quite well, adequate, but I don't know what it is. And he's a great bloke as well, which makes it worse. He's a really nice fella.
Yeah, there's always the case sometimes where some players are like partners who always do you wrong. They don't write, they don't call, they don't treat you well, and the moment you would decide you're just about to cut ties with them, they do something really nice, and So we've got two umpires who have strolled on as if to go, what's the problem? Erasmus has got his sunglasses back on, which is nice. They were like just tiny little beady eyes. tiny beady eyes. If they were any further back in his head, they'd be on the back of his head. It just looked.
It was as if his eyes were just pupils, and that's
it was like Penfold from Danger Mouse without the glasses. That's what it was.
Oh, it's 5 o'clock.
I think we are technically due a change at the moment.
Do you want to change?
But it's going to be delayed.
I kind of have to
anyway. So, and it's meant to be Bennett, who's not here, and Messers and Al.
All right.
I suggest we take a break and monitor the situation, unless you really want to talk.
Well, it's now sunny and the umpires are out there, so I think they'll be announcing a return to play pretty soon.
I'm quite enjoying Al's list of pet hates too. Actually, I'm sure it goes for a while.
No.
On the darker side,
I'm trying my best not to be too hateful.
On the darker side, the laptop. Once everything seemed to be fine, the laptop has now stopped charging again, and is on 60%.
I think that should be your primary concern.
That is very much my primary concern. I've texted the bear, and I'm waiting.
Yeah. There's all sorts of jokes that leap to mind, Jez. It's like there's only two types of people that I hate in this life. That people who make stereotypical judgments about people based upon where they are, and the Dutch.
Yes.
The old Austin Powers joke.
Yes.
Every time Max Verstappen wins a Grand Prix, that's how I feel.
Wow.
But I think every one of us has probably got those players that can never do anything. Brad Haddon was one for me. I never liked Brad Haddon. He was playing for my team, but fuck him. I just didn't like his way of being.
Was it the way he played, or was it just merely his existence that brought you out in hives? Yes.
I think it was more his existence. I just think he was a prat, and I don't know. He just made a prick of himself. I think a lot of wicketkeepers have got that capacity actually, because they think they've got to be part of the game. I never liked Ian Healy much, to be honest.
The restart is in 7 minutes.
Do you think they're like scrum halves? Because I can't see scrum halves in rugby union being, just always yapping away.
Sort of, yeah. Although, my memory of scrum halves goes back to the days of was it Gareth Davies, and the 50s and 60s were when I watched most of my rugby. I don't get into rugby so much these days.
It was sad to hear about Phil Bennett, wasn't it, over the last couple of weeks?
To be honest, I wouldn't have known.
No, it was just it was formative memories with my dad. My dad loved watching the Welsh national team play. Still does, actually, to be honest. There's no point really talking about him like he's in the past tense. He's still quite with us. But yeah, Phil Bennett and that sidestep. I don't know. I've more people but on that sidestep than I don't know. It's just marvellous to watch.
Well, I'll tell you how old I am when it comes to rugby watching. I remember the day that colour television had just been launched. We didn't have a TV anyhow when I was growing up, but it was a huge occasion because we went down to my dad's school staff room. He was a teacher, and they'd got a colour TV, and we watched our first ever rugby match in colour. And it was something so totally different to anything that we'd ever seen in black and white before. To actually see players in colour, just amazing. And in a way, that was one of the things that cemented my love of rugby, because it did make such a massive difference. Weird. Anyway,
I can remember watching the 1982 World Cup. Obviously, but I'm 7 years old, and all these games of football are on as I'm getting home from school. And all I can remember it's like old 90, like it's like if you were to get your TV now and turn the colour way up to max. Right, everything was so bright. It was just this amazing thing to watch.
It's funny. Ah, dear. So you reckon that we're on again in about 5 minutes?
They reckon it'll restart at 10 past the hour.
Excellent. Oh, well, that's good news. And so, where do you read this game being now?
Well, I'm going to let Hattie answer that question first.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Obviously, this is a big final hour and a bit now, isn't it, for both teams? Because the pitch is keeping low, is taking turn, and it really should play into England's hands. But with Williamson still in there and Conway playing as he can, if New Zealand can add easily another 100 in this final hour and a bit, the game will just run away from England very quickly. But we know what they're capable of, so I don't want to be sit on the fence with it, but really England have got it. I mean, they do really need to bowl a lot better than they have.
No, I think you make it in a way. It might go completely the opposite way to Trent Bridge, whereas the conditions seem like they were never better than in the fourth innings. Here, it could be that actually bowling last might be a huge advantage, especially like we said. We saw there's been more and more differences of bounce. Leach is getting the ball to turn, certainly out the foot marks, but maybe doesn't have to hit the foot marks all the time. So
with the other one keeping low or kind of just rearing up a bit as well. And so,
how about you, Jez? Where do you see it?
I actually think New Zealand appear to be well placed. The reservation, I think, there's no reason they shouldn't set up a really good lead over England in this. The reservation I still have is their lack of bowling. They're just so limited that I think England have the capacity to chase a big total fast again. But if this wicket does start playing tricks, it changes England altogether, because what they've done so far spectacularly in the last two test matches has been premised on batting on wickets that really suited them doing it, but no longer. Oh, we're back.
Right.
I'll shoot off then, so I'll leave you three to it.
Hattie, lovely to see you. Catch up with you soon, all right?
You too. Yeah, I'm on the final day at some point. So.
Oh, there's a wicket! There's a wicket! I've been caught mid-crisp and mid-Hattie's departure, but there is a wicket. Joe Root gets the inside edge of Devon Conway's bat. It goes to short leg Ollie Pope in there, I think, and Conway is gone for 11, and I will jingle up that wicket with glee.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I was caught mid-Pringle by that one.
Mid-Pringle. Other biscuits are available. Other crisps are available. Well, I don't.
There goes my prediction.
Well, just goes to show that obviously short rain breaks do play havoc with your concentration.
So that's a really good catch from Ollie Pope, low to his left, one hand, and it's come. I don't think that was inside edge to pan. I think that was off the face of Conway's bat.
If there were any more Cardinals in that shot, they'd have to elect a new pope.
Oh dear.
Also, in more good news,
white smoke.
Sorry, Messers. In more good news, that was off the face of Conway's bat. In more good news, I've had an update from the Bear about the laptop charging situation, and apparently it just does that, and it will get down to about 5% and then start charging again. So we're not going to go off air. Be reassured, listeners. I am Jacob Gaffer, filling in for Bennett, who's decided not to bloody well turn up. Joined by Messi, Jez, now Hotch, if you're just joining us after the rain break. New Zealand now 152-3. The wicket of Devon Conway just falling, and leading by 121.
Jez. All I was going to say in response to these things happen, there's no way we're going off air. I'll see you tomorrow, yeah, Jez?
See ya.
Well, everything seems to be fine now.
Yeah, we got someone in the fort. He can do it by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
He's talking to himself, Jez. I don't know what he's talking about.
How hard can it be?
Man with the golden arm.
Yeah, in comes Root. Round the wicket to the left-handed Nichols, I think it is, and left alone with a bit of turn. Yes, I think that's Henry Nichols, isn't it? And I'll give him a little jingle when I find it. Here it is.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. You know Henry Nichols is racking up the score.
As he clips that one into the leg side from Root just for one run, gets off the mark.
Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
And that's the end of Joe Root's over. 42 done, New Zealand 153 for 3. It's Messi Jez on the socials.
Old Father Play says Purple Sky in Yorkshire, pick the rhubarb but it will be sour. Ombre Nuovo, in response to that list of spinners who've opened the bowling, says he can't believe KP is on that list. Delusions of grandeur while captain, indeed. Ego bigger than capacity, I've heard. Mike Taylor said, I hate Steve Smith. For me, he's never played an intentional shot in his life. Every ugly straight time to perfection is through sheer luck. Yeah, you know that's not true, Mike, but just want it to be. Roger Melly replying around narrow contract. I said he didn't know that one. The light roller saying, looking forward to my first visit to Headingley tomorrow. Any advice on parking? That'll be welcome for anybody.
That's the train.
Catch the train.
Train and
you
then a
so
taxi.
much. Or catch it. Well, is it far from the railway station?
It is a little bit. It's a couple of miles away.
Right.
It's Stuart Broad coming back into the attack with Henry Nichols, the new man, facing up. In comes Broad, round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's defended solidly and nicely. And because he's been mentioned on social media and I only need any excuse to play it, here's a jingle about KP.
There's a fart wind broadcasting on Sky. Nobody wants him there. Everybody just asks why. Oh, give us some more Annie. Give us some more Annie. And less of that KP guy.
Any excuse. That was KP as a fuckwit by Mog as Broad comes in.
Genius.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Messer says Nichols defends off the back foot for no run. That's I believe that's by Mog, but it may be by Jeff Perkins. If I've left the credit wrong there, then feel free to berate me on Twitter until I can no longer go on the internet.
Oh, they will.
I know they will. I'm sure of that. I'll be blacklisted from Elon Musk's Wet and Wild Party Dungeon online version.
What is it with you and pain and rooms? What is it?
As that's left alone by Nichols, and Bairstow acts like that was about to hit him in the gentleman's area, but does manage to catch it.
Oh, I mean, I'm worried more than anything else. I'm just, you know.
Do you think I live in some sort of ancient Transylvanian castle with rattling chains on the walls and stuff like that?
No, my worry is the fact that you want to be. That's
you have a one-word tweet from Jeff Perkins, who in fact was the author of that jingle, which just says berate.
Sorry, Jeff. I'll give the credit there where it's due. Then, and that's left alone by Nichols. Dwayne Leverock, who somehow has joined our YouTube conversation along with Sunil Gavaskar and David Warner, has said that he loves KP as a commentator as much as he loves having a nail implanted into his foot.
Yeah,
spot on.
Olin and I did doubt the veracity of those accounts.
Yeah. I often feel when KP's commenting like I'm having a sort of cricketing intellectual lobotomy.
Well, I'll talk in between ball.
As Nichols faces up to Broad, round the wicket, in he comes. That's straighter, played across by Nichols, leading edge out to Ben Stokes at mid-off. How?
Well, there seemed to be very much a screen test for ex-England pros in this series. KP in the first test, Swanee thankfully did better in the second test. So I don't think KP is going to be part of the permanent coverage. I think
there was Chris Wokes as well.
Yeah, but Wokes is there because he's injured.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Moeen Ali's been on TMS. Broad in, left alone. Bit of extra bounce there. Bairstow jerks his head back and then walks straight into a little cuddle with Joe Root.
Yeah.
Spreads his arms wide and stumbles into Root's loving embrace.
Do you reckon that was Root going, remember me? I used to be captain.
Yeah.
I was popular once.
You were crap when I was captain. Remember those days? Yeah. As that's the end of the over, and I think we're going to have a bowling change. Yes, we are. We'll get some socials in, and then I'll jingle him up.
Barong says, looks like small rain packets could thwart play for the rest of the day. Good hour for Bangladesh. Picking up ball gets to lunch. Leah says, another lull in the festivities. Well, seems to have been decent damage control from the bed trots, and their real batsmen are still to come. And Mayank says, in other sports news, Gareth Bale is coming to LA. What are they going to pay for
Bloody
that?
hell.
Fuck me.
They thought he might be going to Wrexham at some point, didn't they?
Well, there was talk of Cardiff as well.
As in comes the new bowler, Matthew Potts, who's had Kane Williamson a couple of times in this series, and it's defended off the back foot by the New Zealand captain. And I'm just going to jingle up the bowler. Here he is.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
Dwayne Leverock, not his real name, has put an interesting question actually to us on YouTube, which is that on commentators, what are your top 3 of all time you'd love to share a booth with? I'm sure we're all going to say Richie Benaud, but other than that...
no, I wouldn't want to share a booth with Richie Benaud. I'd be too intimidated.
As Potts comes in, gets a leading edge from Williamson out towards extra cover.
Yes, I'll let you answer that one first.
Well, just off the top of my head, the ones I really like are Michael Atherton. I just saw Nasser on screen. I think he's very good. And the other person I actually like, although I don't always agree with him, but he says what he thinks, is Ian Chappell. He's got a lot of knowledge that he's prepared to share, and sometimes he's outrageous, but a lot of the time he's spot on.
In comes Potts, defended, kept a bit low, no run. Al, what do you think?
I always used to love listening to Tom Graveney when I was young, watching cricket. So it's certainly Benaud and Graveney from my youth. Probably Mark Butcher. I think he seems to be both insightful and willing to be, positive and negative depending on the situation.
And the other person I died just to listen to is John Arlott. I just love his voice.
In comes Potts. Williamson leaves alone outside the off stump. My 3 are probably Atherton. Then I'm a fan of, on TMS, Alistair Cook and Issa Guha. They're both very good. And then my absolute tip-top one, because he is the voice of cricket to me, even though he's now sadly retired, is Michael Holding.
All right, yes, he's very good.
Actually, if you gave me a few more minutes to think about it, I'd probably say Tony Cozier rather than Richie Benaud.
It's an edge! Potts has picked up the New Zealand captain for the 3rd time in this series on 48. It's a pretty lacklustre shot, a poor cut, and Kane Williamson has edged it through to Johnny Bairstow, and he is gone.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well,
no footwork. It's a waft. It's so out of character with the entirety of the innings that his feet haven't moved, and his arms and his bat are miles away from his body. It's a terrible looking shot to get out to.
Kane Williamson now completes this series without having scored a 50, I believe.
That's correct. Yes, that was
for a man who averages 53 in Test cricket. That is unbelievable. And Matthew Potts, considering Williamson has played 4 innings, and Matthew Potts, the new seamer, has picked him up 3 times.
Yeah.
At an average of pretty good.
Yeah, considering Williamson hasn't got many.
Yeah, that is pretty astonishing stuff. And as you say, Al, completely out of character. The man who is famous for keeping his hands inside that imaginary little box by his body, unless he's, absolutely sure. That was neither cross bat nor straight bat. It was 3/4 angled and a really bad shot. And now this man comes to the crease, and from Kane Williamson performing poorly to this man who's caused England a lot of trouble.
Son of an old black funny on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Darryl, not David Mitchell.
Averaging 158 in this series and 63 in Test cricket after 100 in every test of the series, including in the first innings. Here, what can he do for New Zealand in their second innings as they're balanced finally at effectively 122 for 4?
Yeah, it seems like both sides in this game are only happy when when their backs are up against the wall.
He's averaging 120 in this series, since he got out. As in comes Potts to him, and he defends nicely on his legs. Short mid wickets in play. End of the over, 153 for 4, leading by 122. Messi Jez.
The light roller says, absolutely love the KP jingle. Made my day when I heard it first on Discord, which is of course available via Patreon. Yes, please, if you haven't already, come and join us on Patreon. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. And Leah, talking about lobotomies and KP, says, and not the good kind of lobotomy either, but one using a hammer and going in through the eye socket. Leah also says, I'd like to share a booth with Gower and Emily Rainford Brent and a case of Jiva Pilsner.
As Broad returns to the attack. Is there a good kind of lobotomy? Not sure about that one. A well-performed lobotomy, perhaps. As Broad round the wicket to Nichols, defended solidly and firmly, no run. This is probably the match here, isn't it? That this partnership and the next one for New Zealand are probably going to decide whether or not England are set a chaseable total. If they can get 6 wickets for 100 runs, that's 222 to chase. If New Zealand can make it 6 for 200 runs, that's 322 to chase on the last 2 days, as that's defended by Nichols for no run again. That's this is it, guys. It's a crucial period.
And that seems to have been the difference in the 2 tests so far, is that it's come down to half-hour blasts of play. Right, it's not been a sustained dominance, but there's ebbs and flows. But we can point to like a crucial half-hour, an hour of play, which has moved the whole series one way. Well, England's direction.
In comes Broad. Is there an edge? No. It's a cut shot from Henry Nichols. It's gone over the top edge. There was an appeal from behind the stumps, but it was quickly muted as Johnny Bairstow realised there was nothing. But it was close for Stuart Broad, and a wafty shot from Nichols. It's missed the bat by quite a way, actually.
He's in no position to. It's too close to him to cut.
What's going on with New Zealand here? The technique is, for a team which is renowned for being technically on the money, it's just starting to, maybe the situation of the series, of the game, the crowd, it's just starting to get to the batsman a little bit, as that's full, driven nicely. It won't pierce the gap, but they will get a single, as Johnny Bairstow sort of fumbles one behind the stumps, a firm throw from Stokes.
No, I think what Jez said quietly there is absolutely true. The rain breaks made a huge difference.
Well, two wickets have fallen since it. Devon Conway on the first ball after the break, and then a couple of overs after. Kane Williamson didn't manage to start again and played a pretty poor shot. They showed actually a graphic of Potts's dismissals of Williamson and where he got him. And the first two were different lengths, but pretty much on the same line, a sort of 6th stump line. And this one was more like 8th or 9th stump, a lot wider, but Williamson had shifted across and played away from his body.
If you look at the way he's played the shot, he's not played the ball. He's not played at the ball aggressively. He's just. It's almost like it's out there. I'm just going to let the ball hit the bat, And it all that does is just invite the outside edge. It's
Broad pulls out of his run-uppers, and I think more idiots have stood up behind the bowler's arm.
Oh God!
I know, it's really bad.
Yorkshire should be thrown out just for these.
Yeah.
As well, the thing is with the Williamson thing, that's one of the things which has got Joe Root into trouble in Australia when there's extra bounce, just letting the ball hit the bat rather than really cutting at it. And it's what did for Williamson there, as you say, didn't really free his arms. He just tried to play a back foot punch. As in comes Broad to Mitchell, defend, and then the Marnus Labuschagne pokey no-run thing, which he's picked up.
Hey, if you're averaging 120, do what you want.
And the thing is, a shocking number of people who do that move are averaging 120.
Well,
I'm too guerrilla cricket centric now. I can't hear you say pokey without immediately thinking bum finger.
I say pokey, you say.
Oh dear.
It's not going to catch on, is it, really?
In comes Broad at the top of his mark. Final ball of the over to Mitchell, and he leaves that alone after advancing down. Lockie6 on YouTube says he would like to share a bed with Alex Hartley and Richie Benno. Wait, Booth, commentary box, redact the word bed.
Freudian slip of the penis. I mean,
many a true word and all that. Ombre Nuevo said, I so need the Potts jingle to go on into the chorus. The void left from just the verse eats at my soul. I may have been down the pub. Martin White points out that no one mentioned Daniel Norcross. Although I must admit, I haven't heard Daniel commentating since he left Gorilla. And Mike Taylor says, interesting places to be listening to Gorilla Cricket. I'm in Paris, about to start a 6-hour live drawing session. Please don't make me laugh. Oh, there's a challenge, right?
If you can draw your whole life in 6 hours, you're a better human being than I am.
Well, Potts is back into the attack. Also, I'll say after this ball, partly because I've forgotten what I was going to say, as that's left alone outside the off stump by Nichols, and now I'm just buying myself time to try and remember.
Can you remember what you were thinking about?
Not at all.
Not at all. Just it's all gone blank.
It's all really gone at the moment.
It's all gone back. And
don't worry. Never mind.
Now I know we're due to change at the end of this over. I wasn't due back on, but I also see that Bennett was due back on for the final session between 6 and 6:30.
He is
so
indeed.
I'll come back in.
And that may be an extended stint as well because of the rain delay. It was only a short one though. Yeah. That's defended by Nichols off the back foot, no run.
Yeah. So
and you will have been going for 2.5 hours by the end of that straight.
Me or Al?
I think it might be both of us.
I think, both of us have been on for a bit of a while. It's fine. As Messi Jez in his very moving and impassioned speech the other week said, and I would recommend if you can going back and listening to it, we're here because we love this shit, and so we don't mind doing 2.5 hour stints because it's just fun.
No, I'm here because you've got nobody else.
Yeah, well that's the case, really. Well, that's what.
Beat yourself up, why don't you?
But none of us get paid, so that's defended by Nichols for no run. We're all just slightly kind of sad people.
Jez, he thinks we don't get paid.
Oh no! It's because I'm one of the juniors and they haven't let me in yet. I also don't do the Patreon, so that's probably why I'm not getting it.
Oh well.
I need to start. It's just
how could he join Patreon?
Well, he could go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and join up for no more than for anything from $2 a month.
As Potts catches the inside edge of Nichols' bat, it goes out towards fine leg. Jack Leach, no, Alex Lees does the fielding, and they get just the one run. I could do that, except for the fact that I'm a student. I'm a student and have absolutely zero disposable income, except for what I already pay for fancy coffees and takeaways, which is why I'm not getting a mortgage.
That's fair enough.
Obviously.
So cut down by one awful latte a month.
Yeah, that'll do.
I don't even drink coffee.
Well, why are you saying you're buying coffee then, you fool?
I know, it's just...
you do know that if we don't get any patrons today, Hendo will have us whipped.
Yeah.
He'll have me whipped, but I'll be a bit busy in Bear's red room. Gaffer tape to a chair, apparently. As in comes Potts to Mitchell, straighter, played into the leg side. There's a mid-on there. Stuart Broad really didn't need to dive for that, but chose to anyway. 87 miles an hour from Matthew Potts. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
But there was talk before the series that Potts did have that yard of pace. He has been operating around 80 to 82 miles an hour in this series so far, but that one was pacey.
I think the competition from Overton is pushing him a bit.
Because Overton was going at 89, wasn't he?
Oh no! There was an appeal from behind the stumps. It's left alone by Mitchell, and they almost thought it got off the back of the bat. And well, that's an exciting end to the over. 155 for 4 New Zealand, leading by 124. And Suter Who on YouTube says, sick of showering and finding the water goes everywhere? Then go to Redbubble/people/Gorilla Cricket and pledge your allegiance both to Gorilla Cricket Radio and to Dry Floors by purchasing the Gorilla Cricket shower curtain. And Colin indeed joins us now. Hello, Colin.
Hello, folks.
Colin, how
Josie Oak is next up, Colin, and I'll catch you in half an hour.
Thanks, mate.
So Colin will be socialising, I will be summarising, and Al will be ball-by-ballerising.
Colin, so how long have you been anti-wet floors?
Don't get me started on wet floors. God damn it, bane of my life. Because I do not have a Gorilla Cricket shower curtain.
Of all the hills I thought you were going to be prepared to die on, I didn't think that this one was going to be.
Sold myself for the Gorilla Cricket flower.
Anyway, Stuart Broad in around the wicket. Nichols resolute, firm, defensive. Knows the crux of the game is within this stand and the subsequent stand with Blundell. Broad with his stupid headband flapping in the wind.
It's the best headband around, Al.
Oh, just it.
Even though his hair is thinning out.
Get a haircut, you.
Even better than Nathan Bracken when he used to have one.
Now you're talking. Now we're into some grey areas. This is onto the legs of Nichols, and it has been caressed Mark Waugh-like through mid-wicket, and that is a gorgeous, sumptuous fall. It's all just lovely and watch Stokes. We just walk past Broad with a pointing accusation of be less don't be shit.
we do have a jingle for that, actually.
Yeah, be less shit, mate.
I'll play it in a minute.
Well, absolutely. No, that was a lovely shot, though, wasn't it?
I'm just thinking, was Shoei back there? Was he not a bandana wearer at one point? Am I just misthinking?
Could have been, as that is arcing in towards middle stump. Nichols does take a good stride forward, and that stride forward does take him outside the line of off stump, so he is prone maybe to the ball that nips back in, but he's resolute in defence here.
Here is what Ben Stokes said to Stuart Broad.
Stop being shit.
Probably in a similar accent.
It's difficult to say, as we see two people who are watching the game for free on somebody's roof. terrible to watch that sort of vandalism as Broad comes in. That is tempting, just outside the off stump. Not quite drivable, not quite cuttable either, and Nichols decides to leave the ball alone through to the keeper.
I made an acquaintance at university from a Sri Lankan family who have tactically and somehow bought one of the flats which overlooks Lord's.
Do you think that was the reason they bought the... I mean, first of all, that's a massively expensive purchase.
I know, but I think it was safe to say that I intend to become firm friends with him.
Firm friends. Wow. Broad in. Defensive by Nichols. I'm a bit worried by your absolute transparency on the fact that this is a completely transactional relationship.
I mean, if it gets me into a flat overlooking Lord's on match days, I'll marry his sister. I don't care.
Can you still remember this person's
Does your
nickname?
girlfriend know that?
I don't know, but I know for a fact that she doesn't listen to Guerrilla Cricket, so she never will.
Because that's not how broadcasting would ever work. If you'd like to bribe Jacob, then email in or tweet in or say so on your YouTube channel. Broad in. That is beaten the outside edge of Nichols. One slightly more pitched up, but it's too good for everything. And Broad says that wasn't shit. Sorry, Stokes says that wasn't shit at all. As that's the end of the over. 159 for 4s, you're told. Colin.
Josie Oak is sharing a picture of gone to Clarence Bury, found the right spot, and he's just showing a picture of quite a few number of taps.
That's nice.
It looks lovely.
Can we get a 10-point must rating system here, Josie Oak? I want to know about the beers you've tried. I want to know about taste and colour and what you've rated them as you kind of go on through.
Neil Harris, New Zealand batting short of Mitchell, Blundell have been poor. While England have batting has been improved, it's no longer root plus extras. England bowler can always get wickets in English conditions.
No, it's Bairstow in the Ets at the moment as Potts is in. Draws Mitchell forward, but he is watchful in defence, goes to mid-on.
This has been very un-English-like wickets, I would say, for the past 3 tests.
I don't know. I think they've been pretty fair, haven't they?
Pretty even wickets.
I think that of the past year, it's been very favourable bowling wickets.
Well, over the past sort of 10 years, there wasn't until last summer. Sorry, I'll break up.
There's Mitchell again, half step forward. There are two people. There's a short cover and a even shorter mid-off. Sorry, maybe even off Hayden for the missed time drive, and Mitchell finds one of those.
Love that terminology, off Hayden.
Until last summer, I'm pretty sure we hadn't lost a home series for quite some years until New Zealand came and beat us here. I think it was 2014 because the wickets were so bowler friendly.
Potts hustle and bustle, and that's beaten the outside edge of Mitchell, and Bairstow again throws the ball up into the air as if to fool the Headingley crowd. And
there's a lot of 240 all out plays, 250 all out kind of things going on.
The Bear has taken time out of his night on the lash to say, can us guys do 3-hour stints more often? He's loving the time off. Good for you, Bear. You deserve it.
I wholeheartedly hope that you have a great night out.
I mean, guaranteeing that's a genuine Bear who has not given himself moderator.
As that is angling in more towards the stumps. Mitchell plays the ball straight back to the bowler. No run.
I think
4 dot balls.
He may not have given himself moderator because every time he's here he uses the Guerrilla Cricket YouTube channel, not the Bear one. Interesting if his YouTube channel is just called The Bear. But maybe he thinks everyone knows. Everyone knows the Bear. We get on air because of the Bear, and
we all follow the Bear.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow morning it's going to be we get on air because of Jaffa and Hendo, but the Bear will help.
As a much more pitched up, almost Yorker-like in length. Mitchell a bit more expansive, but the drive can only find mid-on. No run. But plenty of hustle and bustle from Potts in this little spell.
Plenty indeed. I'm slightly frustrated by the YouTube social media chat because I'm seeing far too much from the actual porn bot, and not enough from the Guerrilla Cricket porn bot.
Well, the Guerrilla Cricket porn bot is only on Twitter. Make of that what you will. Potts in, last ball of the over, and this is unfortunately on the hip of Mitchell. He turns that to deep square leg. And we'll take a single and be on off the schneid, but certainly still on strike. And that's the end of the over.
And is not here when Jay Grover is not here. Read into that as you may.
Well, you'd be a fool or I've never seen the pair of them in the same room together.
I did feel very bad for Jay Grover about when the news broke about bananas earlier, because he's going to have to switch to cucumbers now, and that's just going to be uncomfortable for him.
We've got one for yourself and all other students. Students can still become a Patreon through the organ donation program. And that's from Jeff Perkins. Mark Zip has sent us a picture of
I've got a Hammond organ, is that what you're...
Mark Zip has showed us a picture of what seems to be, I think, a recording studio being built. Where we have to go for records. Can you smell it? At least I've got you guys for company.
We also have a bowling change for company.
We do.
It will be this man.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Leach in, but that is on the legs of Mitchell. He turns this just behind square on the leg side, and they will walk, amble, bimble through for a single.
Not sure of the thinking of having no short leg to Mitchell at the beginning of his innings with Leach. That one on the inside half of the bat.
Yeah.
Also, the Bear says he may pop in tomorrow, ... during lunch, and then has conveniently deleted a message which he sent about him and Hendo going to the Queen's tennis tournament at some point. But before I could read when it was, he retracted the message.
Well, he can't go to Queen's now because it's finished.
Oh, well, maybe that's what he realised. Maybe that's why he deleted it.
Unless he's going next year. I mean, actual Wimbledon starts tomorrow. As that Nichols is forward, and that will be fielded by Leach himself. Just sprints out to the right for 10 metres.
Wimbledon may start tomorrow, but you're not going to watch it, are you? You're going to be here. You're going to be with us.
Well, no, actually it doesn't start tomorrow because tomorrow's Sunday. Sorry, I got my days confused. It starts on Monday.
And this will probably be finished by then.
True enough, as Nichols goes back in his crease.
So we can all watch it. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess. Sue Barker's last Wimbledon. Sad to see her go.
I wish Claire Balding would go.
No, you can't.
Oh no, I don't like Claire Balding, and my entire household doesn't.
Okay. Nichols back in his crease again, plays the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. Any particular reason?
I feel like she's on everything.
She's actually on less than you think.
There was a little spell she was on everything.
Yeah, but now not so much.
She just irritates me slightly. Don't know what it is.
Nichols comes down the track.
Oh, he's gone!
Cool and bold. Cool and bold. Nichols came down the track. Leach maybe saw him come and dragged the ball down in length a little bit, and Nichols has tried to just half play it defensively, but maybe half tried to push it past Leach, and Leach has taken an absolute snorter low down. Stokes can't believe what's happening.
That's just a gimme.
Wow.
Henry Nichols does not want to see Jack Leach bowling at him for a very, very, very long time.
That was an absolute gimme. Jack Leach never even seen him moving. He'd already released the ball. He just decided to defend it to him.
It's the step forward. That seems to have been his movement forward seems to have been the thing that's triggered the poor shot.
Yeah,
it's hit high on the face of the bat, kind of roughly where the sponsor's logo would be, and he's just not pushed it down.
I think it's one of these cases of the batsman with a premeditated shot that has just thought, you know what, I should really need to change this.
Yeah.
I've seen this coming, but he's not changed it whatsoever. I'll quickly go back onto Twitter to catch up. Light Roller saying, berate rhymes with gyrate. Do you need some help with the jingle lyrics? Can Jacob gyrate whilst being tied to the chair? I think he's meant to say tied to the chair, but...
Oh dear. Well, we have a new batsman, and it's this man.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy.
Headingley's on its feet as that has gone on the inside edge of Blundell's bat, and it's somehow gone in between his legs and the stumps and gone down on the 45 on the leg side. No run.
Close to
but
an
these
LBW.
pair have got to get New Zealand out of the mire that they've managed to put themselves in after the rain break.
That was very reminiscent of someone, a junior, coming down to your nets for the first time, but instead of smashing them about, you've decided to parry the ball back to them so they can bowl again.
I'm pretty sure. So the rain break finished half an hour ago, didn't it? And New Zealand have lost 3 wickets in that time.
Yep.
It was exactly half an hour ago. It's 5:47 now by my clock, and I think it was 5:17 that we resumed.
That is roughly about the long and the short of it. 161 for 5, and Potts begins his new over with a Yorker length delivery, which is well played back to him by Mitchell. Potts is very unnecessary at his attempted throw back at the stumps. Jack Leach, lover of heroics at Headingley,
And starting to really come into his role, come into his own. He's not been uneconomical, he's held the end well, and he's getting rewards. 5 in the first, 1 now in the second.
as that is again good length ball pitched up, and Mitchell plays the ball back fairly easily. This has been the series though, hasn't it? Blundell and Mitchell bowling, New Zealand in trouble, England having trouble getting them out.
It's amazing, isn't it, as well, though, that when a team can actually bat, the bowlers look better and do better as well. Because especially spinners, they have runs to play with.
Short, pulled, mistimed pull by Mitchell. It will dribble out to Leach at a deep square leg, and there'll be a single.
I mean, if England collapse in their first innings and are all out for 120 and are 200 behind, there's no way Leach can bowl the way he does with the field he has at the moment. There's no way the rest of the bowlers can bowl the way they are. The attacking lengths from Broad and Stokes, which led to some run leakage, just could not have happened if we were 200 behind.
Yeah.
Delicate, great moments that were made of great opportunity, and there was no better opportunity for heroics than 55 for 6. It's just nice to be able to see a game of cricket where there hasn't just been a blind accepting of the fact that we're just going to be 110 all out, so no worries. But actually an actual mindset of we can turn this around a bit at a time. Potts in, and that is played towards mid wicket by Blundell, slightly falling over himself, and there'll be no run.
Thought I was on ball by ball for a second there.
It's all right, mate. We've been at this for like 11 hours.
I am in 10 minutes, so I'm just G'ing myself up,
Yeah, it's all right. I can sense that there's a Rocky style montage between now and then.
I was talking to the Bear about this earlier.
About a Rocky montage?
No, about how everything that kind of supporters wanted out of England
That is defended well by Blundell, back to the bowler.
Has sort of happened in that, you know, we started to bat better, obviously. And then even today, there was a collapse, and we were just begging for, even when those collapses happened, someone to just grasp the game by the scruff of the neck and show some fight, and not just collapse with everyone else. And that's exactly what Bairstow did. And then Stokes' attacking tactics with the ball, the aggressive use of Leach, all this stuff has been really good.
The only thing to sort of bear in mind, the only sort of watchword of caution is that if things do get difficult, India and South Africa, that's no gimme. That is a Yorker length delivery, which is well dug out at the last minute by Blundell. Good surprise by Potts, but just is able to be dug out. That's the end of the over. If things go wrong, if we lose the game against India, for example, we can't turn around. Oh, another reset. We've got to balance all of this sort of stuff out. Colin, mate, I've stopped you from talking about social media.
That's all right. Ravi Nair, I'll be ball by ball in. Gorilla is still taunting the porn bot. Tut tut. O'Neill Harris, how do you know it's vandalism? You could have paid entry fee for the roof. And Jeff Perkins gives you a jingle for yourself, Jacob, and gyrating in the chair.
Oh,
wow.
Wonderful.
Wow, you are already the subject of a jingle. This is high praise indeed.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that one to be sent into the Bear and put in the audio desk.
I think you should listen to that before you. But I think you have to listen to that first. As Leach is in, as that is too far down the leg side. Mitchell will play that through towards mid wicket.
Is it on Twitter?
It's only lyrics. It's not an actual.
Oh, it's only lyrics.
I do technically have a jingle. The Jaffa Jaffa one has been used for me before, but it's not actually mine. But if Jeff Perkins can get that to a tune and send it in, that would be very gratifying indeed.
Yeah. Only if he subscribes to Patreon, though, as Leach is in and Blundell is watchful in defence back to the bowler and there's no run. Got to pay for this, mate.
Well, I've also requested from him and Marga a Karateka's Potts jingle, which is conspicuous by its absence.
You were pretty demanding about that, let's be honest.
I was.
Didn't you say you wanted that lickety split?
Something like that.
That one's a bit more outside Blundell's off stump, but he again plays it back to the bowler and no run.
I think the words I used were snappy, snappy, Al.
Well,
snappy.
Which ones would you rather use? We see some lights go on in the around the ground, as that is just maybe a little bit shorter and takes inside edge, maybe some glove, and moves between short fielders, but no catch. As we look in the distance, there looks to see there's a rain cloud in the distance that looked like that would make Noah want to build another ark.
I mean, Colin, for your next social, Ravi Nair has gone hard on me.
Back of the length. Blundell is off the mark, playing that ball to square leg.
That is some phrasing.
He's come off his long run for that one.
What's he said? Come on.
Clay Boulding is like a honeyed velvet. Jacob needs to grow up, damn it. A plague upon his stint tomorrow. May every cable come unstuck and not be back able.
Oh, I'm just a fan, Claire Balding's all right. She's very good. As that is defended by Mitchell, back to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. 164 for 5. Colin.
The light roller. The first step in solving a problem is to at first acknowledge it exists, I'm afraid to say, but you must be a bit weird, and I'm not exactly sure what's up in relation to. Josie Oak, got any Blue Note records? Love to collect some of those. The CDs just aren't the same.
Oh, Blue Note Records, that's jazz, isn't it? Yeah. Blue Note Records is jazz. Sure of it.
Max up, oh God, if only it were a recording studio. It's a failing down barn. I'm fighting off mice, feral cats, and some larger lurking in the shadows.
Got to be a better way of making a living, Mark, surely.
That something larger lurking in the shadows is the bear, I'm afraid to tell you.
Potts in. Blundell just about gets his back down in time. Don't know about you, Jacob, that looked a little bit quicker than 82 clicks.
It did, didn't it? But I was saying that about Potts earlier. He always seems like him and Overton seem like they really force it out the hand. They really hurl it down.
Yeah.
And they've always got some good aggression behind it. So 82 may not feel like 82.
Interesting that Root ran all the way from first slip to cover where Stokes is fielding to give some advice. And the look on Stokes' face when he heard it was kind of like, nah, you're the old captain.
So. Yeah.
No, well, it's good to see. It was always said that Root was going to remain one of the senior players, so good to see him still being involved, as that is a Yorker attempt by Potts. A little bit short, which meant that Blundell could attempt the drive down the ground, but he can only find mid-on. Good cricket all round, no run, as the lights in the around the ground get a little bit brighter.
I guess his speed is looking faster because he's bowling a lot fuller, so he's not having that slow effect of bouncing as much.
Pokey Bumfinger on YouTube says, I believe of Claire Balding, I heard she'll do anything for a gin fizz and a punnet of strawberries.
More on the legs of Blundell. He turns it fine, and that is the first one of these boundaries in quite some time.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I mean, Potts has been pretty economical. 2 for 20 off 9.3. Just a touch over 2 and over.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the first boundary I can remember in about an hour.
Although the run rate is 3.26.
Yeah, but it's still the first boundary I can remember in about an hour.
Yeah, it's odd that it's that high with... As you say, I agree, there don't seem to have been that many boundaries since the flurry of wickets, but... yeah, it's odd, isn't it?
It's the first moody fightiness I've seen from him. So far I've seen him just happy to be there, all smiles, all singing, kind of looks serious now.
Potts in full speed. Yorker
he hit him on the foot.
Rattles
going down leg.
Probably going down leg. Stokes is even signalling down leg, or he's calling a no ball on his own bowler. He's saying it's down leg. It's as the bowler, it's absolutely the ball you want. He's 6 inches from glory, which, well, he hasn't been there on a Saturday night.
Al, you're provoking the Bourne bot.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good ball though. It's whacked him on the foot.
It's way down the leg side. That's not coming back.
You struggle to see that. It's quite odd.
Well, the light may become a factor sooner rather than later.
The great unwashed of Headingley wanted that to be reviewed, but unfortunately, it's not a group decision, is it? Or at least they're not part of the group decision.
It should be a group decision, but
yeah. Potts running in, that seems even quicker now, and that is again a good length ball. And Blundell is doing well just to defend these. This is all the right questions being asked.
He seems like he's on one a bit, Potts, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants. Yeah. He is jogging back to his mark.
Cover's coming on.
Because I think there is going to be covers on at any stage. So Potts wants to finish this quickly.
And since actually the scheduled close of play is quite soon, that might be... They might call it.
Well, let's see what happens with this particular delivery. I wouldn't think about it too much, Potts. I'd just get in and bowl it.
Someone's saying to Potts, give it everything.
So someone then decides to move behind Potts' arm. Just beggars belief. Potts
again.
I think the reason that
and Mario Erasmus is calling the covers on.
Erasmus has now called on the rollers. Stokes was standing with his arms out, which for me would be off-putting enough. Blundell's backed out.
He did not want to face that.
Don't know if it's gamesmanship, I'm not sure what it is, but whatever it is, not having to face that ball might be useful, although New Zealand were pretty shit after after the rain break.
Will we get more play is the question. I mean, we aren't on the dot due a change, so we'll see how much play we get for this final stint. We say a fond farewell to Colin until
Good
tomorrow, and Al is staying on with me on Ball by Ball. Al's doing the socials, and Messi Jez will be replacing Bennett on the summary.
We're up to
I think that will be the end, actually. I think if they can't get back on before the normal the technical finish time of 6 o'clock.
Well, that is now, but the scheduled close, I think, does get pushed a bit later because of the rain break, because of the last rain break, by about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So if they can get back on in the next 15, I think we should see some more play. But if not, that may well be it. We'll see.
I've got to give you. I just tweeted it, but I've got to tell you something about Discord.
Okay, go on.
When I was off a couple of hours ago, I just put a message on Discord saying I thought we really needed a jingle for Spanner Man. You know, because we've got so many people with spanners now, and it just struck me that Billy Joel's Piano Man would be suitable to adapt for Spanner Man. An hour and a quarter later, Perko has delivered. So there is now a brilliant 1 minute 10-second jingle on Discord for our patrons called Spanner Man. And it does get stuck into me a bit, but that's fair enough. And it's very funny, and it's very clever, and it's brilliant. Thank you, Perko. You are a fucking genius.
He is indeed.
I don't know how the brain works to make that work, but
all the graphics on Sky on the television coverage are saying rain stopped play and not stumps. So the umpires will make. Hang on, the big sheets are coming on.
Well, it has to still be officially called. So up until the moment that they say no more play today, then it's still rain stop play.
The big sheets are coming on.
Yeah.
So that doesn't look hopeful. The crowd at Headingley are starting to file out. The brollies are up. The rain
Tens of thousands of pounds of improvements will be done to Leeds City Centre tonight.
Yeah. The rain looks decently
Go underneath the sheet. Oh.
And the big sheets are coming on. So we await the official confirmation, but we here at Gorilla Towers are in the region of 70% sure that this may well be the close of play.
I mean, quite literally, everyone's ducking out.
Yeah, the aisles at Headingley are filled with people leaving, as opposed to retreating to the back of the stands for cover. So that's not great.
So let me. Anna Forsyth has sent a link. An absolutely fascinating article I came across about the origins of the term "off the schneid," which I'm going to bookmark that and come back to it and read it later on. Dave Wood, I'm not entirely sure that teetering the jinglers like fucking performing monkeys is not necessarily the best business model. Dave, you have a point. The light roller, cracking lyrics, I'm guessing set to the tunes of Girls and Boys Come Out to Play. Not sure which jingle that's about. Let me see. For wrong, things you expect to hear on GC Radio, number 311. He's 6 inches from glory. Ravi Nair, I'm deliberately not turning the telly on, just listening to you because a watched pot never boils.
Oh,
Ravi, no.
No, well, we didn't have a Tony Bishop here today, so somebody had to fill that role.
That is, at this time of the evening, Ravi, that's absolute genius. That's a diamond bullet in the brain.
Someone has to send them home happy.
Yeah, Ombre Nuevo, Blue Note is jazz.
This time of the evening is 10:30 in India too.
Yeah. So Ombre Nuevo, Blue Note is jazz, blues and soul. Also the base for most original hip-hop music in the late 70s, early 80s. Is Potts and Overton bowling by force out of the hand? Pornbot, please jump in here. Also a reason why Stokes isn't bowling. I think so. I think so.
The Pornbot had a good one about Ben Folkes being pulled off at the tea interval.
And Jeff Perkins has sent us some lyrics for Caractacus Assassination.
Oh, nice.
To the tune of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
There's so much which gets done here behind the scenes at Guerrilla Cricket to bring you the high quality, high production value product that you see before you and hear before you on the radio.
Let me see.
Jeff Perkins must be constantly riffing. I don't know how he can put that output out. I really don't.
Lochte 6. Is it impossible to have? Is it impossible to have too many Rocky montages? And I hate my phone. Hashtag am I alone in the world? Lockie, you're listening to us. You're part of the best church there is, mate. You're never alone amongst gorillas.
Right. The cricket is about to return on the telly. And we will get an update, presumably, on whether or not that is the close of play.
If we don't get back by 19 minutes past 6, there will be no more play today, according to Cricket.
Well, that's in 10 minutes. And, well, the big sheets were coming on before this ad break. As we're seeing an advert for some boxing. A man doing a backflip. And now, Pretty Boy Gibbs. I'll just kind of...
Katniss Artingstall is gonna make a debut tonight. She is all that and a box of chocolates. Artingstall, she's
here she is.
Really good.
I'll just ball by ball what's on the telly and kind of audio description it for you. Well, that happens, but I'm not really a big boxing follower. I never really watch it.
I like it.
I think it's madness, but never mind. He is the man who's very sensibly in support of helmets being worn for cricket, but quite happy to see men beat the shit out of each other in a ring.
Do you want to talk about why men and women go to war, Jez?
The big sheets are still on at Clean Slate Headingley, and well, the stands are fairly empty. There's a few stragglers. I don't see any umbrellas, but the dark clouds are well, the umpire's got his umbrella out on the field of play. Yeah, there are some umbrellas. There's dark clouds. Well, it's not looking great, is it, gents? And we might miss out on...
We might miss out on like half an hour's play.
Yeah, half an hour of play.
Something to bear in mind, Chief, is because you're opening up tomorrow, aren't you, with Hendo?
Yeah.
If we're going to lose some time today, they might make tomorrow a slightly earlier start, something just to keep your eye on.
Yeah, I don't think we usually do the early starts here. They usually just go on a bit later, but I will keep my eye out for tomorrow morning, and just, if I do need to rush out the house, kind of half showered, I'll do that.
I mean, I wouldn't.
No, I might get a bit cold and damp, but I should be fine.
Speaking of half showers, the light roller says he's going to try and get the Headingley unwashed singing Jeff Perkins' Caractacus Assassination jingle tomorrow.
I think we should feed.
Good luck with that.
We should try and feed the Guerrilla Cricket jingles into the crowd and get them singing them.
I don't think the Headingley unwashed could spell cat if you spotted them the C and the T. So good luck trying to get them to. Good luck trying to get them to do a Jeff Perko jingle.
Oh dear.
Maybe they could do some of the simpler ones.
Now, I think my task for the light roller tomorrow is for him to go somewhere near behind the bowler's arms and bloody take a catapult with you. And anytime you see someone close to standing up behind the bowler's arm, just use it with great accuracy and great strength.
They've called it.
They've
called it. It's stumps. It's stumps.
Oh, right.
So that is the end, and we'll just do a little summing up then, I suppose. New Zealand are 168 for 5 at the end of the day, having lost 3 wickets since the rain break an hour ago. They lead by 137 runs with the as yet unbreakable partnership of Tom Blundell and Daryl Mitchell at the crease. And it's interestingly poised for tomorrow, isn't it, lads?
Well, you want to go, Al?
It begins tomorrow the same as it ever was. The irresistible force meets the immovable object once again. If England get a wicket early, it stands every chance of being all over tomorrow.
Yeah,
absolutely.
England are our favourites with the bookies at $1.71. New Zealand are up to $2.75. I'd actually have it tighter than that. I mean, frankly, the wicket's done a few quirky things, but it doesn't show signs of getting absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, yes, there's some fear, obviously, from England's point of view, that these two will do what they've done previously yet again. And they might. But I still think it'll be unlikely that England will be chasing more than probably 250.
Yeah, I think you stand a good chance with that. Yeah.
And either way, I see them, in their current state of mind, being in a good place to get that. So I'd very much back England winning from here.
Any last thoughts from you, Jacob?
Well, yeah, I kind of agree with Messi Jez. I think it could be a bit more than 250. I mean, if these two do their 100 partnership sort of thing, we could be up in the region of 290 sort of area. But after the last test, you'd kind of back England to chase it on a wicket which, you know, bar England's collapse to 55 for 6, hasn't been horrendous to bat on if you stay correct. So I think it's, as you say, Messers, a tight game, but one that England are probably ahead in.
I think we're done then in that case.
The light roller signs off saying, "Thank you again, fine folk. I can't wait for tomorrow. I won't be firing anything at the misbehaving patrons other than a look of dismay." Fair enough.
Reasonable.
You don't want to put your own life in jeopardy.
Reasonable.
Right then. Well, thank you very much to Al Hopkins, to Messi Jez for your sterling service today, and particularly both of you actually for being on very long stints this afternoon. You've done exceptionally well. And
back at you.
I will be back early in the morning tomorrow, alongside, I can tell you in just a moment actually.
Nestles is coming in tomorrow too. There's good news.
Yes, he is. So let me find it. Let me find the rotor. Oh, I can't find it. But someone will be here with me.
Someone will be
assume.
there.
I think I might be on first up with you and Hendo. I'm not positive. I'll have a look at my rotor in a second. Headingley, day 4 is first up is going to be Hendo, Messi, and Forthy.
Okay, so
Jacob, you're going to be pulling the levers.
I will be. I'll be opening up with Hendo. So we will be back. Thank you all for listening. I am Jacob Jaffa signing off for Guerrilla Cricket, and we will catch you all in the morning. Goodbye.
Just before you go, Jacob, I just want to say thanks to you, mate. You stepped in to a daunting position and did a really sterling job, particularly given the fact that you were on flat out for the last 2.5 hours. So thank you for that, and thank you for being the bear.
Thank you, Messers, and thanks very much, and it's a pleasure.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheers, Al. Cheers, Messers. Bye.
See ya.
And cheers.
Guerrilla cricket, boom boom, boom boom.